Steamy sex with the boss. Sir, your coffee is here, the maid said as she dropped it on the table. She was walking out when she heard her boss say, "Come here, Quinn." Quinn obediently walked to him. "Yes, sir, do you need any other thing?" she asked. "I drank too much alcohol, I don't feel so good," he replied, staggering towards her. "Sir, then you should have this coffee, it will make you sober," she said, pointing to the coffee. "No, I don't think that will help." Without warning, he rushed for her lips. He started kissing her so wildly. Well, he was drunk, so he wasn't aware of what he was doing. Quinn wanted to stop him, but she just couldn't. He was way too strong. From the look of things, she was also enjoying the kiss. He broke the kiss and bent to her ear. "Come with me." She nodded, and at once he carried her to a sofa. "Can 2 fingers go in?" he whispered to her in a husky voice. Quinn's POV. I didn't understand what he meant, so I said whatever came to my mind. "Yes," I replied in a meek tone. Immediately he heard my answer. His hand moved to the hem of my skirt. That was when the meaning of his question hit me hard. I wanted to stop him from going any further, but his hands were faster. He slid his fingers into me. "Do you like it?" he asked, staring at me. What he was doing to me made me lose my sense of reasoning. Yeah, I replied in a hungry tone. He started pulling his fingers hard into and out of me. "Yes, I love it. Harder. Harder. Please don't even think of slowing down," I said in a hoarse but warning tone. I continuously moaned for him. "As you wish, my lady," he said, increasing the pace of his finger. "Oh yeah. Yeah, keep going." My voice drifted away from me in pleasure. "Quinn." Henry called out my name in a hoarse voice. "Yes," I replied in a meek tone. "Do you want me as much as I want you?" I wanted to say no, but my mouth had an answer of its own. "Yes," I answered, blushing in shyness. Immediately he heard my answer. He kissed me like a hungry lion. He took me in his arms and carried me from the sofa to his bed. He tore out my clothes, not caring about the consequences. "I am about to put myself into you," he said in a hungry tone. I nodded to his words, and he immediately shoved his length into me. This was my first time, but he didn't care. He thrust his hardness into me mercilessly. "Did it hurt you?" he asked, staring at me with a worried look. I knew it was my first time and it was supposed to be painful, but I didn't understand why there was no pain. "No," I replied to his question. "Quinn." "Yes. I want you to moan for me," he added in a sexy tone. I just blushed at his words. He started thrusting his length in and out of me. I enjoyed the feel of pleasure from the way he was taking me so hard, pounding on me like a wild demon. "Ah, don't stop, don't stop." I moaned in pleasure and encircled my leg around his waist. He nibbled and sucked on my nipple, and I just couldn't help but scream harder for more. I have always heard that sex was sweet, but I hadn't imagined it to be this heavenly satisfying. "Faster, faster, faster," I moaned in a loud voice. He made a loud groan with his deep husky voice and continued to go deeper and harder and faster. Oh my God, I wanted more and more of him. "Don't stop," I pleaded as I felt him pull his dick out of my honey pot. He flipped his length up and down my honey pot, and I kept on moaning in pleasure. "Please don't slow down. Harder," I cried as I dragged him down by the shoulder. "Beg me," he ordered as he played with my hungry cunt. "Please, sir, fuck me," I cried and begged him in pleasure, dying to feel his dick inside of me. He pulled apart from me. "Sir." He frowned at me. I realized what he meant. "No, I didn't mean to call you that. Say my name, Quinn." "Henry, now please just fuck me." "With all pleasure," he said, smiling mischievously at me. He quickly turned me around to another position. He made me squat like a dog as he thrust into me from behind. I never knew I had this hungry side in me. "Ah," I screamed in pleasure as he thrust in and out of me slowly, then harder, and this time I could feel tears gushing out of my eyes. Those tears weren't that of pain. They were tears of sexual desire and want. Harder, harder. Yes, I wanted more and more. I had lost count of how many rounds we did. What I was doing was wrong. Henry was my boss, but I just didn't care. All I wanted was to be lost in desire. Tomorrow I would regret it, but for now I was really enjoying myself. I have pleasured you enough, darling. I guess it's my turn to be pleasured. He spoke seductively into my ear. I maneuvered over him and took his full length into my mouth. Yes, suck on it, it's all yours. I heard him moan in pleasure. I was happy that an ordinary maid like me could give him pleasure. I sucked on it in a very professional way, that he couldn't stop moaning for a second. I took my mouth away from his dick and started using my hand to pleasure his hard dick. His milk spilled all over and over while I used my tongue to lick it off. After I was done pleasuring his dick, I left his dick and went for his nipples. I teased his tiny breast with my tongue. Well, I never knew I was really good at pleasuring a man sexually. Oh my God, you are such a good girl. Really? I said, with my tongue still roaming his nipple. Yes, baby. I took his lips at once. We kissed each other like hungry lions. Yes, this was what I wanted. I wanted my first sex to be so wild. I would happily give every little details about this night. We had another round of hard fuck. Our energies matched, our sexual desire and strength matched each other. I never thought we could fall asleep, but finally we did. We both fell asleep in our sexual desire. The next morning, oh no, I woke up and found my CEO boss next to me. Scenes of the steamy sex we had last night flooding into my head. Oh no, what had I done? I felt like I took advantage of my boss. I needed to leave his room at once. I raised his hand from my body and slipped away from the bed. I searched for my clothes. When I found it, they were torn to shreds. Oh no. I woke up and found my CEO boss next to me. Scenes of the steamy sex we had last night flooding into my head. Oh no, what had I done? I felt like I took advantage of my boss. I needed to leave his room at once. I raised his hand from my body and slipped away from the bed. I searched for my clothes. When I found it, they were torn to shreds. My clothes were torn to shreds by him, so in order to leave the room, I wrapped myself in his quilt. Slowly walked out of his room, not wanting to wake him up. I stared at the corridor so that I could be sure that none of my co-workers were around. I could not let any of them see me coming out of Sir Henry's room, especially in his own quilt. I quickly walked to my room when I was sure that the passage was clear. Once I was in my room, I fell on my bed and started thinking of what happened between my boss and I. Last night, I had gone to his room last night to serve him his coffee, but I ended up in his bed. I wondered how I could escape from him. All I could do was hope that he wouldn't remember last night's ordeal. Joe's room. Henry stretched out his hand to cuddle the woman he had made love to last night and all night long, but when he stretched out his hand to her, she wasn't there. He didn't feel her beside him. The other side of the bed was empty. She had left without saying anything to him. Quinn, there's no need to run away from me. You work in my house, he muttered with a smirk on his lips. He stood up from the bed and went into his bathroom. After his bath, he freshened up and went to the dining room to have his breakfast. He was so happy, but his expression changed when he saw an ugly figure serving him his breakfast. Where is Quinn? He asked in an angry tone, staring coldly at the other maid serving him his meal. Instead of his Quinn. Sir, I'm not sure, but she said something about going to the hospital. She said she was going to the hospital for a checkup. The maid stammered in a frightened tone. Hospital? Why? What is wrong with her? He was concerned, but it didn't show in his voice. I don't know, she didn't tell us anything else, but she didn't look unhealthy when she left. I see. I don't feel like having breakfast anymore. I have lost my appetite, besides I am 30 minutes late for work, he said. He stood up and left the house. Well, the only reason he had lost his appetite was because Quinn wasn't the person that served him his meal, and not because he was 30 minutes late to work. In the evening, Henry came back from work. I watched him walk to his room from a corner. Rose told me what Happened in the morning. Rose was the maid that served him this morning. Why did he ask of me? Does he remember about the other night? I could not help but wonder myself. No, I couldn't let him see me. I couldn't let him figure out what transpired between us last night. I strode out of the house and into the garden. I needed to hide away from him for some time. I was willing to wait outside here until he finished eating his food and retires to bed. That is when I will go back into the house. At the dining room, Henry didn't see Quinn in the dining room. He asked about her whereabouts, but the reply he got wasn't helpful in any way. He quickly understood and realized that she was trying to avoid him. He finished his meal hurriedly and went to Quinn's room. He knocked on her door but did not get any response, so he pushed the door open and walked into the room. Quinn. He called out her name, still he didn't get any answer. He searched for her in the room but didn't find any glimpse of her. Since you want to play this hide-and-seek game, I don't mind. He cursed under his breath. He put off the light and sat on a chair at the corner of the room. He planned to wait for her till she returns. In the garden. He must have gone to bed. I thought to myself. I was already feeling so tired and sleepy. I walked out of the garden and into the mansion. I hid besides the wall and looked at the dining room to know if he was there. He wasn't there, so I started for my room. When I reached his own room, I became a bit nervous and equally conscious at the same time. Oh, I walked on my toes, not wanting to make any sound that could arouse him. I successfully reached my room. I heaved a sigh of relief as soon as I got into my room. I was sweating because of the ordeal I went through. I needed a cold shower to calm my nerves. Started taking off my clothes one by one, not aware of the two eyes that were staring lustfully at my naked body. I picked my towel and was about to wrap it around my body when I heard a voice. A man's voice at that. No, don't make use of the toe. Henry spoke in a strong tone. Thief! Thief! I screamed in fright, not realizing it was my boss. He moved to me in a second and silenced me with his palm. He was holding me from behind, so it was hard to free myself from him. Quinn, it's Henry, your boss. He spoke into my ear with a soft voice. The reality of who was in my room made my eyes nearly bulge out. My heart started beating fast. I was naked and in the arms of my CEO, the man who I had steamy sex with last night. I felt his dick poking my rear end. Where I got my strength from, I couldn't tell, but I swiftly pushed myself free from him, grabbed my towel and wrapped it around myself. With the lustful way he was staring at me, I knew I needed to pull myself together, else another fornication would take place. I made sure to cover myself properly with my towel. I took some cautious steps away from me. Then I coughed to clear my throat. Quinn, about. I didn't let him finish. Whatever he wanted to say, I quickly interrupted him. Sorry, sir, I didn't know you were the one. Is there anything you need? I said in a firm tone, trying all my best to sound professional. What can I help you with, sir? I said, trying very hard to make my voice sound steady. Your sexy body, I heard him say. I couldn't believe he just said such a thing. Sir Henry, how could you say such a thing to me? I asked, feigning innocence. I didn't want him to remember what happened last night. You act too innocent, Quinn. I'm glad I wasn't deceived by your innocent face, if not I wouldn't have gotten to feel how good you are in bed. What a shameless CEO. What do you mean, sir? You can stop your pretense, Quinn. I fully remember everything that happened last night. I remember how we moaned for each other endlessly. He was indeed a shameless prostitute. Do you know the best part of all this? He asked, staring at me with mischief. I nodded my head negatively to his question. What happened last night wasn't a mistake. Neither was it a coincidence. I planned it all. I looked at him in disbelief. You are mistaken. You were drunk last night. I made a mistake. I would have refused you, but instead I took advantage of your condition. Sir Henry let out a slow laughter. You really are too naive. I wasn't drunk. It was all a plan. I was the One that asked Nanny Phone to tell you to bring my coffee to my room. You weren't drunk last night? It was all an act. I knew I was dumb to ask him these questions, but I just needed to be sure it wasn't a dream. Yes, Quinn. I have always wanted you since the day I saw you swimming, that day I saw your beautiful body. I just couldn't get you off my mind. I dreamt of having a taste of your body every night. You saw me? Quinn asked another unnecessary question. Yes, I saw you from my window. Flashback to the night he saw her in her underwear. She was in a white one-piece swimsuit, and as she climbed the ladder, water dripping from her eye, pictured her body without clothes. The sight of her body under that wet, clinging bikini turned my mouth dry. Her sexiness made me freeze. It stopped me from going down to her and doing unthinkable things to her right there. She ducked under the rail and crossed the deck seductively. Slowly she disappeared from my sight, but not from my head. Back to the present. Quinn couldn't believe what her boss told her. She was just an ordinary maid. Of course he could find more better women than her. Sir, you have already gotten what you wanted, so please leave my room. I spoke in a low voice. I was just a maid, so there was nothing I could do. Besides, I enjoyed it as much as he did. Do you think only a night can satisfy me? He asked, moving closer to me. I subconsciously moved back, not wanting to be in the same space with him. My back hit the wall. I was doomed. There was no place to run to. He was already in front of me. Answer me, he said, slamming his hand to the wall and wrapping the other around my waist. No, but you've a more pretty girl, I stammered, my chest heaving up and down. I don't want other girls, it's you I want. I like innocent girls, he said, bending his face to my neck. I'm not innocent. You saw how rough I was with you last night, I blurted out, hoping this could make him leave. You were rough, that's true, but you and I know that yesterday was your first. Immediately he said that. He licked my neck. I shivered in fear. Please don't do that again, my body is dirty. I don't care, I would still lick you, even if you were soaked in dirt. He started sucking on my neck. Just like last night, I became helpless again. I was becoming wet for him again. How could he have such effect on me? I needed to put an end to this before we would end up having sex again. Stop this, I am your maid, I said, pushing him with force. I could make you my wife then, he said, and dragged my towel from my body. What? I shouted, hiding my nakedness with my hands. I have seen them all, you don't have to hide it. If you feel shy, I could take off my own clothes too. Sir Henry, please stop saying such things to me, I pleaded. Why? Does it make you horny? He started dragging me to him. He silenced me with a hungry kiss. At first I struggled to free my lips, but the next minute I started kissing him back. Knock, knock. Someone knocked at my door. I came back to my senses when I heard the knock, but Henry wasn't bothered. He continued kissing. I bit his lips hard so he could stop the kiss. Quinn, are you in there? Yes, I replied. It was Nanny Phone at the door. I am looking for Henry. Do you have any idea where he is? I don't know, but I think you should check in his room. I made sure my voice was firm enough to avoid being suspected. I already checked there. Now this was really making me sick and nervous. I looked at my boss to know if there was any idea he could give. He was chuckling at me. He caused all this mess but still had the guts to laugh. Quinn. Nanny Phone called out to my name because I was taking too long to answer, I guess. I don't know where he is. Nanny Phone, please, I'm a bit sick. I would love to go to bed now. I used it as a good excuse to get rid of her. Okay. Get well soon, she said and left. Good night. We both greeted. I and Henry stayed silent for some time, so we could be sure she had gone. Please leave from here now. I don't want to have any issues, I said, grabbing my towel and wrapping it around me. I'm leaving, but we are not done yet, he said and left the room. I rushed after him and locked the door as soon as he left. What a day, I exclaimed and fell to my bed like a log of wood. Next day, I found out that Sir Henry left the house very early in the morning and the cooks were preparing so many fishes. What is all this preparation for? I asked Nanny Fong out of curiosity. Sir Henry is having a guest today, she replied. Oh, I see. Who is this guest? I added. His fiancée. Her reply was like a heavy blow to my face. He had a fiancée, but still he had sex with me. He disvirgined me. I didn't understand why I felt bad about this revelation. His fiancée? But how come we never heard of her? Well, Quinn, she has been living outside the country for a long time now, and besides, it's not as though Henry proposed marriage to her. They were betrothed since childhood. Nanny Fong explained further. I nodded my head and walked away. Will Sir Henry stop chasing after me? I couldn't help but wonder. I started feeling dizzy, so I went to my room to have a good rest. Later in the afternoon, Sir Henry came back, not alone but with a fine woman beside him. She wasn't too beautiful, not as I was. She forced her assets to shake while walking. The way she stepped showed how bossy and arrogant she was. All of us lined up to greet her, just the way we greeted any of his guests. Good day, ma'am. They all greeted in unison, excluding me. I was lost in my thoughts. Hey you, why didn't you greet me? I quickly knew that question was directed at me. I'm sorry, I got carried away, I replied sharply. Now bow down and greet me, she commanded rudely. I couldn't believe she had already started acting so on top of the world. I said I was sorry, madam. I replied in a rude tone. She was really pissing me off. What? Did you just raise your ugly voice at me? I laughed inwardly. My voice was very far from ugly, but hers was too bad. Ugly was even an understatement. Kathleen, it's enough, you just arrived, don't leave a bad impression. Henry's voice half filled the room. Finally he said something. I wondered if he would just stand there and watch his unreasonable fiancée display her stupidity in front of us all. Henry, baby, are you supporting this ordinary and ugly-looking maid? I swear I would have beat her up right there if I wasn't well disciplined. She called me ugly. If only she knew her fiancé craved for me. Kathleen, Henry called in a warning tone. All right, I'm sorry, love, let's go in. I can't allow a nonentity to ruin my day. I heard her ugly voice once more. She grabbed Henry's arm and they both walked away. They fitted each other perfectly, Mr. Grumpy and Corrupt and Mrs. Arrogant and Ugly. Two shameless people, I mumbled in annoyance. After some minutes, Sir Henry and his fiancée, Kathleen, came down to have their lunch. Kathleen used every opportunity she got to heap insults on me, but I didn't mind at all. Most of the words she called me were true definitions of herself. They finished their food and went back to their various rooms. I was a bit surprised that Sir Henry refused to let her stay in his room. Well, I overheard their conversation. She begged him to let her stay in the same room, but he refused. Obviously, Sir Henry didn't like his fiancée. I heard someone knock on my door and I went to open it. Immediately I opened. The person at the door pushed me inside the room and bolted the door. Who else could do such a thing other than Sir Henry? What are you doing in my room by this time? I asked in a low tone. Did you forget what I told you last night? We weren't over yet. What? Your fiancé is around. The least you could do was hide your shamelessness, I lectured. Mind you, Quinn, I'm still your boss. I laughed in a mocking tone. So you even remember that I am your boss, yet you have lustful desire for me. They are not just desires, I think I'm obsessed with you. Sometimes I wished you worked in my office, too, so I could just fuck you anytime I wanted, he said shamefully, but his eyes were so serious. Please stop with your disgusting words and leave from here. I would not want to receive any insults from your rude fiancé. Is that jealousy I'm hearing? He asked, smiling unnecessarily. Huh? Jealous of what? I'm more beautiful than she will ever be, and I even have her chasing after me. I gave him a befitting answer. Oh really? He said, coming closer to me. He got to me and wrapped me around with his hands. Quinn, I want to have you this night. My heart began thumping again. Why did I always feel this way around him? I needed to pull myself together. Are you mad? You have a fiancé. This thing between us can't germinate. It won't do us any good. Go to your fiancé. She's craving to have you. How do you know she's craving to have me, Quinn? Well, from the look in her eyes, it showed it all. Really? The same look I saw in her eyes is the same look I'm seeing in your eyes. Does it mean you are also craving for me? This man knew how to crush me with his words. I don't know what you are talking about, I stammered. Are you craving for me? I only need a yes or a no for an answer. I boldly stared at him and replied, no. Prove it then. How? I will kiss you for 30 minutes, and if you don't kiss me back, I will believe you don't desire me as much as I do to you. Then I will forget about you. He spoke slowly. What? I exclaimed. Are you deal or not? I am, I replied, believing I could beat him in this 30 minutes kiss. He kissed me immediately. His kiss showed urgent desire. Slowly it turned to passion. I didn't open my mouth to him, but I was getting tempted to. He continued to add pressure and pleasure to his kiss. He sucked on my lower lips. I couldn't bear such temptation anymore. I opened my mouth to him. I started kissing him back. He didn't break the kiss when I started kissing him, and I wondered why. Henry's POV. I wanted to break the kiss and prove to her I was right after all, but I knew that would be a grave mistake. I believed that once I broke the kiss, all the passion she was feeling would disappear at once, and into thin air. So I continued to seduce her with my lips and tongue. It's been 2 days since we had sex, and it felt like 2 years. I wanted more and more of her. He continued to kiss me. In the next moment we started taking off our clothes again. He was going to lay me, but I couldn't stop him. I wanted him to. We got into the bed and had sex again. This time it was sweeter but quicker than the last time. We fell asleep yet again. When I woke the next day, he was gone. Thank goodness we weren't caught. He loves to play dirty. I freshened up and went to serve Henry and his so-called fiancé their meal. I was kind of happy with the fact that I was fucking her fiancé. At least this was the best way to get back at her. I rushed to the kitchen to set their meal. I suddenly felt a hand wrap around my waist. I swiftly turned around and found CEO Henry in front of me. What do you think you are doing? Do you have any idea that someone could walk in us? I asked, pushing his hands away from me. No one is around, he replied. What do you mean? I asked, looking at him in a confused way. I gave everyone a day off very early in the morning, he explained further, smiling mischievously at me. Me inclusive? I asked with hopeful eyes. I really needed a break from this boss-made affair of a relationship. No, that's not possible. If I give you a day off, who will take care of me then? He answered shamelessly. What kind of a man was he? I stared at him in disbelief. This man was really unbelievable. What about your fiancée? I asked, wondering if he had also given her a day off. I got rid of her. He boldly said those sentences aloud. You what? I asked him, not liking the sentence he made. He stared at me with what looked like a mocking smile and said, Hey, calm down. I didn't say I killed her. She was becoming too much of a pain in the neck, so I spiked her drink this morning. The sleeping drug will last for a whole day, he said in a flat but mocking tone. What? Are you crazy? I asked in bewilderment. Yes, Quinn, crazy about you, he said, then moved closer to me and gave me a tight hug. When I woke up in your room this morning, I found your naked body beside me, and I figured out how badly I wanted to have you. A night couldn't be enough. I want to have sex with you again and again, continuously. I knew it would raise suspicions if anyone heard you moaning so early in the morning. He smiled dirty at me. So I made quick plans and carried them all out this morning, he added. Please, sir, stop this madness. It's really getting out of hand, I said, feeling suddenly sick. It has already gotten out of hand. Stop pretending like you don't want me to, because it will not stop me from wanting you. As a matter of fact, I want to have you here right now. I want to fuck you in every single corner of this house, and most especially in front of Kathleen. I want Kathleen to realize that you are mine, and no one can talk to whatever belongs to me in such an inappropriate manner. My eyes widened. You have got to be kidding me, right? No, I'm not. Sir Henry, please, you have to leave for work. Quinn, you can't send me off after all this effort I put. Sir Henry. I called his name, emphasizing on the sir, so he could remind him I was his maid. You want this as much as I do, so stop complaining and let's get this over with. He dragged me close to him and spoke seductively into my ear. I'm not in the mood, I said blatantly. You have never been in the mood, baby girl. I'm the man that makes you wet and I make you want more. Just my kiss could do so many unimaginable things to you, he added and sucked my ear. I moaned in pleasure. Can you see what I'm trying to explain? He said, grabbing my ass with his 2 hands and placing me on the cupboard. This boss of mine would be the death of me one day. Sir Henry, what we are doing is not safe. What do you mean? He asked with his lips on my breast. We have sex 2 good times now and without protection. I spoke softly and in a low voice, saying, this kind of things made me feel shy. I want you to have my baby. What? Have you really lost it? No, if you bear me a child, I won't have to get married to Kathleen but you, he replied in gritted teeth, because he was biting my nipple. Sir Henry, stop saying such weird things. I wouldn't even think of having a child for you. I can't be with a man who is cheating on his fiancée, because it won't be an exception if I were in her place. He let out a little laugh. You and Kathleen are 2 different people. I wouldn't have to cheat if I had you in my life, but as for Kathleen, she's so fake and she is not half as beautiful as you, my lady. I don't have any sort of feelings for her. So what about me? Do you have any feelings for me? I hopefully asked. Yes. What feeling? Lust, obsession, he replied. I felt a little bit of pain. He just saw me as a sex toy. What did I even expect from a man like him? I wanted to push him away and rush to my room, but I was enjoying what he was doing to my breast. Was enjoying what he was doing to my body. He brought his lips to mine, though there was a little distance. I want to kiss you, Quinn, I heard him say. Without waiting to hear my reply, he kissed me deeply. My boss was really a headache. Wondered why he told me he wanted to kiss me, when he didn't care to hear what my opinion was. He pushed his tongue deep into my mouth as he teased my lips with his tongue. My boss was indeed really good at this seduction of a thing. I wondered why he told me he wanted to kiss me, when he didn't care to hear what my opinion was. He pushed his tongue deep into my mouth. He teased my lips with his tongue. My boss was really good at seduction. Stop it, Sir Henry. Even if we want to do this, I do not think it is proper to do it here in the kitchen, she said, after forcefully separating her lips from his. Why do you say so? He asked. The first reason is that your fiancée might just walk in on us and you know that it will be really wrong to let her see us this way. The other reason is that this is a kitchen and it will be very unhealthy to do this in the kitchen. Quinn, stop with your lectures. My fiancée cannot be a problem for us now because she is drugged. Remember? As for this kitchen, I do not mind doing it here with you, so you 2 shouldn't mind, he said. I thought that by now my opinion would also matter to you, but it seems as though all you care about is getting into my panties, the maid said, looking a bit angry. She pushed him lightly, then she came down from the cupboard and dressed her cloth very well. I would love to take my own break too. I have been doing my job correctly and with so much efforts I deserve to go for a break too, she said to him. You do not have to get so pissed, Quinn. I admit that I was a bit selfish with you. I am sorry about it. Do not act this way, please. I put in so much effort just to spend this day with you. Besides, I will be going for a business trip tomorrow and I do not know when next I'll be seeing you, he voiced out. What do you mean by that? Don't you intend to come back? She asked. The expression on her face could tell that his words greatly moved her. I am going for a very important business trip and it is quite dangerous because there will be so many of my business rivals present, he answered. I do not understand you. Why would you want to do business with your rivals? You won't understand, Quinn, but you do not have to worry because I do not intend to jeopardize my life or my business. I'll fight to the last. Why do I suddenly have a bad feeling about all this? She asked him. Hey, do not overthink it. he said while moving very close to her. They both looked into each other's eyes, and not long after, Henry wrapped his hand around her tightly, pressing their bodies closer to each other. Henry's POV. When I saw that she wasn't reacting negatively to my hug and touch, I felt happy. The reason I felt happy wasn't because she was letting me hug her. The reason I was happy was because she felt something for me. She wanted to leave me some minutes ago, but after telling her about my business rivals, she showed that she was concerned about me. I slowly lifted my head and brought my lips to her neck. Then I dropped a light kiss on it. At once she moaned lightly and softly, which showed that she liked it. Her moan was a sign for me to continue, so I started to suck on it, which made her to moan continuously. Henry, she called out my name while still moaning. Yes, I answered, but without separating my mouth from her tasty skin. I told you that we cannot do this here, she replied. I didn't want to listen to her, but when I remembered how angry she was when I didn't listen to her, I realized that not listening to her now could bring back the same reaction. Without saying a word to her, I stopped caressing her neck with my mouth. At once I carried her into my arms and left for the room. I couldn't take her to my room because Kathleen was there, so I carried to her own room. That was actually the best place for us because her scent filled the room. Quinn's POV. Yet again my body was taking advantage of me. Once again I was letting my boss and someone's fiancé get access to my body. This was indeed very wrong, but I had no idea whatsoever of how I could stop him from touching him or how I could stop myself from enjoying his touch. He lay me down on the bed. He started to drop wet kisses on different parts of my body. The things that he was doing to my whole body with just mere kisses were very seductive. I moaned continuously. Quinn, can I take off your clothes? I heard him ask. I wanted to give a no for an answer as usual, but after seeing his cute and longing eyes, I just couldn't resist. I nodded my head shyly. He did not waste any further time. He immediately pushed down my trousers. Then he came up to take off my shirt. The shirt had buttons on them, so it took him some time to get it unbuttoned. Today he was really quite gentle. Other days he would just tear off the dress, especially if it were the hard-to-remove type of cloth. Do not put on this kind of shirt again. If you have any of them here, just dash them out or throw them away. I will give you money to buy new ones that would be very easy to take off whenever I'm with you. I could not hold in my laughter, so I let out a chuckle. He was really cute in his flirty ways. I will take it to be that you are going to do as I say, he said. Immediately after saying that, he went down on me, causing me to scream out in pleasure. Quinn and Henry, do not let Kathleen bother you. I will find a way to get rid of. She covered his mouth with her palm. All of a sudden, Henry's eyes widened in surprise and confusion. He used his hand as a demonstration to ask her why she did that, since his mouth was still covered. Quinn placed her middle finger on her lips as a signal to tell him to remain quiet. Even though he didn't understand why she was being overly dramatic, he nodded and remained still. When she noticed that he was not trying to be noisy, she removed her hand from his mouth. Then she pointed at the door. His eyes looked at what she pointed at, but he still wasn't able to understand what she was trying to convey to him. She seemed to notice that he still didn't understand, so she moved closer to him and whispered into his ear. I think there is someone outside the door. Henry gave her a questioning look. I sent everyone out today. Apart from you and I, Kathleen is the only one inside, and you are aware of what I did to her. Trust me, no one is out. Before he could complete his sentence, they both heard a door get slammed. He looked at Quinn with a horrified expression. She looked back at him and mouthed, I told you so. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX. Kathleen. She slowly opened her eyes. Even though she was on a luxurious king-sized bed, she still felt so uncomfortable. A small patch of her pale skin was exposed to the sunlight, making her feel so sweaty. The sun rays that shined down on her eyes made her feel more dizzy. How did she get into the bed again? As a matter of fact, the last thing she could remember doing was taking a sip from the coffee that her fiancé had given to her. According to Henry, The drug he mixed into her drink was supposed to put her to sleep for the whole day, so how on earth did she manage to wake up this early? Fortunately for Henry, he chose not to make out with Quinn in his room. If not, they would have had her witness their dirty affair. Kathleen POV. It was remaining only one room to be checked. This is definitely the room where that noise came out from, I muttered. For some reason I was a bit nervous. Everything seemed really creepy since I woke up. First of all, I ended up sleeping again in the morning, which doesn't seem right. Secondly, I found the house empty and all the workers gone. Thirdly, I heard a sound from one of these rooms. I could not help but think that some burglars must have gotten into the house. But if there were actually burglars in here, why would they be hiding from me? It didn't make any sense to me, so I shoved that thought out of my head. With just 3 steps, I got to the door of the last room. I held on the doorknob and after a count of 5, I opened it slowly. This particular room felt so different from the others. Even though it looked totally empty, it still felt as though someone was inside. My instinct could never be wrong. I decided to check the room properly. Just as I was about to search the room thoroughly, a rat ran across my leg, making me scream and jump up in fright. One thing that I really hated was rats. How could a rat be in here? I couldn't waste any more time in here. I stepped out at once. Then I took out my phone and dialed Henry's number. As soon as I dialed his number, I heard a phone ring right from the room where I got frightened by a rat. What could this mean? Was Henry in there with a maid? Quinn's POV. As soon as the phone rang, Henry and I looked at each other. I could feel the intense of his heartbeat. He seemed to be really scared. He raised up his phone and, from the look on his face, I was able to figure out that it was Kathleen calling. I grabbed his phone from him and cut the call immediately. Then I muted his ringtone. There was no other way to escape this impending storm. From the very start I knew that I and Henry were making a huge mistake. If Miss Kathleen happened to find the two of us together, then there would be no explanation whatsoever to defend our action. One way or the other, I knew that I had to figure out a way to get myself out of this mess. If there was something I could get myself doomed for, it would be any other thing but not having an affair with my boss. The monthly pay I was getting for working as his personal maid was twice greater than the income of an accountant or even a school teacher. I looked at Henry, hoping that he had already figured out a way to get us out of this mess. We can't let her see the two of us together. What should we do? I asked him. He looked at me for a second or so before replying. I don't know. I've always wanted to get rid of her. But I never thought it would be this early. Fate is surely at work. How could his reply be so casual? I thought he was bothered, but I was totally wrong. This man was just a selfish bastard who couldn't care less about other people's feelings. I don't know about you, but there is no way that I'm going to jeopardize my job for this. My chest heaved up and down as I heard Kathleen's footstep get closer and closer. XXXXXXXXXX Kathleen's POV XXXXXXXXX. I waited for Henry to pick in order to catch him red-handed, but he didn't. He chose to leave my call unanswered. Of course he could not pick up because he was busy banging his maid and showering her with loads of kisses. Was he even aware that I was outside the room, that he was making out with his girlfriend? Did he have the slightest idea of what I could do to him and that slut, if by chance I found the two of them together? My family's power is 100 times greater than his. For his business to continue excelling, he needs our alliance. Did he forget all this? Even if our marriage was solely based on business terms and profit and our love life wasn't on any base, he still didn't have the right to cheat on me. To worsen it, he chose to commit such act with an ordinary maid right under the same building. I walked closer and closer to the room, but I took light steps in order not to arouse any noise whatsoever. Getting them informed that I was here could give them the opportunity to come up with a good lie to tell. Without counting or hesitating, I pushed the door open. My eyes widened in uttermost surprise. I couldn't believe what I just saw. How can you barge into my room without knocking? Quinn asked me. She was standing with a towel wrapped around her, Her whole body was dripping wet, which only meant that she just had her shower. She also seemed to be on a phone call when I barged into her room. "Miss Kathleen, do you need anything?" she asked again. I shut my eyes tight, trying to process everything. "Is Henry in here?" I asked. She gave me a confused look. "No." Why would you ask me such a question? The way she replied was enough to prove that she wasn't lying, but for some reason I wasn't really convinced. I raised my phone to my face and dialed Henry's number. As the call went through, I looked around, waiting patiently for his phone to ring out and expose him, but it didn't. Finally, I accepted that Henry wasn't in here. I looked at Quinn and noticed that her eyes was shut tightly, which felt a bit unusual. "Is there a problem?" "Of course not," she answered with ease. There was no need to remain inside this room since Henry wasn't in here. I still had to find him and find out how I slept off in his room. I also needed to find out why he left my call unanswered. If we're going to become a couple, then at least we should start now to make it work out. Even if our marriage is based on business purposes, I still had a liking for Henry. He was among the top handsome men in the city. Having to get married to him would make me more superior to the 1,000 women seeking for his attention. I smiled at her, then I turned around to leave. Just as I was about to move out of her room, my eyes got hold of the curtain. It was shaking in a strange way. Was Henry hiding behind those curtains? Kathleen walked out of the room in annoyance. She wanted to let out some steam. Even in a relationship based on mutual benefits, neither party will like to be cheated upon by the other. She sashayed to the master bedroom hoping to find Henry there, but he wasn't. What game was her fiancé up to? Plopping herself on the king-sized bed, she thought about the look on Quinn's face earlier. Wait. What if Henry already banged that lowly maid on the bed she was currently seated on? Filled her with disgust. "The fuck?" she cursed under her breath. With a grimace on her face, she pulled out her phone to make a phone call. "Prepare a suitcase of money for me," she calmly instructed her assistant. The phone was on loud speaker. There was silence at the other end of the line. "Didn't you hear me?" She glanced at the caller ID to make sure he was the one on the line. "What do you need a suitcase of money for?" A manly voice sounded. There was no way she couldn't know who was on the line. "Dad." Why was he with her assistant's phone? "Be careful and don't do anything stupid with that." He hung up the call. The heck? Was this a joke? First of all, she suspected her fiancé could be having an affair outside their relationship with no other person than his maid. Then this? Well, she couldn't be bothered to continue thinking. She wasn't going to get any answers. Her intention was to sort Quinn with cash. There was no way she could reject, no? She was working for money, right? Money she will get. Quinn sighed in relief after Kathleen left the room. That was a close shave. Thank goodness Henry had a high IQ. She glanced at the thick curtains behind which Henry was hiding, sighed again and left the room to avoid suspicion. Just as she was about to leave the room, a hand held her back. She turned in surprise at Henry, who was currently grinning from ear to ear. "What is it?" "We almost got caught," she hissed sharply. Did Henry knock his head against something? Did he actually want to break ties with Kathleen? According to what she observed, his relationship with Kathleen seemed to be based on mutual benefits. And so? What if we almost got caught? Henry folded his arms with a smirk plastered on his face. He seemed to be treating the whole matter casually. Kathleen was rich, in fact richer than Henry was. What if she decided to get back at her? Even if there wasn't evidence to prove both of them were cheating, Kathleen wasn't dumb. She had her suspicion. It was clearly written on her face. "I will appreciate it if you stay away for the time being. At least till your fiancé leaves. Please." She didn't want to be entangled in a fight between these rich people. She wasn't rich, she didn't have anyone or anything to fall back on. What if out of fury she was fired? She didn't even want to think about the repercussions. "I want you." He was standing close to her, so close that she could feel his breath on her ears. She shivered at the contact, but she was clear-minded. She couldn't allow desires to cloud her mind. They almost got caught for Pete's sake. With a little strength she pushed Henry back. He arched his brow questioningly. Why did she push him? Quinn stood up straight. Mr. Henry, I have to tend to some chores. She turned her gaze without looking at him. She was afraid she would change her mind. His orbs always tended to turn her on, and she was afraid this time wouldn't be any different. Chores? That's a funny joke, Quinn. I'm your employee, no. With that he dragged her into her bathroom and slammed the door shut. Strip for me, he commanded. She widened her eyes. Was he out of his mind? Couldn't he control his desires? What if they got caught for real this time? But she couldn't deny she loved his dominant attitude right now. She could feel desire pooling between her legs. She so wanted him. Yes, she needed him inside her right now. But she opened her mouth to protest. She needed to stop him. She isn't at home. She left already, he explained. How did he know? Or did he say that to soothe her fears? I have never been a patient one. Quinn, strip, he commanded again in a husky voice. Her legs almost turned to jelly. No, she needed him. Damn his fiancé, she could catch them for all she cared. Her hands went to the hem of her dress, wanting to pull it over her head, when his hands stopped her. What? He didn't give her time to respond when he roughly turned her. Her ass were directly on his length, which she could feel through his trousers. A sudden cold assailed her senses. He had turned on the shower. Why don't we spice things up a little? A mischievous grin on his face. She nodded in anticipation. She was already wet with desire. With a forceful tug, he raised the hem of her dress. How do you want it? He whispered close to her ears. How could she speak? She was fucking turned on, for God's sake. She needed him in between her legs. She wanted him to impale her with his length. Speak. He spanked her ass roughly. She moaned in pleasure. I want it, she moaned out. God, what was he doing? The need was killing her. Want what? Do you want me to fuck you hard till you scream? Till you are oblivious of everything? He spanked her hard, this time with a little force. Yeah, I fucking want it. Fuck me, Henry, fuck me hard. Quinn moaned out. Henry didn't continue speaking. He shifted the lace of her panties and impaled her with one hard thrust. Yeah, like that, fuck. Her eyes widened. His length filled her, and he didn't give her time to adjust before he started thrusting in and out of her. Fuck, do you like it? Do you like the feel of my length in you? Tell me, do you fucking like it? He spanked her bare ass hard. Yeah, I fucking like it, harder. At this moment she couldn't think clearly. Thrust after thrust she moaned as spasms hit her. The water from the shower continued to pour down on them. He pulled out of her and made her kneel. Suck me. He held her hair as rain as she went down on her knees. She took his length and rubbed her hands on it, in an up and down motion. She licked the tip of his length, earning a moan from him. Yeah. Take it all into that fucking mouth of yours. He tightened his grip on her hair. In response, she took his length all in her mouth in one swift motion. Fuck like that, Quinn. She bobbed her head up and down in fast motions till she gagged. She took his length out and, kissing its tip again, she put it back into her mouth. Her mouth continued with speed on his length. Maintaining eye contact with him, she continued until he emptied his load into her mouth. Swallow it, she obeyed, swallowing everything to the last drop. Good girl, now clean yourself up. By the way, I will be away for 3 days. It's a business trip, he said. He was feeling refreshed and happy. If possible, he would have carried her along just so he could fuck her every day. 3 days? What about your fiancé? Quinn asked. That was her concern. I don't know, she may decide to leave or stay. He shrugged, kissed her and left the bathroom. Wasn't he going to clean himself before leaving? That man. Kathleen paced up and down in the living room with a sour mood. Henry just left the mansion on a sudden business trip. Not that she was annoyed about it though, it was the argument they had before. His departure that was making her boil in anger. That was, by the way. She had ample time to execute her plans. Let's see how you will continue fucking that bitch if she is fired. She sneered in contempt. The sound of the door opening diverted her attention from her thoughts. Quinn walked into the room with cautious steps. My, just in time, aren't you? Let's have a chat, Quinn. Quinn served her a cup of espresso at her request and stood respectfully in front of her. What did she want to talk to her about? Maybe scold her or scratch her face. Multiple scenarios flashed across her mind as her eyes alternated from Kathleen to the floor.
Sieht, Kathleen requested calmly.
I'm fine, I can.
Stand Quinn declined politely.
That wasn't a request, it was an order. Kathleen's calm voice sounded. Again. Quinn obeyed and sat on the couch opposite hers. Kathleen took a sip of her drink and smacked her lips. She elegantly placed the cup on the table in front of her, folded her legs and glared at Quinn. She fixated it on Quinn, making her squirm uncomfortably. Do you know what I wanted to talk to you about? Kathleen tapped her fingers on the armrest of the double-seater couch. Not until you tell me, Quinn replied. Well, it's nothing serious. Want you to leave your job. Kathleen stood up and walked over to where Quinn sat with a horrified expression on her face. She bent slightly, maintaining eye contact with her. You can't? Maybe you could have thought of that when you were fucking your boss. You were aware of the fact that he has a fiancé, but you gladly widened your legs for him. Do you know what you are?
A fucking hookup lane.
Spat disgustedly. I'm not going to pursue you on the matter. But remember, this isn't a request either, you know what it is. With that, Kathleen left the living room, leaving a blank-faced Quinn on the couch. Quinn massaged her temples in frustration. She was doomed. What she was afraid of finally happened. I knew it, she muttered softly, as she forced back the tears which threatened to escape her eyes. Instinctively, her hands flew to her tummy as she fondled it dotingly. Yes, she was pregnant. Fucking pregnant. Now that this has happened, she couldn't allow Henry find out. What if he decided to break up with Kathleen? That's going to complicate matters. She couldn't afford to allow anything happen to her child. But she couldn't leave this job. How was she going to survive? Where was she going to go? She sighed. That was what she got from engaging in an illicit affair with her boss. She was paying dearly for her mistake. If by chance everything eventually settled down, she will never have anything to do with Henry anymore. Yes, it was decided. She was going to leave the job. She couldn't afford to further anger Kathleen. Henry closed his eyes as he leaned back on the backrest of his seat. He was currently driving to the hotel booked by his assistant for the meeting. His thoughts wandered to Quinn. Was she fine? He hoped Kathleen wouldn't do anything stupid. He was frustrated by the fact that she was wealthy than he was. Now he felt his freedom was impeded. The car pulled over to the hotel's parking lot and Henry stepped out calmly. With an air of aloofness, he stepped into the hotel. Every booking arrangements were set and all in place. Welcome, Mr. Henry. The manager of the hotel came down personally to welcome him. Henry nodded his head in reply and impatiently followed the manager to the lounge where his business partners were waiting. Quinn stared at the suitcase in front of without blinking. Wads and wads of cash filled the case to the brim. If she was hesitant previously, she no longer was. Was there any reason to? It wasn't as if Henry was going to marry her anyways. So what did she have to lose? In fact, she gained a lot. I hope you never appear in front of me or Henry ever again. If possible, I want to leave the country, Kathleen said, scrutinizing her expression. Understood, Quinn gave a short reply and sighed inwardly. Good, have it. Nice life ahead. She stood up and without glancing back at Quinn, she left the mansion. Great, just great. Quinn chuckled to herself. She never expected to be sent away in this manner. She looked around the living room. and stood up to make preparations. A new life awaited her, one filled with expectations. She looked forward to it. Oh, the flight is about to take off. Everyone tighten your seatbelt, please, the air hostess announced. Politely, Quinn obeyed alongside otherwise passengers. With a sigh, she looked through the window. By memories, Kathleen stood at the window of her glass-enclosed villa as she waited for her assistant's report. Has she left? She asked when she heard the sound of the door opening. Yes, madam, she has left. Already, her assistant reported with a polite bow. You may leave. Kathleen waved her hand. Yes, madam. With a final bow, he left the room. Kathleen gave a victorious laugh. A game of wits indeed. Let's see your reaction, Henry. Was he going to get worked up over the disappearance of a mere maid? That would be suspicious. He wouldn't want to give himself out, would he? Ha! This is entertaining. Now that she has dealt with that slut, wasn't it time to rest? Henry would be back after 3 days. She looked forward to his return. A round of intense sex wouldn't hurt, would it? She stretched her limbs lazily and tottered over to her bathroom. A bath, then a nap. She hung her bathing robe on the rack and, setting the bath, she settled herself in the bathtub. She closed her eyes in satisfaction. Life was good. Silence was all that greeted Henry when he went into Quinn's room. Where was she? He pulled out his cell phone and dialed her number. It wasn't going through. His gaze darkened as his suspicion heightened. He breezed out of the room in a hurry and was greeted with the figure of Kathleen with her legs on each other on the couch. What are you doing here? He asked impatiently. Trying to figure out why my fiancé is asking me what I'm doing in his home, Kathleen replied nonchalantly. Where's Quinn? He asked, ignoring her response. How am I supposed to know? She stood up and walked over to him. Resting her hands on his chest, she muttered seductively. I know you must be tired. Why don't I help? You rest. She bit her lower lip slowly. Henry tried pushing her, but she held on fast. What do you want? He asked impatiently. Your cock. I fucking want you inside me. When was the last time you fucked me? Answer me. Henry didn't respond. Different ideas crossed his mind. Since he was angry, he wanted to hurt someone. He glanced at Kathleen and sighed. That was if she considered it a punishment. Without warning, he dragged Kathleen all the way to the master bedroom. He banged the door open and pushed her roughly on the bed. He pulled his drawers open and took out some objects. Kathleen's eyes widened when she saw them. Whips, candles, and a chain. She was an adult. He didn't need to tell her what he wanted to use them for. She had always loved rough sex, but candles? Wasn't that too extreme? Spreading her legs in anticipation, she licked her lower lips. Without waiting for his instructions, she stripped off her clothes. On your fours, he commanded. She complied without further ado. She arched her back and got on her fours, giving him a perfect view of her cunt from the backside. He bound her hands and chained them to the headboard. He smacked her ass and without warning, he pushed 3 of his fingers into her pussy. Fuck Henry, that feels so good. She screamed in pleasure. In and out, he stroked her cunt roughly as she continued screaming in pleasure. Yeah, she was loving it, but the thought of him pleasuring Quinn in the same manner annoyed her. He pulled his fingers out and splayed her legs so she was spread-eagled on the bed. Let's spice things up a bit, baby, he huskily whispered close to her ears. She nodded with misty eyes. She needed him. Lighting up the candle, he brought it close to her pussy lips. She widened her eyes. What was he going to do? His next action answered her question. The wax from the candle burned her lips as she cried out in pain and pleasure. Aya! Fuck! It was painful and yet pleasuring all at once. He roughly turned her and made her go on her fours. Again. Henry, please fuck me. Fuck me please, she begged. She didn't care if she sounded like a whore at that moment, but all she wanted was his cock. Nothing else mattered. He didn't accede to her request, but instead took the whip and gave a lash across her ass. Shit, Henry, please. Her eyes dilated. Her eyes turned red from the lash, and Henry dripped the candle wax directly on its imprint, earning a loud scream from her. Say my name, his voice came from behind her. Henry. Fuck, she moaned when he thrust his cock into her. She screamed loudly in pleasure. Yes, Henry, fuck me like your whore. She screamed. Louder. He grunted as he continued thrusting into her. Fuck me. Fuck me, Henry, she screamed, beads of sweat forming on her head. He emptied his load in her womb and pulled out. He spanked her again across her ass. He could never bear to have sex with Quinn in this manner. He didn't want to hurt her in any way. However, at the moment, all he wanted to do was inflict pain on Kathleen. How dare she send Quinn away? Who gave her the right to? And with that he whipped her ass. She screamed in painful pleasure. Her voice was beginning to crack, but Henry didn't care. He raised both of her legs and placed them on his shoulders. He pushed his length into her again and began thrusting with renewed vigor. Say my name, Kathleen, he commanded again. Henry. Yeah? Fuck, she screamed. I can't hear you. He pulled out and thrusting into her. Again, this time with a great force. Fuck. Ah. Her eyes were filled with tears. He continued with his vigorous thrusts until they both climaxed. Her legs were shaking like someone who had been electrocuted when he unbound her. Without taking a second glance at her, he went to the bathroom to clean himself up, leaving her on the bed. Kathleen closed her eyes. She was sure she wouldn't be able to move a finger the next day. The sex they just had was too intense. She touched her ass and yelped in pain. It hurt. However, she couldn't deny the fact that she enjoyed it. At least her fiancé was all hers now. She didn't need to worry about anyone snatching him from her anymore. He was all hers. She closed her eyes. She was so tired. Henry came out the bathroom fully dressed. He took a glance at the sleeping figure on the bed and hissed. Damn you, Kathleen, he cursed under his breath. He needed to find Quinn. How was he going to survive without her? During the sex earlier on, he felt nothing towards Kathleen. All that was on his mind was to inflict pain on her. He left the mansion, got into his car and zoomed off to his friend's cafe. The Beauty of a Drink was the name that was clearly written at the top of the building. Its owner was a very handsome hunk who abandoned his family's business, opting instead to become the owner of a cafeteria. It was his friend Jake. Jake was a calm and handsome heir. He was very obstinate, as could be seen from his decision to leave the family's business. He was of course a playboy, and he and Henry were close buddies. One thing to take note, however, was that the cafeteria was built in a hotel-designed manner. The whole place looked elegant and the workers all looked professional. Jake made sure to choose good-looking people, male and female alike. He always argued that the face of a product influenced the patronage of customers. So what you are trying to say is that Quinn left? Jake asked amusedly. He was pleasantly surprised when Henry showed up at his cafe. How long had it been? A year or two? Whatever he had thought. There was something serious bothering his close buddy. The expression on his face when he came into his office was alarming. Jake had suspended his work and came down with him for a drink. But this? How was this important? Henry saw the look on his friend's face and knew what he was thinking. You don't understand. I'm not sure if I can do without her. He gulped down his glass of tequila. Jake nodded. Slowly he understood. Are you screwing her? Man, what about your fiancé? Jake knew he wasn't a faithful type, but Henry was different. Though Henry played with different girls, it was girls from wealthy homes. A maid? It sounded ridiculous. What about her? She can go to hell for all I care, Henry slurred. You guys are engaged, you know you need her. Jake wasn't sure about the game his friend was playing at. Then father can marry her. See, I'm tired of all this shit. I can't whoever I want anymore. The reason? I have a godforsaken fiancé. Henry clenched his fist in frustration. Have you tried looking for her? Jake asked. Already did, no trace. Henry replied with his head bowed. Jake could see that the maid's disappearance had an effect on his friend. But what could he do? Let's go to a beach, you know, have some fun with some beauties, Jake suggested. No, I have to get going. Henry stood up and left the cafe. Jake stared at his departing figure and sighed. He could understand his friend's pain to some extent, but he couldn't understand how a maid's disappearance could affect him so much. He shrugged and went back to his office. He had piles of work to tend to. Los Angeles. 8 years later. Good morning, President, her assistant greeted respectfully, pulling the door of the car open. Morning. Avi, what's my schedule? Quinn got into the car. Mama. A tiny voice called out from the balcony. Quinn smiled and waved at her. She opened the door and allowed the girl in. Mama, do you want to yimmy behind? Imelda asked in a childish voice. Quinn pinched her nose fondly. No, how can I leave my little pumpkin behind? Imelda giggled as she buried her head in her mother's bosom. Start the car, Quinn instructed. Yes, President. Avi nodded and began driving. What's my schedule? She asked again. You have an appointment with the CEO of Luther Corporation, and you have a flight to catch by noon, her assistant reported. Okay, Quinn nodded and gazed at the little face resting peacefully. Imelda was her daughter. 7 years ago she gave birth to her. It was a tough battle. She had a CS in order to successfully give birth to her little pumpkin. Cancel the appointment with the CEO of Luther Corporation. Drive to the airport, she calmly instructed her assistant. Avi didn't argue. Her boss wasn't a reckless person. If she canceled the meeting, then there was a reason. Kathleen grunted an inaudible reply to her father's question. A reply which could possibly pass off as a yes or no. She wasn't ready for any conversation, but he was pestering her. Dad, everything is under control. I can't come back to California at the moment. She swirled on her swivel chair. At that, her father yelled at the end of the line. She moved the phone away from her ear and then placed it close. Again. Speak calmly, father. She wanted to end this conversation. Henry. Don't worry, I'll see him after a week. There is nothing to worry about. She hung up. She couldn't be bothered to continue the conversation. What was wrong with her father? He wasn't one to pester someone in this manner. She pressed a button and her assistant promptly came into her office. Check what's up with my father. Is there anything wrong with him? She was suspicious. Why was he pestering her to come visit him? She stood up and walked to the window, her hands placed back. Hurry and get me a reply, she instructed. Yes, madam. Her assistant bowed and left the office. He already knew what was wrong. But how could he divulge anything when her father was in his home? He went back to her office after an hour. Madam, nothing is wrong with the president, he bowed. Nothing, Kathleen repeated with an arched brow. She studied his expression. I hope there is nothing you are hiding from me. You may leave, she gestured him towards the door. How could there be nothing wrong with her father? Well, it wasn't as if it's a big deal. He didn't fully step into his apartment when a hand in the dark grabbed him and pushed him against the wall. He didn't refute. He knew it was futile. It was late at night and he just got back from work. But he couldn't complain, he needed it too. I want you. A manly voice sounded close to his ears. Within few minutes he was naked. Wait, President, the madam is beginning to get suspicious, he calmly reported. Of what? The voice was impatient. Forget about Kathleen, I want to fuck you. And yes, remove your facade, it's making me feel like I'm a gay, the voice ordered. He obeyed and tugged at his jaw, pulling off his face mask. He turned his face, revealing a feminine face. That was right. He was a female. Kathleen's father impatiently pushed her on the couch, earning a yelp from her. He was already naked. He needed to fuck her wet cunt. He needed to empty his load so bad. With one swift move he was inside her. Aya. Alexander. Just like that. Rita moaned in pleasure. Their lewd grunts and moans filled the room. Alexander pounded into her with reckless abandon. He spread her legs wider and positioned himself at a better angle. He rubbed himself at her entrance. She moaned in pleasure. Feels so good, Rita moaned. The pleasure was on another level. Fucking her employer's father wasn't a bad thing to her. It wasn't as if his wife was alive. Rita wasn't to be bothered about any repercussions. Alexander wouldn't allow anything happen to her. They were currently on her bed in her bedroom. The lights were turned off as she lay satisfied on his chest. Their little affair started long way back, since she was employed. She always donned a disguise to look like a man. She had her reasons though. A good reason. Sigh. She turned to get a comfortable position and drifted to a dreamless sleep. Henry squeezed his face as he recoiled in disgust. Are you actually avoiding your own fiancé? You have been engaged for years now. Do you want the business to dwindle? You brat! His father shouted at him. He was confused at his train of thoughts. He was annoyed at this unfilial son of his. It was his reckless attitude that made them send him away to live independently. Couldn't he be more wiser and help the family's business? Would he be satisfied if their conglomerate went bankrupt? He clutched his chest in anguish. Father, what's wrong? Henry went close to him in concern. Get away from me. Better do the right thing. Else, the news of my death will be what you receive. Parker stared at his son. Stupid and yet capable, he muttered under his breath. Henry didn't want to remain there any longer. He stomped out of the villa and sped off to his residence. Was there any need to be so harsh in him? A voice sounded behind Parker. Without turning, he knew it was his wife. Sigh. That's the only option. You know how obstinate your son can be. Parker knew one trait he and his son had in common was stubbornness. Matilda moved closer to her husband and patted his back. Don't worry much, they are already engaged, she consoled. But their relationship would be further strengthened with marriage, Parker argued. It's fine, she smiled. But Parker opened his mouth to refute. No buts, she shushed him. Quinn stepped into her villa at the island she recently bought. It was a private island with a beautiful scenery. The mountains encircling it made look more natural. Imelda, we are home, Quinn smiled at her daughter, who was obviously mesmerized by the beauty around her. Is this our home? Yeely. Imelda jumped up and down in excitement. For now, we will be staying here, my love, Quinn ruffled her daughter's hair fondly. Her daughter ran into the beautiful villa without waiting for her mother's lead. Quinn chuckled at her daughter's excitement. How could she be so cute? However, each time she looked at her daughter, she was reminded of her father, Henry. How was he? Was he fine? She sighed. The similarities between her daughter and Henry couldn't be denied. Whatever. A sudden call interrupted her train of thoughts. She glanced at the caller ID and smiled. Hey, Steven. Yeah, we are in my villa. Yeah, California. Of course she misses you. At this she chuckled. You are already here. She whirled around in surprise, and there standing truly was Steven. When did you get here? She questioned, surprised. Just now. Steven took quick strides towards her and enveloped her in a warm hug. Daddy. Imelda squealed excitedly. My baby. He opened his arms wide and Imelda jumped into his embrace. I missed you, Daddy. Imelda giggled as she buried her head in the crook of his neck. Daddy missed you too, Steven patted her head. Quinn watched them with a sad expression on her face. How good would it have all been if the person carrying Imelda was Henry? She shook her head. What was she thinking? When are you returning? She knew Steven wouldn't leave his work for her. There was no reason to. At twilight, he responded, without looking at her. All right then, keep her company. I have to take a look at my new company. She grabbed her car keys from the table and left the villa. Her assistant was dutifully waiting for her outside. To the company, she got into the car. She wore her sunshade and wore a stern look. Yes, President. Avi closed the door, got into the driver's seat and zoomed off. Quinn's requirements for an assistant was for the person, preferably a female, to be skilled in driving. She wanted her assistant to be her driver at the same time. Avi fulfilled all requirements. She was very competent at her job. Quinn walked into the company with an air of elegance suited to a CEO. She was satisfied by its appearance. At that moment, a staff walked up to her and asked her with a derogatory attitude, "Do you have an appointment with the manager?" The lady asked, scrutinizing Quinn's outfit. She sneered. Because Quinn wasn't dressed in a limited edition clothes, nor was she expensively dressed. How was she to know that everything on Quinn, from her dress, her jewelry, down to her underwear, were all single pieces? There was only of each in the whole world. Does she need an appointment to visit her own company? Avi sneered, taking a mental note to fire the lady in front of them. The lady's face alternated from green to red. Her eyes widened as she stared open-mouthed at Quinn. President, I'm sorry. I had no idea. She quickly bowed in fear. They were told their CEO was going to visit the company on that day. But she wasn't to be blamed, was she? The lady in front of her was younger than her, in fact. And she was expecting a male with a domineering presence. Quinn's next words, however, made her kneel. Fire her. Quinn couldn't let that kind of employee remain at her company. I'm sorry, President, forgive me. It was a mistake, she begged anxiously. The other employees stared without pity. She deserved it. Quinn couldn't be bothered to stand there. Gather the senior staffs of this company. We have a meeting in 10-inch. Quinn took the route to the CEO's elevator. The lady continued kneeling on the ground, filled with regret. She was doomed, so doomed. This little saga dispelled every doubts the other employees had towards their boss. She was capable and, yes, domineering. Henry twirled around on the swivel chair in his office. He was frustrated. Why was his father giving him troubles? He had been thinking of a way to dispel the engagement between he and Kathleen. However, he couldn't come with a suitable plan. It wasn't an easy feat at all. His ringtone sounded at that moment. Who the fuck is calling me? He groaned as he glanced at the caller ID. Jake. Yes, me. Jake's voice sounded right outside the door. The heck, man? Henry clutched his chest dramatically. Jake had a weird habit of calling someone when he was close to the person. In fact, if he was already here, then what was the use of calling? Sorry, couldn't help it. Jake shrugged and plopped himself on the chair opposite Henry's. Why are you here? Henry asked with an uninterested look plastered on his face. Recently, Jake always showed up at his office unannounced. When asked why, he always claimed it was because he missed him. I missed. Jake began. Me. I know, but can't you just stay back at your cafe? Henry wasn't in the mood to engage in irrelevant chit-chats. He needed to figure out a way to stop the marriage between him and Kathleen from happening. That hurts, ouch. Jake rolled his eyes dramatically. That's your business. Henry turned his attention to the documents on his table. He needed to sort them out. And yes, there was this offer he needed to see to. Is there anything wrong with you? Jake could sense there was something wrong with his friend. You just noticed? Of course there is something wrong with me. Henry massaged his temple gently. Let me guess, you had a quarrel with your father over marriage again? Jake said knowingly. Henry nodded in affirmative. He was getting of everything. Why couldn't his father be understanding and let me off for a while? His mother wasn't even helping matters, always supporting her husband's decisions. Weren't mothers supportive of their children? Why was his case different? choosing her husband over her son. This was nothing short of betrayal. Yeah, that was what it was. Why don't you get married to her? I don't see why you shouldn't, Jake advised calmly. Henry raised his head sharply to glare at his friend. Was he actually advising him to get married to Kathleen? For real? Are you for real right now, Jake? Henry glared at his friend. Yeah, it's not as if you can get married to your little lover. You haven't even seen her for the past 8 years. Why don't you just get married to your fiancée? Jake had a nonchalant expression on his face. He couldn't understand Henry's train of thoughts. Why was he delaying his marriage to Kathleen? She was beautiful, and more importantly, she was rich. So why did he keep on delaying? You don't understand, Jake. I can't stop thinking of Quinn. I know it's been years now, but each time I think of her, my heart aches. I can't bring myself to marry Kathleen, Henry said in frustration. He was confused too. It wasn't as if Quinn was going to come back to him, but he didn't want to get married to Kathleen. Couldn't. Henry, is there something wrong with you? Get married to Kathleen and save yourself the trouble. Your father keeps pestering you, so why don't you just man up and do it? It's not as if you are on the losing. And so, Jake was getting irritated. What was so special about Quinn? Wait, a thought suddenly occurred to him. Do you love Quinn? He asked seriously, staring straight into his friend's eyes. Love? I don't think so. I guess I'm just obsessed. I don't get the kind of satisfaction I get from her from Kathleen. Hers is a different matter altogether. Henry ran his hands through his hair. Obsession? I don't think so, man. Jake retorted. It seems you are in love with your ex-maid. He chuckled softly. I said I don't love her. I'm obsessed, fucking obsessed with her fucking body. Henry slammed his hands on the table.
Schillmann.
Why are you getting worked up? I didn't say anything wrong. Jake leaned back casually on his chair. He knew his friend was battling with the truth. How could he accept the fact that he loved his maid? A maid? Having sex was different from love. I'm not, you just don't seem to get it. Henry sighed. Whatever, I have to get going. I have an appointment with a hot chick. With a wink, Jake strolled out at the office. Henry stared at his departing figure and sighed again. He was sure getting it rough. Love? He wasn't sure that was he felt for Quinn. Or was it? No, of course not. It sounded ridiculous. And as much as they had sex, he didn't love her. But yeah, he loved fucking her. He missed her, he fucking did. He missed her moans as he thrusted deep into her. Her misty eyes, her screams when she climaxed. He missed the way she took him into her sexy mouth and sucked him just the way he loved it. He fucking missed every fucking thing about her. For the past 8 years he had tried looking for her, but to
no val.
It seemed she disappeared into thin air. He glanced at his hard member. The thinking about her alone gave him a hard-on. He was pathetic, so pathetic. Was she even thinking about him the way he did? Or did she find another sex partner? He winced. He didn't imagine her under another man, moaning in pleasure as he pounded into her. She was his and his alone. No other person could fuck her except him. He remembered Jake's words about loving her and laughed it off. However, he was sure if he was given an opportunity to marry her, he would. For no reason than just so he could get to fuck her every day. He stood up and walked into the bathroom. He had to relieve his desires. How could thinking about her alone arouse him? Fuck, what have you done to me, Quinn? He wanted to be inside her once more. It was a bright morning, and Quinn decided a jog wouldn't be a bad idea. She stretched her limbs slowly as she stood up from her bed. Wait, she had a business meeting with the CEO of the corporation she was to sign a deal with. In order to become powerful, partnership with big companies wasn't a bad idea. It seems my morning jog has to be cancelled for now. She smiled. Her mind wandered to her daughter. Why hasn't she come to greet her? It was so unusual for Imelda not to pester her. What was wrong with her little pumpkin? She breezed out of the room and headed straight to her daughter's bedroom. Without knocking, she pushed the door open. Emil. Her words stuck in her throat when she saw her daughter. She was crumpled up on the bed. As she lay shivering, Imelda! She screamed as she rushed straight to the bed, her heart beating faster than normal. She placed her hand on her daughter's forehead. Shit, baby! She shook her daughter gently. Imelda was unconscious, and Quinn frantically went in search of her cell phone. Dialing a number, she placed it close to her ears. Prepare the car, my daughter is unconscious. It's an emergency. She anxiously screamed. In less than 5 minutes, Avi rushed into the room. They hurried to Imelda's room with the speed of light. Scooping her up, Quinn hurried downstairs. She was panicking. President, calm down, she will be fine, Avi assured. She hurriedly opened the car door and Quinn sat on the passenger's seat, placing Imelda on her lap. Drive, she said in a cracked voice. Yes, President. Avi started the car and zoomed off to Visco Hospital. It was the best hospital in California with competent doctors. Equals. Quinn stared at her daughter with complex emotions. How was it possible? Sickle cell anemia? She was very healthy, so how? Henry. A single thought crossed her mind. Imelda lay on the bed with a pale expression. Her heart wrenched in pain. Her daughter was suffering. If not for her sudden temperature, Quinn would have been in the dark. The door opened at that moment, and someone came in. Without turning, Quinn knew it was Stephen. She sighed and sat on the chair beside Imelda's bed. What's wrong? Stephen queried with a worried look plastered on his face. Quinn bent her head without responding. Her action alarmed Stephen. He walked to her and patted her shoulders. At this moment, Quinn released the tears she was holding back. She was diagnosed with sickle cell anemia. She choked out with heaving chest. What? How is that possible? This is bad. Stephen asked her rhetorically. He pulled her up and enveloped her in a warm hug. She needed all the consolation she could get. It's okay, I'm here for you. Stephen patted her back gently. Quinn cried her eyes out. She couldn't bear to see anything happen to her precious daughter. She was all she got. Stephen hugged her as different thoughts crossed his mind. He always felt something when he was close to Quinn. She struck a chord in him that no one has ever did. He always tried not to show it in his actions. How could he? Quinn was an independent woman with a domineering attitude. This was the first time he ever saw her break down. Her daughter was the only person capable of making her frantic. How could he tell her? A woman with a scar? Quinn wasn't one to love. He has already seen it from their interactions. Seemed he had to be patient, then maybe he could win her heart. In order not to traumatize her daughter, he decided to act as her father. He thought it would be an opportunity to woo Quinn. His first attempt failed. It wasn't a direct conversation. He jokingly asked if she fancied him and would like to be his. She declined. His crush and admiration for her was getting stronger each day. He couldn't help it. He had come to love Imelda, and he hated the jerk who made Quinn pass through pain. Henry, was it? What a fool. How could he let go of such an intelligent woman? Maybe it was because at that time she was a maid. One who could be used and dumped at whim. Fool, he scoffed again. How could he have known that Quinn was the heiress of the powerful Stones family in Washington, D.C.? Their connections were vast and no one could go against them. It was actually one of the reasons he wanted to get close to her, get married to her. He needed to build his connections. President, it seems Miss Quinn was spotted at a hospital earlier today. Henry's personal assistant reported with a slight bow. What? Are you sure of it? Henry stood up at once. He rushed out of the office. He had to see her again. His assistant followed behind, almost gliding in an attempt to keep up with his boss's steps. While in the car, many thoughts flashed across his mind. How was she? Was she more voluptuous than before? Those slender legs. He shook his head, trying to change his train of thoughts. President, we are here. Henry stared at the hospital in front of him without stepping out. Aren't you getting down, President? His assistant was confused. Why wasn't he getting down? No, let's wait for a while, Henry replied. 15 minutes later, his assistant's voice sounded again. She's coming out. Henry stared at the entrance and truly he saw Quinn, and wasn't that a man walking along with her? Who was he? Henry continued looking in fury as both of them entered the same car and drove off. Did Quinn get married? What a slut, he spat in contempt. Here he was, always thinking about her when in actual fact she had already moved on. So cheap. He sneered as he leaned back on his seat. Drive. Where to, President? His assistant glanced at him through the mirror. The office. Henry felt defeated. It seemed he had to just marry Kathleen and get over his pathetic obsession. Book a flight for me. I have to leave for California today, Kathleen instructed her assistant. With a bow, he left the office to carry out her orders. She massaged the nape of her neck. She so missed her fiancé. What she needed at that moment was a good sex. When last did she get laid? Month. However, she was annoyed at the fact that Henry didn't call her all those while. Doesn't he miss me at all? She wondered. She was annoyed and decided to berate him when she got to California. She fondled her breasts. She really needed to get laid. Fuck. Equals. Kathleen walked into the mansion and was met with silence. Where was Henry? It was late at night and he wasn't home yet? Well, she will wait for him. It's not as if he was missing. She headed to the master's bedroom. She needed to get a bath and get ready for his arrival. No man can resist the moves of a seductress, no? She chuckled and breezed into the bathroom. She was in the bathtub enjoying her bath and didn't hear the sound of Henry's car. Henry was surprised when he got out of the car. The lights were on, signifying the presence of someone. Who was it? His father. No, that wasn't possible. He shook his head. It should be Kathleen. She was the one in possession of his spare key. She was fond of arriving unannounced at his house. However, she was the last person he wanted to see at that moment. He was in a foul mood from what happened earlier that day. How could Quinn do that to him? She was his property, for Pete's sake. He walked into his bedroom and changed into a casual wear. He was tired. After a while, Kathleen walked out of the bathroom. She was pleasantly surprised to see Henry. I was about to call you. You were late. With a sweet smile, she settled herself beside him on the bed. Henry turned without responding. Kathleen narrowed her eyes at his actions. Are you snubbing me right now? Really, Henry? What the hell was wrong with him? If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't break the engagement and she somehow liked him, she would have dispelled the engagement a long time ago. What do you want, Kathleen? As you can see, I'm tired. Henry groaned. Why couldn't she just let him be? Was she sent to pester his life? I want you. I want to fuck you, Henry, she said straightforwardly. She didn't beat around the bush. Was there any need to? Henry glared at her. She wanted to fuck him? Well, he wasn't going to deny her what she wanted. After all, Quinn has moved on. She was probably underneath that man, moaning and screaming in pleasure. To hell with her. He needed to vent his frustration, and fucking Kathleen would be a good opportunity to do that. He had been living like a monk for some time now. He grabbed Kathleen roughly and with a swift move he tore off her clothes. Kathleen grinned in anticipation. She loved it rough and she could feel her core throbbing in excitement. Yes, Henry. Fuck me all you want. She urged him. She really needed him, and fast too. Don't tell me what to do. I will fuck you all I want. He growled beside her ear. Kathleen's eyes dilated. He was getting her more turned on. Henry watched her reaction and smacked his lips in satisfaction. He suddenly imagined her as Quinn. Why was he still thinking about her? She was a cheap slut, but he couldn't deny the fact that he still wanted her. When he saw her with that man earlier, his heart clenched in pain. Was he her boyfriend or husband? Whatever. He turned his attention to Kathleen, who was looking at him with misty eyes. Widen your legs, he instructed. I want it from the back, Henry, Kathleen said. That was her favorite position. Because she was aroused, her voice sounded like a moan. His member rose to attention. However, it wasn't because of her. It was because he was thinking of her as Quinn. Why was he affected by her so much? Damn it. He swiftly slammed into her honey pot. He wasn't going to do as she asked. He called the shots. Yeah, baby. Just like that. Kathleen moaned loudly. How long had it been since she got fucked in that manner? For so long. Her thoughts turned to shambles when he started slamming hard into her core. Fuck Henry. Yeah. Fuck me hard. She knew she was sounding like a slut at that moment, but did it matter? He was fiancé and she was his fiancée. Do you like it, Quinn? Tell me you like it. In his state of excitement, he let the words slip out of his mouth. At the mention of Quinn, Kathleen's expression changed. Did his life revolve around that slut? He was fucking her and thinking about her? Oh. Her mood was dampened and she lay there like a log of wood as Henry continued fucking her. He emptied his load after a while and pulled out of her. That was good, Quinn. I fucking love your fucking cunt. Henry squeezed her breasts lightly. Getting no response, he turned his gaze towards her face and widened his eyes. What did he just say? Let me take a bath. He went to the bathroom with hurried steps. He couldn't allow her throw a tantrum. He needed his peace. Kathleen sat up on the bed and pulled the sheets over her naked body. She was going to wait for him to come out. Was he joking with her? She wasn't that stupid. It's either he gave her an explanation today or she will let hell loose. Henry came out of the bathroom with only a towel tied around his waist. Kathleen roamed her eyes over his well-toned and well-built body in appreciation. But she wasn't going to let that distract her. Do you mind to explain what just happened? A calm look was plastered on her face, but Henry knew it was all a facade. Was that slut back? Couldn't she even take a bath before confronting him? Henry shrugged and plopped himself on the bed. Don't you dare ignore me, Henry. Kathleen was really angry this time. I've been putting up with your stupid behavior for some time now. What do you take me for? Her eyes were getting red. She was trying to hold back her tears. Continue putting up with it then. Henry shrugged. What? What did you say? Kathleen fumed. Was that what he was going to tell her? This fool. I said what you heard. And I don't think you have hearing issues, Kathleen. Henry murmured quietly. Really? You are a bastard, Henry. A big one at that. Fucking me and thinking about your little slut. Tears cascaded her cheeks rapidly. She felt cheap. How couldn't she compare to Quinn in his eyes? She was rich. She could offer him all he wanted. Then? Hey, I want to rest. I fucked you as you wished. So can I sleep now? Henry switched off the lights and closed his eyes. You know what? You are just so obsessed with that whore. Sleep all you want. I will be heading to the guest room. She couldn't spend one more minute beside him. He was driving her crazy. Immediately the door shut close. Henry opened his eyes and smiled. At least he can finally have some peace. The next morning dawned bright and clear. Quinn woke up beside her daughter's hospital bed. Imelda had been responding to treatment, making her mother ease up a little. She was going to be discharged today, in fact. Sensing her mother's movement, Imelda opened her eyes. Good morning, my love. Did you sleep well? Quinn smiled at her daughter. Good morning, Mom. I slept well. I also dreamt about you. Imelda smiled back at her mother. For the past few days she could see that her mother was sad, and she knew it was all because of her. So she tried her best to always wear a bright smile. Though she was in pain, she didn't want to increase her beautiful mother's worries. Am I really getting discharged today? Imelda asked hopefully. She couldn't wait to leave the hospital. Quinn couldn't help but laugh at her daughter's excitement. Did she really want to leave the hospital so bad? Of course, sweetheart. You are getting discharged today. Quinn ruffled her daughter's hair dotingly. Hooray! Imelda jumped up and down the bed excitedly. Seeing this, Quinn chuckled. This little pumpkin. The doctor came in at that moment. Seeing the mother-daughter duo, he smiled. He checked her pulse and pronounced her okay. Miss Quinn, remember what I told you. I must, however, commend your daughter. She's a brave kid, with a strong determination to live. He left the ward. Quinn hugged her daughter with teary eyes. She couldn't allow anything to happen to her. She was her life. She was her strongest motivation to keep living. Imelda could feel her mother's emotions from the hug. She was a smart kid. Mom, don't worry, nothing will happen to me. I promise. She held up her pinky to make a promise. Quinn hooked hers with her daughter's. Of course I know. Let's wait for your father. He will be here soon. Quinn chuckled. Imelda turned to carry her iPad and soon, she was immersed in the game she was playing. Oh. Stephen arrived after a while and Imelda was discharged. On their way to the car, he received a call. His expression changed after he hung up. Quinn looked at him. An emergency? She asked. Yes, I'm sorry. He was sad at not being able to accompany them home. It's fine. Go ahead. She smiled to assure him she wasn't offended in the least. I have to leave right now. You can drive in my car. I will meet you at home. Stephen hugged both of them and hurried off. Let's go, baby girl. Holding her daughter's hand, they headed towards the car. Kathleen's personal assistant was about to head into the hospital when he whirled around. He was sure he just saw someone who looked like Quinn. Was he hallucinating? He looked again and truly the person about to enter her car was Quinn. What was she doing here in California? And with a child too? He pulled out his phone at that spot. He needed to inform Kathleen. He was initially here for a medical test as he wasn't feeling so well. And then he discovered this. After a few rings, Kathleen picked up the phone. President, I think I just saw Quinn. She just left the hospital. And with a child too. He reported. At the other end of the line, Kathleen was silent as she narrowed her eyes. A boy or a girl? She inquired. Was that slut really back? The assistant was confused when she heard the question. But he soon understood and immediately answered. A girl, President. Got it. Hurry up with the test and come over to Henry's place. He isn't around, so you don't have to be cautious. Kathleen ordered in a calm voice. I understand, President. Out of habit. He bowed even though Kathleen wasn't there with him. Oh. Back at Henry's house, Kathleen slowly put down the phone. She was doubly annoyed this time. Didn't she pay Quinn a huge amount of money to prevent her from coming back to California? Wait. What if Henry already met with her? And her assistant mentioned her leaving the hospital with her daughter. Is it possible? No, it wasn't possible. Considering Quinn's personality, if the child was truly Henry's own, she would have damned the consequences and came back a long time ago. Aya! She groaned in frustration. Both of them were seriously driving her crazy. Her tummy rumbled a little. She was hungry. She headed to the kitchen to whip up something for herself. She wasn't going to starve herself because of a slut. She was going to eat first, and then await her assistant's arrival. He needed to conduct some investigations. Fuck you, Henry. And yeah, fuck you, bitch. Nothing but a seductress. Henry was in a good mood as he sat in his office. He was about to clinch an important business deal with the CEO of the Stones Corporation. It was a deal that was important to both of them. Trying to know more about his future partner, he tried to conduct some investigations, but the news about her wasn't enough. Just few bits. He admired the CEO as he read the little news about her. In the business world, men ruled, and it was hard for a lady to survive and even raise a whole corporation to great heights. He was impressed by her feats. They were both going to meet tomorrow to finalize the deal, and he looked forward to their meeting. Tomorrow. Equals 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 equals. It was nighttime and Henry drove into the garage of the mansion. He parked his car inside when he saw the lights on again. He just prayed Kathleen wouldn't pester him that night. He wasn't ready for any tantrum. Before he left for the office that morning, they had a lengthy quarrel. How was he going to get married to such a nagging lady? But deep down he knew it was mainly because of Quinn. Kathleen wasn't a nagging lady, she was gentle and yet domineering at the same time. How could a normal lady control and direct the activities of a whole conglomerate? No way. He headed into the living room half expecting to see Kathleen waiting for him. But he was surprised when on the dining table different dishes were spread. Did she make all this? He was actually hungry and needed to eat. He strolled over to the dining table and sat down appreciatively. This alone was a good sign. At least there was hope that she wouldn't throw a tantrum today. Kathleen came downstairs when she heard him open the door to the living room. "Hey sweetheart, welcome." She smiled as she sat opposite him, munching on his Scotch egg. He nodded at her greeting. Kathleen waited for him to finish eating. She wasn't going to let him off today. She didn't actually make the dishes herself. Her assistant did. There was no way she was going to stress herself making such a spread. However, she wondered how a guy could cook so well. She didn't dwell much on. It wasn't anything out of the ordinary. Oh. Henry was done eating in no time. Kathleen cleared the table, and while he headed to the bathroom to take a bath, she waited in the living room for some time. When she decided it was time, she went upstairs to join him in the bedroom. "I saw Quinn today," she calmly said, staring intently at his reaction. Henry didn't give any reaction, although his heart was racing. How did she see her? This was bad. And so, Henry raised his head to look at her. He knew she was baiting him. Unfortunately for her, she wasn't going to get any positive results. "Have you been seeing her behind my back? Tell me, Henry." She had to go all out from the start. She couldn't allow this jerk to continue playing with her feelings. "What are you talking about? If I have, how is that your business?" Henry frowned. "Henry, I'm your fucking fiancé, for God's sake. How dare you ask me such a useless question?" Kathleen screamed angrily. "And so? I don't get the point you are trying to make, Kathleen." Henry was getting irritated. Did she see him with Quinn? If not, why was she getting worked up? Kathleen breezed out of the room and returned with a sharp knife. "It's either you tell me the truth or I stab myself." Kathleen chose to threaten him. She wanted to test if loved her at all. Henry looked at her in amusement. Was she trying to threaten him? He saw through what she was trying to do. He wasn't even bothered by her threat one bit. "Is that so? Go ahead, that would be a heroic act, I must say." Henry shrugged nonchalantly. Kathleen widened her eyes. Was he for real? Did he actually ask her to go ahead? "You are a jerk." She raised her hand to slap him. "Are you out of your mind?" Henry held her hand. Let go right now." Kathleen snarled. "And if I don't?" Henry questioned. "Don't dare me." Kathleen looked straight into his eyes. Henry could see she was truly annoyed this time. He pushed her back. Due to the force of it, she fell on the floor. "Do what you want, Kathleen, I don't care. It's not as if you ever cared about my decisions. 8 years ago you sent her away. Why are questioning me now?" He fumed. Kathleen bowed her head angrily without saying a word. She felt like hitting someone. She had to let out her anger. You know what? I'm going to cool off my head. Enjoy your night. He turned to leave. Don't you dare walk out on me, Henry, Kathleen said sharply. Are you going to stop me? With a smirk, Henry left the room. Kathleen banged her hands on the floor in annoyance. Did he just walk out on her? Quinn. She was the cause of all these. Kathleen was quite sure if Quinn wasn't in the picture, then Henry would be all hers. She was getting tired of the whole drama. Why couldn't Henry let go of Quinn? A lowly maid? Here she was, a CEO of a whole conglomerate. She was beautiful, smart, and of course she was sociable. And yet, Henry ignored all these and went for a maid? What could Quinn offer him? Oh, how could she forget? Quinn was a cheap slut. Nothing but a seductress. She offered him her body, of course, allowing Henry to fuck her without inhibitions. God help her. If she dare find out both of them were still having an affair, she was going to end her for. She gave her tons of money. Couldn't she just leave her fiancé alone? As for Henry, she was going to teach him a little lesson. He chose Quinn over her, right? She was going to show him what she was capable of. Meeting her once again. Henry drove to Jake's residence in a fit of anger. When did Kathleen become so stupid? He just felt like strangling her just now. Jake was in his living room watching movies. Henry always wondered what sort of weirdo Jake was. How could a sane grown-up man choose cartoon movies as his best type of movie? Weirdo. Jake was surprised to see Henry at his house. Why was he here? Hey man, what brings you to my humble abode? At this time too? Jake questioned curiously. Henry sat down on a sofa and hissed. He was currently annoyed with everyone and everything. Jake stood up to get a bottle of wine. He knew Henry at that moment needed something to cheer him. He was back in no time. He filled the 2 glasses and handed one to Henry. Henry accepted and gulped it down. So what brings you here? Jake cleared his throat and asked. It was odd for Henry to visit him during the day. And here he was, seated in his house in the night? It was very unusual. It's Kathleen. Henry spoke slowly. What about her? Jake adjusted his position and fixed a stare on his friend. She said she saw Quinn today. She's trying to know if I have been seeing Quinn behind her back. Henry leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes. Wow. Is Quinn really in town? Jake asked, smiling. She is. And it's none of my fucking business. Henry replied with some heat. Jake was confused. What was angry about? Was there something Henry wasn't telling him? What is the problem? You don't sound. Jake frowned. Henry sighed and explained everything to his friend. But... Jake paused. But what? Henry asked with a slight frown. What if the guy is just her friend? You can't just assume without finding out facts first, Henry. Jake sipped on his glass of wine. Henry thought long and hard after Jake's words. His argument sounded reasonable. What if he just misunderstood everything? But what if my assumptions are correct? Henry arched his brow. Then, I don't know what you should do except leave her alone. She has a life to live. Jake stated the obvious. Congratulations, Jake. You just succeeded in annoying me the more. Henry stood up and headed towards the bedroom. Are you gonna sleep in my room? Jake shouted after him. Where else? Henry shouted back. This jerk. Jake thought inwardly. Now he wouldn't be able to sleep well at all. Equals 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 equals. Aren't you going to the office today? Jake smacked Henry roughly on the shoulders. Henry groaned and placed the pillow on his head. Go to work. Leave me alone. Henry whined in a muffled voice. Jake couldn't be bothered to continue talking. He was after all the CEO of the corporation. Since he wasn't prepared, it meant there wasn't much work waiting for him at the office. He strolled leisurely into his bathroom, took a long bath and came out again. I'm off, you can cook if you are hungry. As he made to leave, Henry sat up. You don't expect me to cook, do you? Henry asked, rolling his eyes. No, but I expect you to starve. Voila! Jake winked and left the room. Idiot! He murmured and stood up tiredly. However, he needed to get to the office. Immediately Henry stepped out of his private elevator. His assistant rushed towards him. We have to get to the hotel in 20 minutes' time. Raven reported. Prepare the car. He turned towards the entrance. He was actually looking forward to meeting with Theo Quinn. Oddly enough, she had the same name with his ex-mate and sex-mate. However, it didn't cross his mind that they were the same person. They got to the hotel in no time, and the manager came down to lead them to the VIP room. Welcome, sir. This way, please. The other guests are already waiting. He bowed with a smile. Henry nodded and followed him into the room. The lady in front of him was wearing sunshades. Who wears sunshade indoors? But he had the strange feeling that she was familiar. Have they met before? Good day. I'm sorry for the... Quinn. Henry stared at the lady in front of him with widened eyes. What was she doing here? Wait. He would be a fool if he couldn't understand what was going on. The Stones Corporation's CEO had the same name with his maid, and here was his maid seated right in front of him. Are you the CEO? He asked in a state of disbelief. What actually happened in the span of 8 years? How did she become the CEO of the powerful Stones Corporation? Quinn on her part stared at Henry, trying to force back her tears. Shut up, girl. How can you cry for such a useless man? She berated herself. 8 years ago, she half expected Henry to come looking for her. But he didn't. Maybe he even connived with his fiancée to send her away, and she just did the work on his behalf. She was, after all, a maid and held no worth in their eyes. Now she was no longer the Quinn from the past. She was no longer the Quinn that allowed Henry fuck her at whim. She was a new Quinn, the heiress of a powerful empire. She could end his life with just a word, but she decided to become CEO of a small part of the family's business. With a calm demeanor, she met his gaze. I don't think we have met each other before, have we? She asked with a sharp glint in her eyes. Towards this man, she wasn't going to show any bit of emotion. Henry opened his mouth to speak but closed it back. Since she said she didn't know him, then he sat professionally in front of her, and they began with the business discussion. It was soon finalized on both ends. Equals 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 equals. Henry sat distractedly in his car thinking, but no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't manage to figure out how she became the CEO. But what about the man he saw with her at the hospital? I can't let you go. Henry continued waiting for Quinn. He wanted to know her residence and, if possible, know her relationship with that man. He waited for 20 minutes, but she didn't come out. He stepped out of the car and headed to the VIP room. Without knocking, he breezed into the room, startling Quinn. She was waiting for Stephen when he came in. Why was he back? Why are you back, Mr. Henry? Quinn asked, looking at him without emotion. Though she maintained a calm expression, her mind was a mess. Throughout their discussion earlier on, she tried hard not to look at him. In a span of 8 years he had gotten more good-looking and manly. And why are you still here? He questioned, looking at the beautiful and sophisticated version of his ex-maid. She had always been beautiful, of course, but it seemed she had gotten more beautiful over the years. His eyes traveled down to her breasts, and he wondered how they would feel in his hands again. She stood up and walked over to him. Mr. Henry, my actions has nothing to do with you. I believe we have no relationship. She spat coldly. Henry felt his heart clench in pain, and he winced. He stared at her lips and felt the sudden urge to ravage them. His thoughts went wild. Quinn wanted to leave when he dragged her and pinned her to the wall. Caught off guard, she tried to disentangle herself. What are you doing, Mr. Henry? I could sue you for harassment. She hissed. What did he think he was doing? Did he forget she wasn't the same Quinn he knew? Sue me then. And stop calling me Mr. Henry. Each time she called him that, he could sense the distance in her voice. It was as if she was trying to shut him off. Did he give her permission to do that? He didn't care if she was the CEO of any corporation. All he wanted was her. Fuck. He was hard already. Let me go. He bent his head and captured her lips. She was shocked for a moment and began hitting him. This jerk. Henry kissed her as if his life depended on it. He relished the feeling of finally kissing her again. It's been so long. As his hands made its way to her breasts, she pushed him back violently and gave him a hot slap. How dare you, Mr. Henry? Are you out of your mind? Quinn questioned angrily. What did he take her for? Whatever happened between them was in the past. They could never be the same as then. Not in this lifetime. Quinn, you are hurting me. Come back to me. I can see you want me too. I can't let you go. Henry coaxed arrogantly. He was confident in the fact that he always seduced her in the past. This time wouldn't be any different, he was sure. However, he was surprised when she slapped him again. This time with more force than the first. First of all, it's Mrs. Quinn to you. Secondly, didn't you ever dare to initiate any form of physical contact with me? If you want to risk nullifying this deal, you are welcome to try, she said heatedly. She was going to put him in his place. And yes, his fiancée. Mrs.? Are you joking right now? Henry wanted to laugh it off as a joke. When did she get married? She was trying to scare him off? In case you didn't understand what I said, I will repeat myself. I am married. Steer clear from a married woman, Quinn said and moved out of the room. She couldn't spend one more minute with this fool. She was going to get angered to death. However, once she was out of his sight, she patted her racing heart. Do not tell Stephen what happened just now. She turned to instruct Avi with a stern expression. Avi nodded, but she had intended to inform Stephen. He told her to always report to him about her daily activities, especially her relations with the opposite gender. They got into the car and drove off. Quinn couldn't help but think about the kiss. She couldn't deny she kinda liked it, but limits were limits. He had a wife, she was sure both of them already got married. Worse still, she couldn't risk him finding out about her daughter. Imelda was already comfortable without his presence in her life. Stephen was doing a good job, pretending to be her father. Everything was balanced and she couldn't risk spoiling the little peace they had. If Henry finds out about their daughter, he may decide to claim ownership on her and take her away. This could endanger Imelda's life. After all, Kathleen sent her away the first time. What if she decided to kill her precious daughter? She shivered at the thought. Her daughter was her everything. Avi stared at her boss's facial expression through the mirror and sighed inwardly. She could tell that Quinn had feelings for the man earlier, but she couldn't accept it. She could understand that her madam was battling with her feelings. Quinn was lost in her thoughts as she stared through the window. What if Henry and Stephen met one day? One was the real father of her child and her ex-boss, and the other was the foster dad of her child and her admirer. What was she going to do? If they clashed? She just lied to Henry that she was married. She had to make it look real. She needed to ask Stephen for help. Equals 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 equals. Mary. Mary. The words hit Henry like a bomb. How could it be? She was his. How could she have gotten married? Did she forget about him so soon? Or was he so easily discarded? He bent his head as his mind were filled with different thoughts. Has the so-called husband made love to her? Damn it. He banged his fists furiously on the table. The thoughts of another man fucking his property almost made him go insane. Yes, she was his property, and he was going to get her back. A bout of steamy sex. Golden Wings Villa. In a beautifully furnished living room, a middle-aged man sat with a soft expression. Opposite him was Kathleen's assistant. He was Alexander, Kathleen's father. You didn't want to come in the first place? Are you going against my orders now? Alexander watched as she bowed bashfully. It's not like that, Alex. Your daughter has been stressing me out lately. I barely have enough time for myself, Rita said. Take a leave and come stay with me for a week. You don't expect me to hold back my desires, do you? Alexander dragged her into the bedroom. She didn't resist but followed him obediently. She hadn't wanted to come, but Alexander coaxed her. There was no way she could refuse. And so here she was in his villa. She only prayed he wouldn't tire her out. She needed to get to work early tomorrow morning. Within minutes, they were both naked and moaning in the sheets. Rita always wondered how someone like Alexander could have such a stamina. He could fuck her from morning till night if he was allowed to, she was sure. He continued thrusting into her again and again till she couldn't hold back her loud moans. Yeah, Alex. You, she moaned loudly. After he emptied his load into her, she pushed him back and climbed onto his body. Allow me to satisfy you, Alex. She smiled. Lowering her honey pot onto his already hard member, she started riding him, slowly at first and then in
Fast motions.
Alexander grunted in pleasure.
Fai grito.
Ah. He held her butt and guided her as she continued riding him. Rita was on cloud nine. If it weren't for the fact that she feared Kathleen's reaction, she would have proposed marriage to him long ago. If for nothing else but for the good sex alone. Kathleen drove to her father's villa as she hummed a tune. That father of hers. Was he still angry at her because she didn't visit him when he asked her to? But she was here now, so what difference was there? It has been a while since she last saw him. How was he now? She would soon find out. She chuckled to herself as she thought about her relationship with her father. When she was younger, her relationship with her father was a sweet one. They were so close. He loved her so much and almost spoilt her silly. However, as she grew up, the relationship between them became one of mutual benefits. They weren't so close anymore and their interaction was a formal one. But she couldn't deny the fact that he was her father, and she couldn't be an unfilial daughter. Though she pretended not to care, deep down she wanted her father to be the same sweet person she knew when she was younger. But she knew that wasn't possible. And her mom died years back. Her family wasn't one of flourishing in love like any typical novella stories. Before her mother died, she had been close to her father. And then all of a sudden things changed. She didn't know at what point, but her father began to distance himself from them for whatsoever. She was sad at the turn of events. But as she grew up, her whole focus was placed on acquiring her father's conglomerate. She became a CEO at the age of 19. It has been 8 years now, making her 27 years old. Her plans were to get married when she wanted. After accumulating enough finances, then her father brought up the issue of an engagement with his friend's son. She tried to decline, but the choice wasn't hers to make. That was how the engagement between her and Henry came to be. But Kathleen knew that if she was left to choose after laying her eyes on Henry, she would have chosen him nevertheless. Henry was a very handsome and smart guy. She had been smitten by him at first sight. She hadn't no need for any further coaxing. She immediately agreed to the engagement. But right from the start, she had noticed that Henry wasn't so interested in her. That was even before Quinn came into the picture. Whatever Quinn contributed in making him completely lose interest in her. But if he didn't want her anymore, the engagement should be called off then. But Kathleen knew the reason why neither of them could call off the engagement. Their footing in the business world would further be strengthened if they got bonded by marriage. Kathleen sped on. She had to stop thinking about Henry, at least for now. When she got to her father's villa, 2 guards stopped her. What is the problem? She frowned. We are sorry, Miss Kathleen, but the chairman instructed us to block off all visitors. He doesn't want to be disturbed. One of the guards bowed and explained. Are you out of your mind? Am I a visitor? You guys must be mad. Get out of my way. She made to push them from her way, but they didn't budge. Miss Kathleen, please don't make things hard for us. They desperately begged. The chairman's daughter was well known for her hot temper. They prayed she understood the fact that they were only following her father's orders. Get out of my way. I want to see my father. If you don't, I will personally fire you. She narrowed her eyes as she threatened. The guards decided to comply. They moved out of the way. Hissing, she stomped into the living room. She wanted to demand explanations from her father. He knew she was the only one that visited him at his villa. Then, seeing he wasn't in the living room, she headed upstairs. He was probably sleeping. But was that a concrete reason for instructing his guards from entering his villa? As she got closer, she started hearing some sounds. Lewd sounds, in fact. Multiple thoughts crossed her mind as she got closer to the door. Closer. 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 She prayed it wasn't what she was thinking. Her father. Was that why? No, she decided to stop thinking the worst about her father. She opened the door slowly and widened her eyes. Rita pushed herself from Alexander's body at the intrusion. Alexander turned in fury at the door. His expression changed when he saw Kathleen. How did she get in? Didn't he instruct the guards not to allow anyone in? He made a mental note to fire them after he was done dealing with his daughter. Kathleen stared in disbelief at her father, who was looking at her without any bit of remorse. Her eyes darted to the lady who was covering herself. Shame was written all over her face. She turned to look at her father. Father, care to explain what is happening here? She asked, folding her arms. Don't you think it's rude to barge into my room, Kathleen? Alexander questioned his daughter angrily. He was so furious he felt like bashing her head on the wall. So rude. Kathleen stared in disbelief at her father. Was he for real? And when has she ever taken permission? Before entering his room? An improvement. He wasn't being remorseful at all but was calling her rude? Who is she? Kathleen pointed at Rita. Although her father was free to do anything he wanted, she was still his daughter, for Pete's sake. Didn't she have a right to know? Not that she was interested in his love life anyways. But she was heartbroken. Did he have to pick a random girl from the streets and fuck her? To be honest, she was very disappointed in her father. Do I have to report my activities to you? She's someone. I hope this reply is enough for you. Alexander snarled at her. Thank you, at least I know she's not an animal. She returned the same attitude he gave sharply. Don't you dare speak to me in that manner, Kathleen. Alexander roared at his daughter. How dare she make a fool of him? I'm sorry, father, she sarcastically apologized, placing emphasis on the father. Alexander didn't continue dragging the matter. He knew it was futile. Rita on her part was feeling uncomfortable. Did Kathleen recognize her? She knew it wasn't possible. She was confident in her disguise. She wanted to leave at that moment. Knowing Kathleen, she may continue dragging the matter for it. Alex, I want to leave.
Rita murmured nervously.
Do you see what you have caused? You have made her uncomfortable. Get out. Alexander barked at her. Wow. To be honest, Dad, I didn't expect this from you. You chose a stranger over your own daughter? I must applaud you for this wonderful decision. Forget about you having a daughter, Kathleen said. Then she turned and left the room. She couldn't believe what just happened. Her father? It wasn't that she was offended by what she saw, her father fucking someone. The only problem was that he was doing exactly the same thing her fiancé did to her. Choosing others to them. She felt rejected, alone and dejected. She got into the car and drove off in fury. She needed to know who that lady was. A little lesson wouldn't hurt, right? She whipped out her phone to call her assistant. She dialed his number, but it was switched off. Whatever, he could conduct the investigations the next day. For now she needed a drink to cool off her head. Equals 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 equals. Rita perched nervously at the edge of the bed. She couldn't make eye contact with Alexander. She felt uncomfortable by what just happened. Hey, she's gone. Wipe off that expression from your face. Alexander tried to hug her, but she evaded his touch. What now? Don't tell me you are scared of her. Alexander frowned. I'm not, but you have worked with her for some years now, Rita. What are you afraid of? Alexander asked, feeling amused. It's different this time around. But don't you feel threatened by her words? She said you should forget about having a daughter. Rita asked with a worried look. She knew Kathleen's temper. She was an obstinate person. And Rita could tell she was more hurt than offended at what happened. I have to take my leave now, Alex. She rose to leave when Alexander dragged her back into the bed. But I'm not fully satisfied. I need more of you, Alexander said, as he pressed her down on the bed. I have work to do tomorrow, Alex. I need to appear in my best state.
Rita protested.
What are scared of? How can she suspect her assistant of having an affair with her father when is a male? Alexander chuckled. Rita breathed deeply. She was still nervous. And even if she knows, what is her business with your personal life? Alexander bit her earlobe gently. Rita moaned at the contact. She needed to stop him before he took things further. You are her father. That gives her every right, Alex.
Rita argued.
All right. You win. Alexander raised his hands in surrender. So, can I go now? Rita asked. Take your bath first, then you may leave. Alexander said after hesitating a bit. Rita sighed in relief. She got up and headed to the bathroom. She was naked, but she wasn't bothered in the least. Alexander made to follow her. When she turned to look at him with a questioning look. Let's bath together, Alexander suggested as he continued walking towards the bathroom. No way.
Rita shouted, startling Alexander.
What is it? Why are you shouting? Alexander was confused. Did he say something wrong? It wasn't as if he hadn't seen her nakedness. She was even naked at that moment. Then what was the problem? If we bath together, there is 100% chance it won't be just taking a bath. So it's either you go first or I go first. Choose. Rita adamantly refused. Here she was, running from having another round of sex, and he wanted to bait her. Seriously? Alexander groaned as he walked back to the bed. That was his plan, and he was exposed just like that. When he heard the sound of the shower, he tiptoed to the door. He tried to open. Shit. It was locked from the inside. With a frown, he returned back to his position. Kathleen was the cause of everything. Why didn't she inform him before coming? Damned girl. Alexander rested for a while after Rita left. He didn't even think about what happened earlier on. Wasn't worth his time. He stood up from the bed and headed behind his walk-in closet. On the wall was a button. He pressed it, and with a rumbling sound, an underground staircase was revealed. He headed down the stairs, and once he stepped down, the last stair closed back up, almost as if nothing happened. Everywhere was white, the walls and lights. He continued walking with determined steps. He finally stopped in front of a glass door. He scanned his thumbprint and the door opened. He stepped into the room and smiled. Hey, guess who is here to see you? Alexander said with a chuckle. The man seated in front of him was bound. He raised his head slowly. His facial appearance was the same with Alexander. The next morning, Kathleen walked into her office spiritedly. Today she was determined to find out the identity of that lady. Good morning, President. Her assistant greeted with a bow. Kathleen acknowledged his greeting with a nod. I called you yesterday. Your number was switched off, Kathleen said. I'm sorry, President. I always switch my phone off at night. He apologized. I need you to do something. She explained everything. As she was explaining, she didn't notice, but her assistant's back broke in cold sweat. Wasn't this a Ridiculous situation. How could she be told to find herself? Ridiculous indeed. All right, President, I will see to it right away. With a bow, he scurried out of the office. He was afraid his facial expression would give him away. Kathleen gave a sigh. She was still hurt about what happened. She decided that if her father didn't apologize, she wasn't going to speak to him either. But she doubted if he would. It wasn't as if the bond between them was strong in the first place. He wouldn't be bothered by her anger. The events that have been unfolding these past few days was giving her headache. There was Henry, then her father of all people. After she discovered the identity of the lady, she was going to teach her a little lesson. There was no way she would let her off. Even though she knew her father was at fault too, she wasn't going to punish her father, was she? The lady was going to suffer for it. A little lesson, just a little. Stephen glanced through the pictures on the table in front of him. So this was the Henry, hun? He felt the reason why Quinn wasn't giving him a chance was because she still had feelings for Henry. He hadn't met the son of a bitch before, but he already hated him. He was stupid. Very stupid. Quinn didn't explain much to him. She only told him he was the father of her child. She also told him he already had a fiancé. So, he assumed the bastard forced himself on her. Fool. He turned to look at the photos again. He had to admit the fool was good-looking. Maybe that's why Quinn doesn't want to take a second look at me. She already met someone better, and didn't want to settle for something less. He shook his head in self-disapproval. However, he wasn't going to let go easily. He was going to fight for his love. He was going to prove to Quinn that he was a better choice than that bastard. According to his investigation, he hadn't gotten married to his fiancée. Who was he waiting for? For 8 whole years? What was the name of his fiancée? Kath something. Yeah, Kathleen. Since she was interested in Henry and he was interested in Quinn, both of them could team up and separate them. The door opened at that moment and Quinn came in. Hey, what a pleasant surprise. He beamed at her. She was back in Washington, D.C. But she would be going back soon enough. He had to make a move before she left. Stephen. Busy. She sat on the chair in front of him with a smile. What brings you to my office? He was honestly surprised. Quinn had never visited him at his office. So, his reaction was understandable. Aren't I welcome? If I'm not, I guess I have to take my leave. Quinn playfully stood up to leave. Of course you are more than welcome. I was just surprised, that's all. Stephen voiced out his mind. Of course you should be. Quinn chuckled. That's by the way though. I'm here for 2 reasons. She adjusted her position on the chair. What reasons? Was she returning to California? 1. I wanted to know your office. 2. I wanted to ask you for a favor. Quinn said in a soft tone. A favor? What favor? He ignored her first statement and jumped to the second one. I want you to pretend to be my husband. Quinn said straightforwardly without beating around the bush. What? I don't understand. Stephen was confused. Wasn't he already pretending to be Imelda's father? Then, pretend to be my husband, please. Quinn begged. She explained everything to him, and at the end of it, a disappointed look crossed his face. Why was it always Henry? He knew the reason he was pretending to be Imelda's father wasn't because of her, but in case she came across Henry. If it were for Imelda's sake, she could lie that her father was dead. There was no need to pretend. So, will you help me? Quinn looked at him expectantly. Although Stephen was unhappy, he agreed to it. This could be a way to get closer to her, closer to his. Of course I will help you. He smiled at her. Ha! Thank goodness. You are simply the best. Quinn said excitedly. Do you have anything doing tonight? Stephen asked after a while. No, why do you ask? Quinn asked confused. I want to take you out for dinner. Just 2 of us. He added hurriedly. Oh? Okay then. Fine by me. She agreed without hesitation. All right, I'll pick you up. Stephen said excitedly. I'm going to get her back. Henry sat in the bar in his mansion. He looked around him and sighed. He had been downing glass after glass of alcohol. How could she? Quinn. Did he even hold any worth in her eyes? She actually left him and got married to that ugly guy? Yes, he was ugly. Even if he wasn't, he couldn't compare to him in terms of looks. But he couldn't accept the fact that Quinn was married. Did she ignore the times they spent together? Their days of pleasure? He had pleasured her many. Maybe she was forced to? Yes, that had to be the case. His Quinn couldn't possibly leave him just like that. But his mind wandered back to the way Quinn behaved at the meeting. She had changed. She even slapped him when he kissed her. Oh, she had truly changed. If it were the Quinn from 8 years ago, she would have succumbed to him after that kiss. But what did the Quinn of the present do? She slapped him. She fucking slapped him. Henry was devastated. In fact, he was going crazy. He whipped out his phone and dialed Jake's number. He needed someone to talk to. Someone he would probably get an advice from. What's up, buddy? Jake's voice sounded over the blaring speakers at the background. He was probably at a club. Come over to my place. Henry said softly. What? I can't hear you. Jake shouted again. I said, fucking come over to my place. Henry shouted over the phone. Is everything all right? I'll be there in 10. Jake shouted and hung up. Henry dropped the phone on the counter and banged his fists on the table. He was a mess. His whole life was. Maybe he shouldn't have seduced his maid in the first place. He caused this problem. Now he was paying for what he had done. He just couldn't seem to get her off his mind. He just get married to Kathleen? The look in Quinn's eyes was one of disgust. How could he stand a chance with her? But even if Quinn agreed to come back to him, what was he going to do? Get married to her? Ha! He scoffed. He knew that would never happen. Even though her status had changed, she couldn't compare to Kathleen. The only family that was more powerful than Kathleen's was the powerful Stones family in Washington, D.C. Even his father had to be respectful to the patriarch of the Stones family. How he wished Quinn came from that family. Maybe, just maybe, he would have gotten married to her without qualms. Did he love her? Of course he didn't. He wanted her body. He wanted to possess her every being. He wanted her exclusively for himself. No woman could satisfy him the way Quinn did. He fucking wanted her so bad the thoughts alone was killing him. It was pathetic, wasn't he? The CEO of a whole corporation, lusting after the body of his ex-maid. Oh, she wasn't a maid anymore. She was now a CEO just like him. Great. Equals 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 equals. Jake rushed into the living room. His eyes darted around. Henry wasn't there. He had rushed down. Here immediately he heard the way Henry sounded over the phone. He sounded like someone whose pride had been wounded. His friend had always been a man of pride. Jake hadn't seen anything capable of shaking him. Except Quinn, of course. Wait, was it Quinn? Jake decided to check the bar. When he got there, he saw Henry seated behind the counter with a dazed look on his face. What was it? Henry raised his head slowly. Quinn is married. She told me herself at the meeting between us. Although he only uttered 2 sentences, it was enough for Jake to realize what was going on. He was of course right. Quinn was the only one capable of shaking his whole being. Are you sure about that? Jake didn't know what to say. But wait, what meeting was his friend talking about? Henry saw the questioning look in his eyes. He clarified everything. At the end of his explanations, Jake stared open-mouthed. He was shocked. How did Quinn become the CEO of the Stones Corporation? What a pleasant surprise. However, he held back his words. He wanted to suggest that his friend let go of his feelings for her. She was after all married. But he said nothing. He knew his friend's pride had been wounded. Henry had always been a man of pride. Since it was obvious Quinn had moved on, Henry could too. Here was Kathleen patiently waiting for him, yet his mind was focused on someone else. Wasn't it ironic? I'm going to find out if she's married. And even if she is, I'm going to get her back, Henry said, resolutely. What? Jake looked at him with a complex look. Are you out of your mind, Henry? She's married. Married? Jake couldn't understand his friend's way of thinking. Was he mad? Out of my mind? I'm not. Quinn was mine to begin with. Did she ask for my permission before getting married? Henry argued stubbornly. You seem to be confused about something. How was Quinn yours? Pardon my vulgar language, but did fucking her while having a fiancé make her yours? Jake decided to knock some sense into Henry's head. Wasn't he getting ahead of himself? She has and will always be mine, Jake. Henry looked straight into his eyes. Jake knew he couldn't convince his friend. His mind was already made up. So stubborn. He gulped down glass after glass of wine. Although he had drunk enough glasses at the club earlier, he wasn't satisfied. And even though he got drunk, he could just sleep over at Henry's place. He looked at his friend again and shook his head. What a story. It sounded so pathetic. Here was his friend lusting after his ex-maid. She wasn't even a maid anymore. Quinn had upgraded. In fact, their statuses were now the same. Henry couldn't threaten her with his position as her boss, neither could he seduce her. Whatever. Good luck to you, Henry. Jake raised his glass at his friend. He was going to sit back and watch things unfold. Can't seem to forget about him. Stephen was excited. He was going on a dinner date with Quinn later that evening. This time they were going without Imelda. He had already booked a table at a 5-star hotel. He wanted to make the experience a happy one for her. Is everything set? He questioned his assistant, who was respectfully standing in front of him. Yes, President. Everything is set. He responded without raising his head. Good, you may leave. Stephen dismissed him. After his assistant left, Stephen leaned back on his chair. He was going to take things slow with Quinn. It wasn't as if she had been in a relationship with Henry before. They only had a boss-maid relationship, where that despicable man violated her, of course. He vowed to deal with him when the time was right. But for now, he was going to focus on winning Quinn's heart. He was going to make her forget about Henry. He wasn't worth it anyways. Quinn was going to be his. He was going to make sure of it. But he couldn't understand why Quinn kept turning him down. Was she afraid he wasn't good enough for her? Or was she afraid he wouldn't be a good father to Imelda? But he was already doing a good job. Wasn't she satisfied enough? Did she need him to put in more efforts? He loved Quinn. Why was his love life so muddled? Sad. Anyway, she accepted to go on a dinner date with him. That alone was an improvement. He was slowly getting close to her heart. Henry, I'm going to make you pay for what you did to Quinn. He vowed inwardly. He didn't know why, but he had a strong feeling Quinn was seduced by that despicable man. Maybe he threatened her with his position as her boss? At the thought of that, his eyes turned a shade darker. However, since Quinn wanted them to pretend they were married, it meant one thing. She didn't want Henry to be the father of her child. She wanted to have no relations with him. Except for business partners, of course. He smiled. This meant compared to Henry, she would rather choose him. No? Equals 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 equals. It was soon night time and an excited Stephen drove to Quinn's residence. She didn't live with her parents, deciding instead to live alone. Obstinate. Her parents obliged and got her a very beautiful villa all to herself. Everything about it screamed expensive. He didn't enter the villa, sitting back in the car instead. He decided to call her and notify her of his arrival. Hey Quinn. I'm already here. He subconsciously smiled. That was the effect Quinn had on him, making him smile unnecessarily. Just the sound of her voice. Alone always uplifted his mood. She told him she was coming and hung up. Stephen continued waiting for about 10 minutes before Quinn came out. When Stephen turned to stare at her, he was mesmerized. Quinn was dressed simply. Very simple, in fact. Yet she had a strong presence to her. Her face was so delicate that Stephen suddenly had the urge to pinch her cheeks. She was dressed in a blue evening party gown with her shoulders bare. She hadn't been one that loved jewelries, so she wasn't putting on any. She was beautiful. The perfect woman. Only for him. Evening, Stephen. Quinn gaily greeted and entered the car. Evening, Quinn. Permit me to compliment you, milady. You are looking so beautiful. Stephen complimented sincerely. He wasn't flattering her. Not one bit. She was very beautiful. And yeah, smart. Ha ha ha. Thanks, Stephen. You aren't looking bad yourself. Quinn smiled at him. Seated at the table, both of them were waiting for their orders. How was work today, Steph? Quinn broke the silence between them. Hectic. Just like every other day. Stephen's face turned red as she caught him sneaking gazes at her. Could he help it?
Hell no.
Haha. Thought you were used to it. Quinn teased with twinkling eyes. Her laughter is contagious, and her smile is so beautiful. Lord help me, but I really want to kiss her. Stephen thought to himself. Used to what? Stephen wanted to talk when the waiter brought their orders. Let's eat. Stephen smiled. Of course. Quinn returned his smile. Halfway through their meal, Stephen cleared his throat for the umpteenth time. Is there something you want to say? You have been clearing your throat for the past few minutes now. Quinn arched her brow. Yeah. There's something I want to talk about. Stephen said, scratching his head awkwardly. Spill it out then. Quinn placed her fork down and relaxed on her seat. Do you love Henry? Stephen asked directly, looking straight into her eyes to see her reaction. What Henry are you talking about? Quinn's expression turned cold. Your ex-boss. If not, why do you keep denying me a chance? Stephen decided to know his stance. With her. Instead of pretending, wouldn't it be better if they got married instead? How great would that be? Very great. Stephen, inasmuch as we are friends, I will appreciate it if you don't meddle with my personal life. And to answer your question, I don't love my ex-boss. Quinn said calmly. However, that was only on the surface. Her mind was a mess. Stephen sighed in relief, but deep down he knew she was lying. Her eyes said it all. Do you like me, Quinn? Do you feel I'm not up to your standards? Stephen decided to ask. Although she had rejected him before, maybe she changed her mind and was willing to accept his proposal now. I thought we were only having dinner? Why the question, Steph? Please don't make things difficult for me. Quinn replied indifferently. Stephen lowered his gaze. She was indirectly refusing. They continued with their dinner, this time in silence. Quinn looked at him and sighed. She couldn't accept his proposal. She couldn't. Let's hurry up, it's almost late. Stephen said in an almost cracked voice. Quinn nodded guiltily. She had dampened his mood. But she couldn't seem to forget about Henry. In a mansion beautifully decorated and filled with powerful auras, 3 individuals sat discussing. She's stubborn than you, I think. A middle-aged woman laughed. Age hadn't taken a toll on her, as she still maintained her youthfulness. Nope, I think she's stubborn like grandfather. Or is it grandmother? Her husband smiled as he retorted. They were Quinn's parents and grandfather, Sylvester, Nicole, and patriarch Raphael. Raphael chuckled at their banter. He felt at ease with his family. To the outside world, the Stones family were all ruthless and powerful people. But he knew more than anyone how warm everyone were when they were together as family. Years ago, his son had given him a grandchild. However, something happened. Something that nearly gave the whole family a heart attack. She was kidnapped. Right under their nose. The Stones family. He made sure everywhere was searched, but she wasn't found. His daughter-in-law, her mother was devastated. She almost committed suicide. The whole family were in a state of gloominess at that time. But 8 years ago she was found. It was a twist of events and a long story. Quinn was a beautiful lady, and the day she was acknowledged as his granddaughter, he was proud. She was told to take over the whole conglomerate, but she declined. She opted instead for a corporation out the many they owned. She wanted to sharpen her experience first and gain some skills. She was obstinate against their wishes. She didn't even want to live with them. She decided to live alone instead. The Stones had stubbornness flowing through their veins. They were also prideful. As her grandfather, he wanted to know how she had been faring since she was young. For some reason, he couldn't get a hold of records of when she was young. He was puzzled. This further strengthened his suspicions that someone was behind her disappearance when she was younger. However, he discovered that his own precious granddaughter worked as a maid. A maid? Who dared to? A direct descendant of the Stones? He turned his attention towards his son and daughter-in-law. Is she really coming? It's been a while since I saw her. He sipped on his cup of coffee. Of course she is, father. By the way, where is mother? Sylvester questioned, although he already guessed the answer. In the kitchen. She got excited at the news of her granddaughter's arrival and decided to personally cook for her. Raphael shook his head helplessly. His wife, Lily, had been the most affected when Quinn disappeared. She had always longed for a grandchild whom she could dote on and spoil with love. Since she didn't have a daughter, she always prayed for a granddaughter. When Quinn was born, she was overly excited. At last, her prayers had been answered. That was a story for another time. A maid came into the living room where they were sitting and bowed respectfully. Miss Quinn has arrived. As she was talking, Quinn breezed into the room. Hey, we thought you were no longer coming. Nicole stood up to hug her daughter. Don't you dare, an elderly but firm voice ordered. Nicole groaned. Not again. Mum, is it always necessary for her to hug you first? Nicole was amused. None of your business. Child, come over and give your grandma a warm hug, Lily said with twinkling eyes. Nicole raised her hands in fake surrender and went back to her seat. Grandma, I missed you. Quinn hugged her grandma happily. No, you didn't even bother to call back home. If your father hadn't asked you to come, would you have? Raphael complained. Huh.
I'm sorry, Grandpa.
Forgive me everyone, I was busy. Quinn said respectfully and settled herself on a sofa beside her grandfather's. Were you guys angry at her before? Quinn, don't mind them, let's go to the dining table. I made your favorite. Lily half dragged her to the dining table. Quinn smiled helplessly. Her grandma just loved doting on her. She had been heartbroken when Quinn had informed her of her decision to stay alone. She had begged her, but Quinn's mind was made up. The other family members smiled at each other and followed suit. They wondered if Quinn had grown up in their mansion. Maybe she would have been spoilt rotten now. Equals 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 equals. At the dining table, Quinn consumed one dish after the other. She couldn't help it. Her mother was such a good cook. Here, eat more. You are so skinny, Lily complained as she placed an unshelled shrimp on her plate. Grandma, aren't you supposed to be feeding me instead? I'm also your son. Sylvester playfully complained. Your wife can do that. It's her responsibility to. Lily didn't even look at him. Raphael on his part looked at his granddaughter. How is your work going, Quinn? When do you plan to reveal your identity as a stone? Raphael asked. Her real name was Michelle, but when she came back, she insisted everyone refer to her as Quinn. Although they didn't want to, they had no choice. That was what she wanted. They wanted to make up for all the years of suffering she had passed through. She was born to live a life of luxury. She was after all a stone, Michelle Stone. Nicole smiled at her daughter. When do you plan on going on a shopping spree with me? She asked. Hopefully. That was what she had wished for. Having a daughter with whom she could go anywhere with. Any day you wish, mother. Quinn chuckled. That reminds me, why didn't you come along with my great-granddaughter? Raphael asked. Inquisitively. All eyes turned towards her. Faced with their stares, Quinn couldn't hold back her laughter. I will bring her the next time, I promise. Though unsatisfied, they nodded. Raphael was contented. He had a granddaughter and a great-granddaughter. Wasn't it great? As for the father of Imelda, he was going to watch his granddaughter. He was going to support her decisions. And if anyone dared to her again, they were welcome to test the might of the Stones. Supporting her daughter's decision. The Stones' residence. Nicole was seated comfortably in the living room. A maid was trimming her nails. She was in a fairly good mood. It's been a week since her daughter visited them. However, she was already missing her. Was it her fault? Was it easy to be separated from one's daughter for 19 years? It wasn't at all. As she immersed herself in her thoughts, a guard came in to report. Madam, Mr. Stephen is here. He bowed. Stephen? What was he doing here? Let him in. You may leave. She waved the maid away. The maid bowed respectfully and left. Stephen came into the living room. He was feeling oppressed. The whole mansion was and looked expensive. Splendor, elegance, beauty were all present in the mansion. The Stone family were fucking rich. Young man, didn't you call Michelle before coming here? Whenever Quinn wasn't around, they referred to her as Michelle. Good day, Madame Nicole. It's a pleasure meeting you. Stephen bowed respectfully. That doesn't answer my question, young man. Nicole ignored his greeting and returned sharply. Stephen was confused. Was there any need for her to be so strict towards him? I didn't call her. I'm not here to see her but you, Madame Nicole. Stephen remained standing. He was waiting for her to tell him to sit, but she didn't. To see me? Are you worthy of that? Nicole narrowed her eyes. Stephen broke out in cold sweat under her cold stare. If she was giving him cold shoulders right from now, how were they going to have a proper conversation? I'm sorry, Madame Nicole, if you see it as such. But I'm here in regards to your daughter, Stephen said. Nervously. The way she was looking at him gave him chills. After the dinner with Quinn, he had decided to meet her mother directly. Maybe if he explained his intentions to her, she may help him persuade her daughter. After all, Quinn wouldn't disobey her mother, would she? Michelle? Seat. Nicole gestured him to a seat. He bowed and sat on the sofa opposite hers. Nicole clasped her fists and waited for him to speak. She didn't have a good impression of him. She didn't know why, but she felt he had an ulterior motive. Madame Nicole, to be honest. He began speaking when he was interrupted. Go straight to the point, young man. Nicole said sharply. If it weren't for the fact that her daughter had a good relationship with this man, she wouldn't even spare him a second glance. Did he have any right to speak with a stone? The audacity. I like Quinn, Madame Nicole. I wish to date her. Stephen was afraid of her reaction. He shouldn't have come here. He was now feeling stupid. What did you say? Nicole questioned slowly. I said. Forget it. Why are you telling me this? Nicole asked. Stephen was stumped. Couldn't she understand his intentions? Or was she deliberately making things difficult for him? I tried telling her, but... Stephen began stuttering. But what? Speak up, I have things to do, young man. Nicole was getting irritated. She declined. I suspect it's because of Henry. Stephen decided to test if she was aware of Henry's existence. If she wasn't, he was going to snitch a little. Forgive me, Quinn. Stephen apologized inwardly. At the mention of Henry, Nicole raised her brows. She finally understood his intentions. But she pretended not to know who Henry was. Henry? Who is that? Nicole calmly asked. Stephen smiled inwardly. He's her ex-boss and the father of her child. However, recently he had been pestering her. They are even about to sign a business deal together. The problem is, Henry has a fiancée. Stephen divulged. Nicole scoffed inwardly. She hated men who snitched in this manner. Stephen, or whatever your name is, my daughter's personal life is her business. My responsibility as a mother is to stop her from getting hurt. If you love her, fight for it. Nicole spat disdainfully. Stephen was shocked at her words. Wasn't she annoyed that her daughter, a stone, had worked as a maid for someone? But he opened his mouth to protest. But nothing. My daughter's decision is my decision. And don't you dare utter such words before me again. If there is nothing else, you may leave, Nicole said firmly. The dignity of the Stones mustn't be trampled upon. How could she go chasing after someone just because her daughter worked as a maid for him before? It wasn't as if he was even aware of her identity. She had even gained experience. She wasn't a spoiled heiress at all. As for the child, a granddaughter was welcome. If her daughter decided she wanted Henry as her man, she would get him for her. That was the power of a Stone. Who dared to question their decision? Stephen felt awkward and embarrassed. He had come here with good intentions but was now made to look like a bad person. Okay then, I'll take my leave now. Stephen bowed and left without waiting for her to respond. After he left, Nicole's gaze turned cold. How dare he? Wasn't he afraid of her wrath? Who's there? She raised her voice a little. A maid hurried out and bowed. Make me a cup of espresso. She needed something bitter to calm her nerves. Her husband always said her taste was weird. Other people needed wine, or something sweet to calm their nerves. Hers was a cup of espresso without sugar. Weird. Yes, madam. She bowed and headed back to the kitchen. In few minutes' time, the cup of espresso was placed on the table in front of her. She gently sipped on. She needed to have a proper conversation with her daughter. Whom did she like amongst the two men? She wasn't concerned if one had a fiancé or not. It was only an engagement after all. If her daughter liked him, she was going to get him for her daughter. As simple as that. But first of all, her daughter had to decide first. She continued sipping her espresso. Kathleen's villa. What do you mean you can't find anything about her? Kathleen questioned incredulously. I've searched, President. Her assistant replied with a bow. So did she disappear into thin air? Kathleen was in a state of disbelief. Just to find a measly slut, and for days now they have been searching. Did she disappear? Keep an eye on my father. I'm sure she will visit him again. If she does, I want you to tail her. Kathleen waved her hand, dismissed him. She sighed when her assistant left. Such incompetence. Or maybe the lady was hiding from her. Either ways, she believed in her assistant. The lady would be found soon. Rita sighed when she left the villa. She got into her car and drove towards her house. That was close. How could she be told to find herself? What a ridiculous situation. She would continue beating around the bush. She couldn't allow Kathleen find about the truth. Alexander. Kathleen. Soon enough, she was going to end them soon enough. Kathleen was so annoyed. She hadn't been happy for some time now. Is it bad to crave happiness? She murmured to herself. She only wanted to be happy. However, it seemed like an impossible feat. On one part, Henry was doing his bit in annoying her. On the other part, her own father was giving her heart attack. Well, she picked her phone and dialed her assistant's number. Have you gone far? Book a flight for me to Los Angeles. She hung up. She was fed up with this whole place. She had to go back to where she wouldn't worry much. She left her work and came down to California, just so she could spend some time with her fiancé. But he didn't appreciate her gesture. What did he do instead? Dampen her mood. Made her feel useless. She was going to get back at him. Just wait and see, Henry. I will make you pay. Los Angeles. Kathleen walked into her villa with a smile. Home, sweet home. She whipped her phone out and dialed Henry's number. Ring. Ring. After a few rings, he picked up the phone. Were you going to reject the call? Kathleen sneered immediately. He picked up the call. She placed the call on loudspeaker, dropped it on the table and plopped herself on the sofa behind her. Why are you calling me by this time of the night, Kathleen? His baritone voice boomed. Do I need a time to call my fiancé? Kathleen chuckled as she lay down on her back. From now on, she was going to be indifferent to him. She wasn't going to allow him affect her anymore. Since he wanted to play with her feelings, she wouldn't give him a chance to. On the other hand, Henry could sense a change in her voice. But he wasn't bothered at all. He just got back from work when she called him. What do you want? He asked impatiently. Want? Oh, I want nothing. Kathleen chuckled. She knew he was getting irritated already. But was it any of her business? Then why are you calling me?
I'm busy.
Henry wanted to hang up when her voice stopped him. Busy? Ha! What a funny joke, Henry. Between the both of us, whose schedule is more cramped? Kathleen scoffed. Henry didn't respond. He knew where she was going. You don't want to talk? Well, that's your business. I have the most busy schedule. Do you think managing a whole conglomerate is a joke? Kathleen paused for breath. She could feel her blood boiling. What are you trying to say? I'm tired, Kathleen. I just got back from work. Henry calmly said. From now on, Henry, do whatever you want to do. You are free to. You can even dispel the engagement. Kathleen finally said. Henry was stupefied. What was she insinuating? Was she laying a bait for him? That wouldn't work. His IQ was more than that. If that's all, I will be hanging up now. Without waiting for her response, he directly hung up. Kathleen smirked. The game just got started. She wasn't going to beg for his love anymore. But as for Quinn, if she dared to near her fiancé, she was going to face her wrath. Why did she even come back? She was going to show them what she's capable of. How dare those two play games with her? For Pete's sake, who would be engaged to someone for 8 years without getting married to the person? Did Henry think he could continue playing games with her? She was fully ready for them. She suddenly thought of something, and her mood changed. Tomorrow was her mother's death memorial. If her mom were here, would her father have cheated on her? Up till now, she couldn't believe that her father, who looked strict and respectable, could pick a random girl and fuck her. Disgusting. But wait, was she really a random girl? What if they had been having an affair long before her mother's death? Different thoughts crossed her mind to the point she almost got a migraine. She massaged her temples tiredly. The events of the past few days were beginning to take its toll on her. She had been stressed mentally and emotionally. Seeing one's dad fuck one's age mate, how did that sound? She decided to get a bed rest at a hospital. She dragged herself to her bedroom. After taking a bath, she sat before her vanity table. Looking herself through the mirror, she almost cried. The lady in the mirror had dark circles. Freckles even covered her skin. She sighed. She had been ignoring her skin lately. A woman's greatest fear was to look ugly. She totally ignored her skincare routine. What was wrong with her? Well, it wasn't so late. Since she wanted to act indifferently to Henry, she had to make him feel a little bit of regret. Looking beautiful was definitely one of it, no? From now on, a new Kathleen was going to surface. The indifferent Kathleen. She chuckled at the thought of it. Her phone suddenly started ringing. Ring. Ring. Who was calling her by that time of the night? She glanced at the caller ID and smiled. Hey, Laurel. What's up? Laurel was her best friend and the CEO of a perfume company. Laurel's voice boomed over the loudspeakers blaring at the background. Kathleen arched her brows. Where the hell was her friend by this time of the night? Hey, Kath. Come over to Sharaton Bar. Hurry, we are having fun. Laurel screamed over the fun. Obviously, they were having fun just like she said. Laurel had always been a party type. She always loved to have fun. Kathleen glanced at the grandfather clock in her living room. 11 p.m. So late. However, she couldn't deny she was bored. Are you coming over now? Laurel's loud voice startled her. She had forgotten she was on a call. Yeah, be there in 5. Kathleen equally shouted. See ya. Kathleen hung up. Well, it wouldn't hurt to have a bit of fun. After these past few days' stress, she wanted to cool off a bit. She walked over to her walk-in closet and got changed. She came downstairs, grabbed her car keys and raced out of the room like she was being chased. Standing at the entrance of Sheraton Bar, Kathleen was contemplating if she was to enter or not. Luckily for her, Laurel came out at that moment. To look for her probably. Hey girlie. Came out to see if you would be here in 5 or not. Laurel hugged her and led her into the bar. The blaring speakers almost deafened Kathleen. Immediately she stepped into the bar. Club lights flashed everywhere. Kathleen followed her friend's lead as they sat on a chair beside the bartender's counter. A glass of brandy, please. Kathleen told the bartender. Aye aye, mom. The bartender replied using sailor's language while smiling. Kathleen smiled too. Let's go and dance. Laurel was moving her head to the beats. She was slowly getting drunk. Though her alcohol tolerance was normal, but she had drunk way too many glasses of alcohol. Laurel, you are getting drunk. Kathleen pointed out. I know. Cup? I just want to dance. Laurel replied with a hiccup as her cheeks flushed red. Whatever. Kathleen accepted the glass the bartender extended out to her, and gulped it down without hesitation. She cleared her throat. She was having a burning sensation at the back of her throat. Another, please. She held out her glass for a refill. The bartender obliged. After 5 glasses of brandy, Kathleen's face flushed red. Laurel dragged her to the front where they began dancing with reckless abandon. They wiggled their ass as they danced. When was the last time she had fun like this? It had been a while. She forgot about her worries and twisted her body to the beats. Go girl. Laurel yelled loudly. Kathleen smirked. Through her hazy thinking, she vaguely saw someone familiar. Who was it? Well, she didn't care. They continued dancing. Stephen's assistant was patiently waiting in the car. He had been told to tail her. Stephen wanted to make a deal with her. It was 2 a.m. when she finally came out of the bar with her friend. They were both drunk as they staggered to their respective cars. Could they drive in that state? He was somehow worried at their reckless attitude. What if they got into an accident? Well, it wasn't as if it was any of his business. His business was to tail her and give reports to Stephen. Immediately she started driving, he followed her closely behind. Though he was told to tail her, there wasn't any need to follow her back home. He didn't know why, but he had the urge to follow her. Kathleen staggered into her living room and turned on lights. Her head was aching. Damn you, Laurel. She cursed under her breath. She fell on the sofa tiredly and without changing her clothes she fell asleep. She didn't even pull off her shoes. Soon the room was filled with her light snores. His assistant decided to report to Stephen at dawn. It was after all late. He drove to his residence. En route to his house, his car broke down. What the fuck? He banged his fists on the steering wheel and stepped out to fix the problem. In less than 30 minutes he was done fixing the problem. The car roared to life and he continued driving. Kathleen, a beautiful name for a beautiful lady. He felt drawn to her. However, he knew he could only keep the thoughts to himself. The next morning, Kathleen woke up with a terrible hangover. She massaged her head, but it did nothing to help. She dragged her tired self to the kitchen, made herself a glass of warm milk and drank it in one gulp. Who the hell told her to drink so much yesterday? And she had work to do at the office today. Well, she was the CEO, wasn't she? She could just take the day off.
I'm fucking tired.
Fucking hangover. Kathleen groaned. She managed to call her assistant and told him to take of everything at the office. Though she wasn't at ease doing that. but for the sake of her health, she couldn't push herself last her limit. Maybe a quick bath will help? She didn't hesitate. She returned to her bedroom. With slow steps she walked into the bathroom. She hung her robe on the rack, got under the shower and turned it on. The water from the shower rained down on her. She enjoyed the cooling sensation the water was having on her head. She made a mental note not to drink so much again. She blamed Laurel. That damned girl was going to wake up more fit than ever, while here she was having a hangover. She grabbed the shower gel and poured it on her bathing sponge. She scrubbed her body gently, letting the water pour down on her. Quinn woke up with a smile on her face. She was in a very good mood. Her hands subconsciously moved towards her side. She sighed in relief when she felt Imelda's body. After the day she was discharged from the hospital, Quinn started making her daughter sleep with her on the same bed. She didn't want her body to act up and she wasn't beside her. "Good morning, Mom." Imelda woke up at her mother's touch. "Good morning, Pumpkin. How was your sleep?" Quinn drew close to her and kissed her forehead. Imelda giggled. "It was fine. I dreamt about you, Mom." Imelda leaned into her mom's embrace. "Really? Tell me about it." Quinn was amused. "No, Mom, I will tell you later." Imelda hugged her mom tighter. Ring ring. The sound of her ringtone distracted their quiet moment. When Quinn saw the caller ID, she chuckled. "Hey, Chloe. What's up, girl?" Quinn questioned gaily. "Nothing much. The others wanted us to meet. The usual spot," Chloe said in her usual calm voice. "All right then. See you guys later." Quinn chuckled and hung up. "Mom, was that Auntie Chloe?" Imelda asked her mom with doe eyes. "Yes, my love. Mom has to meet up with her friends today. So Auntie Mildred will keep you company," Quinn explained with a smile. Imelda nodded, indicating that she understood. "Good girl." Quinn patted her gently on the head. Auntie Mildred was their newly employed nanny. They were still in Washington, D.C. She wanted to sort out some things before going back to California. "All right, Mom. I'll wait for you to come back." Imelda smiled at her mother. Cafe. Quinn sat down alongside her three friends as they chatted heartily. "It's been a while, guys." Quinn smiled. "Yeah, you totally forgot about us," Ariana said grumpily. "Me? Never, haha." Quinn held back in laughter. "What is funny?" "She's speaking the truth." Jaden smirked.
Okay, I'm sorry."
Quinn raised her hand in mock surrender. "We will think about it." Chloe replied. "Where's Imelda? Why didn't you bring her along?" Ariana asked as she drank her cup of coffee. "Some sandwiches, please." Chloe gave her order. Quinn and the other two glanced at each other and shouted simultaneously, "Foodie!" They burst into laughter. Among the four friends, Chloe was the one that loved food the most. She had once said, "Eating is my favorite hobby." "You haven't changed, have you?" Jaden smiled. "I have. At least I only requested for sandwiches, nothing more." Chloe shrugged. She was about to continue when her sandwich arrived. She stopped talking and started eating heartily. "Won't you give us some?" Quinn asked, knowing fully well what her answer would be. "If you guys want to eat, order for yours," Chloe said between mouthfuls. The sandwiches here remain the best, as usual." Chloe closed her eyes and savored the delicious taste in her mouth. "Ordinary sandwich is enough to make you this way?" Ariana giggled. "None of your business." Chloe wasn't bothered to continue with her conversation. She focused on the sandwich she was eating. "Hey Quinn, what about Steven?" Ariana asked with a wink. "What about him?" Quinn turned her gaze away from them. The three friends giggled. "Don't tell us you haven't given that guy a chance?" Jaden teased. "What are you guys talking about?" Quinn pretended to frown. "He's head over heels about you, Quinn. Give the poor guy a chance." Chloe smirked. "Why don't you date him then?" Quinn retorted. "Nah, he only likes you and besides, he isn't up to my standards." Chloe replied with a wink. Really? And what are your standards then? Quinn adjusted her position on the chair. You don't want to know. Chloe shrugged. They continued teasing Quinn, so she decided to divert their focus from herself. Jay, what about your boyfriend? Quinn smiled. Jaden's expression suddenly changed. Yeah, he was a gay. He had a very handsome boyfriend, but recently they were having issues. He's fine. Jaden murmured downcast. The others were worried, especially Quinn. She only wanted to tease him, but what's wrong? Ariana asked him in a concerned manner. He's been cheating on me lately. I'm fed up of the whole relationship. Jaden's eyes were teary. Chloe and Quinn looked at each other but said nothing. Hey Jay, it's fine. Besides, all relationship has that rocky phase. It will pass. Soon. Ariana patted him on the shoulders. Quinn looked at all of them as they continued eating and chatting heartily. Wasn't she lucky? She had a caring family, great friends, and most importantly, a beautiful and smart daughter. 4 of them had been friends for 6 years now. Chloe was a famous fashion designer and was known all over the world. Ariana was a renowned doctor. She was simply a professional in the field. Jaden was a martial arts director. He owned many martial arts schools around the country. But this man's sexual taste was unique. Or was it? She sighed. These 4 famous people were all gathered at a simple, and yet a bit expensive cafe, just to chill out. I need to speak to you later, Chloe. She whispered to Chloe, making sure the other 2 didn't hear them. Chloe nodded. She also wanted to speak to Quinn alone. Equals. Quinn looked at Chloe as they both sat in Quinn's car. What do you suggest we do? Chloe asked. I don't know. He likes Ariana, yet he's afraid of making a move on her. I'm also confused. Quinn sighed. That's true. Jaden had been pretending to be a gay since they met. It was 2 years ago when they had discovered he wasn't. But why was he pretending? Simple. Ariana was afraid of guys. Confusing, right? Well, she was afraid of being in a relationship. Jaden decided to be a gay around her. But Ariana didn't suspect anything. She never even wondered why he hadn't introduced his boyfriend to them. She bought his claim of being shy. Well, we have to leave the both of them. They have to sort out themselves. There is nothing we can do. Chloe shrugged helplessly. I just pray she accepts him. Quinn said softly. Me too. Being the Oriole. California. Henry was unsettled all through the morning. Kathleen had been giving him the cold shoulders for weeks now. She had been acting indifferent. However, he knew it was his fault. But did he care? It wasn't as if he was in love with her after all. Since Quinn was claiming she was married, he had to pay her back. The best way to do that? Get married to Kathleen. Yes, that was what he was going to do. But if he did, wasn't he subjecting himself to a lifetime of unhappiness? Well, it doesn't matter, he was going to go ahead with his plans first. Raven, what time is the meeting? He asked his assistant. He had a conference meeting with the shareholders of the company that in fact, the recent happenings was what was going to fuel his decision to get married to Kathleen. Getting married to her would make the corporation stronger. And 10 President. Raven stood respectfully beside him. He had been standing beside Henry for 10 minutes now, but he seemed to be deep in thoughts. He would furrow his brow for some minutes and then loosen it again. What was bothering the president? The corporation was facing some problems. The price of stocks were dropping lately. Henry suspected it was an attack from the rival company. The attack was too obvious. Let's head to the conference room. Henry stood up and headed in the direction of the conference room. Lately, the shareholders were having one complaint after the other. Were they questioning his authority as the CEO? Funny. He scoffed. Equals. The conference room was brightly lit. The shareholders were all seated comfortably on their respective seats. Henry walked into the room and headed straight to the CEO's chair. Sorry for keeping you guys waiting. Let's start. He sat on the chair with the air and imposing presence of a CEO. We would like an explanation for the current situation, a shareholder said. What situation? Henry smirked. The shareholder that just spoke wasn't so happy when he became the CEO. He had been opposing him on grounds that he was young and inexperienced. However, he had proven him wrong, stunning him and other shareholders as well with his capability. This time wasn't any different. The shareholder glared at him. We would like an explanation. Don't play with us, Mr. Henry. The meeting dragged on for hours. But, as usual, the shareholders were stumped by him. Kathleen lay on her back sunbathing. She had decided to take the day off. She was in a very different mood. Let's see how he deals with it when his corporation is faced with multiple problems. Kathleen had decided to teach Henry a couple of lessons. When he is left with no other option, he will have to turn to her for help. Just a little more time, Henry, you will be mine soon. Soon enough. Just as she was basking in the tranquility of the moment, her phone rang. Ring, ring, she groaned a little. Who was disturbing her? She picked up and placed it close to her ears. Speak. It was her assistant. What? What do you mean he resolved the issue? Kathleen sat up straight. Was Henry so capable? If he was, then. Go ahead with Plan B. Start buying shares anonymously, of course. She hung up. She was going to buy shares from other shareholders. You wouldn't even know what hit you, my handsome and capable fiancé. She smirked as she lay back. Since he so badly wanted to play games with her, she would entertain and accompany him. He just needed a little more push and he would come running to her. Just then she received another call. What again? She glanced at the caller ID and smirked. Henry. But wasn't it so soon? Ha! Capable indeed. Kathleen speaking. She placed the call on loudspeaker. Would you like to meet up? For a dinner date, perhaps. Henry husky tone sounded from the other. And, is it a request or an order? Kathleen's mind was actually racing even as she tried to remain calm. Dinner date. Oh, when was the last time they had one? But she didn't want to sound eager. She tried to make her voice remain as calm as possible. I'm in Los Angeles, I hope you know that? Kathleen questioned lazily. You can fly down here. Think about it and give me your response. He hung up the call without waiting for her response. She didn't mind, this was a good start. Should she go ahead with the plan B or cancel it? On second thoughts, she decided to go ahead with the plan. She wasn't going to lay her eggs in one basket. Henry could be unpredictable at times. What if this was just a farce? She called her assistant to book a flight for her to California immediately. Though her assistant was surprised, he didn't ask any questions. Oh! Henry clasped his hands over each other. Immediately he hung up the call with Kathleen. He smirked. Though she tried hard to hide it, he could sense excitement in her voice. Who was she trying to fool? Indifferent indeed. He was going to marry her and make Quinn jealous. Yeah, his intention after all was to make Quinn his again. He was sure Quinn wasn't married. But how could he find out? Whatever. He was going to deal with Kathleen's matter first, then Quinn. Tonight he was going to apologize to Kathleen. He was going to be the Oriole. He would reap all benefits. On one hand, he was going to get married to Kathleen. On the other, he was going to get Quinn back. As for his marriage with Kathleen, he was going to divorce her when the time was right. The time? Soon after marriage. He was sure his parents were going to be super excited when he breaks the news to them. Wasn't that his father's prayers all along? His father had been on his neck, giving him constant pressure. The man would finally be satisfied by this news. Unfortunately, he was going to be disappointed later on. So, let the game begin. Siding with their daughter, weren't they?
Washington, D.C.
Stephen was quietly brooding in his office. He was hurt from his conversation with Quinn's mother. Who did she think she was? Even though she was a stone, did that give her right to trample on others? Did that give her the right to act arrogant towards him? He made a mistake. Women were arrogant. But deep down, he knew she had every right to act that way towards him. She was after all a Stone. And who were the Stones? The most powerful family in the country. He tapped his fingers impatiently on the table. What if he met with her dad instead? He had pure intentions. He only wanted to court their daughter. Then, he was also from the Arnold's family. He was also wealthy in his own right. Although he couldn't compare to the Stones family at all. Compared to them, his own family was just a speck of dust. But he wasn't deterred at all. In fact, his determination increased. It was either Quinn or no one else. He had to get her. She was his. His assistant came in at that moment. What is it? He raised his brows at him. President. His assistant turned down the appointment request. With a respectful bow, his assistant reported. What? Did he give any reason? Stephen asked furiously. None at all. He only said he was too busy. His assistant kept his head bowed. Busy, hun? You may leave. Stephen waved his assistant away. He bowed again and left. Damn you all. Stephen banged his fists on the table furiously. What was all this? They were siding with their daughter, right? He had to do something. Ha! My godfather. A smile plastered itself on his face as he recalled something. Since they were siding with their daughter, he was going to force them to compromise. Let's see how you would evade this. He smirked. His godfather was a very close friend of the Stones. He was Brendan King. What if he told his godfather to suggest a marriage alliance between both families? He had been suffering himself unnecessarily all along. An easy path was waiting for him and he didn't notice or remembered at all. Equals 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 equals. Stephen sat in the living room of a big villa. He was patiently waiting for his godfather to come out. Sounds of someone approaching was heard and Stephen turned towards the direction. Look who finally remembered me. Brendan laughed heartily as he supported himself with his walking stick. Stephen rose respectfully. It's been a while, father. Stephen smiled. I know you have been busy. Sit. Brendan was fond of this godson of his. He was smart, capable, and of course handsome. Coffee was served and as the two men sipped on it, they continued chatting. So what brings you here? Brendan asked after a while. From the look on his face, he knew he wasn't just here to see him. He wanted to request for something. He was sure. Stephen cleared his throat awkwardly at having his intentions exposure. Stephen cleared his throat. I wanted you to help me with something. Stephen lowered his gaze to the sparkling floor. Brendan. Love beautiful things. I know. Go ahead and tell me what it is. Brendan smiled. His conjecture was correct after all. Stephen cleared his throat again and explained everything to him. Brendan was silent for a while. In fact, his silence began making Stephen uncomfortable. Does she love you? Brendan asked after a while of silence. Stephen adjusted his posture on the sofa. Father, she likes me. I'm sure I can transform her feelings to love. Although Stephen said it in a confident manner, he was still unsure of his words. Would Quinn accept him? What if the truth was unraveled as time went by? Would she feel betrayed? He knew what sort of person Quinn was. However, Stephen decided to take the risk. As far as she was his, he could deal with her anger when the time came. Are you sure about it, son? Brendan asked, looking straight into Stephen's eyes. I'm sure, father. Stephen didn't turn his gaze away. He boldly met Brendan's state with his. Brendan lowered his gaze after a while. Ever since the death of his wife, he had been in seclusion. He bought a private villa and lived alone. He had married his wife against her wish, although he loved her. He didn't understand the extent of her hatred for him. He didn't even know she was taking birth control pills. It wasn't as if he was particularly bothered about having a child, but Even 10 years after their marriage, she continued hating him. She committed suicide few years back, leaving a sad Brendan behind. Brendan didn't want Steven to make the same mistake. He wanted both of them to love each other equally. Father, if you don't help me, I will find another way to make her mine, Steven said resolutely. Brendan widened his eyes a little. He could see the obstinate look in Steven's eyes, and he knew he meant every bit of the words he just said. Since you are sure about it, I will help you. Brendan eventually agreed. Steven smiled at his words. Thank you, Father. I won't forget this, Steven said. I know you wouldn't. Brendan chuckled. Steven rose to leave after a while. Aren't you going to stay a little? Brendan laughed. Since Steven was done with his mission, of course he wanted to leave. I will come around next time. I have to see to something. Steven rushed out of the villa after bidding his farewell. After Steven left, Brendan shook his head in pity. He knew how this kind of relationships would end. They could never be happy together. But could he convince Steven, whose mind was already made up? No way. He had to help him. If not, Steven may use other questionable ways to get Quinn. Juvenile tendencies. He was once like that too. But how did it end up? It ended up making him a widower. His wife was vicious, waiting for many years of union with him before taking her life. Sigh. Pathetic story indeed. He was hers for keeps. Kathleen walked down from the plane in excitement. She was very excited. Soon she would be having a dinner date with her fiancé. A date. She was looking forward to it. But why couldn't Henry be romantic enough to pick her up from the airport? Damned Henry. Oh. Some minutes later, she was driving on her way to Henry's house. Since they were having a date, it wouldn't make sense for her to drive to the location all by herself, right? So, in order not to stress her handsome fiancé, she could just stay at his place till the time was due. She parked her car at the garage immediately she drove through the gate. She walked to the door and inserted the spare key she had. Henry had given her a spare key because she had the habit of returning from Los Angeles any time she liked. She went straight upstairs and jumped on the bed directly. She was kind of worn out from everything that has been happening lately. She couldn't wait to officially become Henry's wife. Why? She loved the thought of it. She liked the sound of it from her mouth. Henry was hers for keeps. She pressed her legs together. She was horny. Thank goodness she brought her dildo with her. What would she had done? She didn't know why, but lately she was ways horny. Always craving for sex. Maybe after the date today, she would seduce her fiancé and fuck him? She pressed her legs tightly again. She was getting more wet at the thought of fucking Henry. She was gradually becoming a slut, his slut. Her mind wandered to their sexual activities and she pulled her dress over her head, lying completely naked on the bed. She squeezed her supple breasts gently and pulled on her erect nipples. She was fucking wet. Oh God. I desperately need a cock on me right now. She moaned gently. She pulled out her dildo from her bag and brought out her lubricant too. She always carried them anytime she was traveling. What if all of a sudden she got horny? She couldn't just find a random stranger and say, "Hey, fuck me." Could she? She spread her legs wide and after lubricating the dildo, she inserted it slowly into her honey pot. Fuck. She moaned as she started moving it in and out of her pussy in fast motions. She adjusted her position as she continued thrusting into her pussy. Fuck. This feels so damn good. She continued as she imagined Henry fucking her. Soon she climaxed. She lay weakly on the bed as she smiled contentedly. She changed the sheets and headed to the bathroom to clean up. Oh. While in the bathroom, she thought about their future together. Henry never used protection when fucking her. Even for once. Does that mean he wanted children or he wasn't against her getting pregnant? However, she wasn't ready for a child. Not now. She was still focused on acquiring more power. She needed to be stronger than she currently was, financially of course. She set the bathtub and sat inside it, bubbles surrounding her naked body. A soak first, then wait for Henry's return. Equals 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 equals. Henry walked into his bedroom and saw the door to the bathroom slightly wide open. He needed no one to tell him that Kathleen was around. He tugged on his tie, pulled it off, removed his clothes, leaving only his underwear. He had to take a bath. Walking into the bathroom, he directly turned on the shower without looking at the already sleeping Kathleen. Although his member was hard, but he had decided not to fuck her anymore. He felt it wasn't right. Why? He didn't know. The sound of the water pouring down on him woke Kathleen up. When did she sleep off? She rubbed her eyes with the back of her hand, and when she saw Henry naked, she blushed. Why wouldn't she? Here was a beautiful and yet manly specimen in front of her, taking a shower, and she was expected to remain calm. She remembered her plan of fucking Henry, but decided to leave it till when they were back from the date. She bit her lips seductively as she continued staring lustfully at him. Henry, on the other hand, focused on taking his bath, totally ignoring her. It was as if she wasn't even there. It wasn't until she asked him, "Are you back?" That was when he grunted in response. Kathleen got out from the bathtub and walked over to him. Both of them were now standing under the shower. She rinsed herself and walked out of the bathroom, swaying her hips suggestively. Henry groaned, but he didn't make a move to stop her. Wouldn't that be like shooting himself on the foot? He just vowed not to fuck her anymore. Kathleen took out the cream-colored evening gown she had specially picked out for the date. It was beautifully embroidered on the neck and had a split showing her beautiful legs. She sat down on the bed and brought out her makeup kit. Henry walked out of the bathroom at that moment and entered his walk-in closet. To match her dress, he put on black trousers, a tuxedo to match, and a cream-colored bow. Kathleen was ready in few minutes, and she stood up smiling gracefully. "You look beautiful," Henry complimented, sneering inwardly. He was going to apologize today, wasn't he? It was best if he started making her happy from now. Kathleen blushed as her heart began racing. Did he just say she was beautiful? She managed to mutter a thank you and walked out of the room. Henry smirked as he followed her out. Henry had always been proud of his acting skills. He was going to put it to good use today. As they got into the car, Henry leaned in and kissed her. "Sorry, couldn't help kissing you." He smiled gently as he leaned back on his seat, leaving a shocked Kathleen. Her lips aren't even as good as Quinn's, he thought inwardly as he felt the sudden urge to puke. It wasn't as if the kiss was bad, but he couldn't help comparing both ladies. "Do you really want to go?" Quinn chuckled helplessly. "Yes, Mum. I want to go and stay with them for a while. I will miss you, though." Imelda cuddled up to her mother. Quinn patted her head fondly. Her parents and grandparents were insistent that Imelda came to stay with them. They were even of the opinion that Imelda continued schooling there. Quinn was afraid that Imelda would be against it. After all, she was separated from her mother. But how wrong she was. Imelda was ecstatic about the idea. "Okay. I will them a call right now and tell them you are coming." Quinn smiled, though she was sad. She was going to be separated from her daughter. She felt really sad. "Mom, don't worry, you will visit me there, right?" Imelda questioned with a cute smile. "Of course I will. Mum can't bear to be away from you for so long." "Silly." Imelda snuggled closer to her mother. Quinn picked up her phone to call her grandfather. After few rings, he picked up. "Hello." His voice sounded at the end of the line. Quinn informed him of her decision to allow her daughter come over to be in their care. He was ecstatic about it. He even asked her few times to be doubly sure he had heard her right. Avi came in at that moment. She had received a call from her boss. "Book a flight to Washington, D.C. I'm taking Imelda to stay with my parents and grandparents," Quinn instructed. Avi was surprised, but she didn't say a word. She only bowed and left. She was surprised because Quinn always wanted her daughter to be close to her. Then why did she want to send her away? Was there a reason behind her decision? Equals 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 equals.
วอชิงตัน D.C.
The Stones family mansion. Imelda was happily playing with her grandma. Quinn looked at them and felt her heart ache. Now that she had brought her over, she suddenly didn't want to leave. Imelda was like oxygen that she needed to survive. How have you been? Her mother asked.
Finemum.
Just a little bit stressed out. Quinn smiled. Why don't you leave the corporation? We have a lot of jobs for you to choose from. Why choose the corporation? Her father asked the same question they always asked her. She didn't respond as usual. She only smiled and turned to her grandfather. Grandpa, you look youthful today. What's the secret? Quinn teased her grandfather.
Doi.
The secret is to be happy. If you have someone who takes care of you, of course you will be like me. Her grandfather retorted. Her mother cleared her throat at that moment. I have something to tell you, Quinn. Let's head to your room. Her mom whispered into her ears. Both of them stood up and headed upstairs. Where are you guys going? Her grandma questioned as she tickled Imelda. Imelda in turn burst out, laughing uncontrollably. To have some ladies talk. Quinn winked and followed her mother's lead as they headed to her room. Her mom pushed the door open and walked in. The room wasn't brightly colored. It had initially been painted black, but when Quinn had returned, she requested for the color to be changed to gray. She even requested for gray sheets and duvets. Quinn wasn't someone who loved bright colors. She always loved dim and not too bright colors. Her mother once told her that she had unique taste. Both of them sat on her bed facing each other. Her mother cleared her throat and adjusted her position. Tell me the truth, Quinn. What really happened between you and your ex-boss? She looked straight at her daughter's face to observe her reaction. Quinn became uncomfortable. Why was her mother suddenly asking her something like that? It's fine if you don't want to talk. But, do you like him? She directly threw the question. She was only after her daughter's happiness, and everything a Stone wanted they always got. If she loved Henry, then, I don't. Quinn directly responded. Why? Her mother was puzzled. Nothing, mother. But he is the father of your child. She pointed out. He's not fit to be the father of my child, mother. Quinn spat. Quinn, I won't ask you the reason for your statement just now. But don't you think it's unfair for your daughter to be without a father? She has a father. Quinn turned her gaze away. Haha, what a joke. She doesn't. She has, but I'm sure Henry isn't aware of your child's existence. Right. Her mother probed. Mother, can we stop having this discussion? I don't want to have anything to do with Henry anymore. He was and still is a jerk. Please, Mom. A tear trickled down her cheeks. I'm sorry, Quinn, if I made you sad. A mother's priority is her daughter's happiness. When you are ready to tell me all that happened, you can. And anyone who hurt you will pay triple-fold. Her mother said. Imposingly. Quinn didn't doubt at all. She was sure her mother could do just that. But did anyone truly hurt her?
No.
She hurt herself. She allowed herself to be seduced by Henry. But that was all in the past. She would never allow herself to be seduced by him. Never again. Her mother stared at the complex expressions on her daughter's face and shook her head. She could tell her daughter loved the so-called Henry. She could feel it. But since she didn't want to accept it, could she force her to? But, she paused. But what, mother? Quinn raised her head to look at her mother. Do you like Stephen? Quinn was surprised at her mother's question. What was wrong with her mother today? I see Stephen as my friend, nothing more. Quinn replied sincerely. She had never looked at Stephen as a man for once. She hadn't. Although Stephen Gadd confessed his feelings to her, she couldn't accept. Why? She didn't love him. He didn't stir anything within her. As for Henry, she could be without a man. She needed no one. She wanted to be independent. We owe each other nothing. Days later, Quinn came back to California. Though she was sad to, but she had no other options. She headed straight to the Stones Corporation immediately she left the airport. While on the way, she Asked her assistant for reports. Everything is okay. I managed everything well in your absence. Avi smiled. Quinn nodded and turned her gaze outside the window. President, I don't know if I should tell you this, Avi said awkwardly. What is it? Go ahead. Quinn smiled. CEO Henry is getting married in a few weeks' time, Avi said. She was well aware of Quinn's relation with Henry, though she felt nosy, but she felt Quinn had to know about it. Really? Okay. Quinn's short reply made Avi wonder if she did the right thing by informing her. She focused on driving and didn't say a word anymore. Quinn was deep in thoughts. He was finally getting married? That was great. But why did she feel her heart clench in pain? She suddenly felt sad. Why would she be? It wasn't her business if Henry got married or not. It wasn't as if he was her lover or anything. They got to the corporation and Quinn headed to the VIP elevator meant for only the CEO. She walked into her office and sat comfortably on the swivel chair. Was she bothered by what Avi told her? To be honest, she was a little bit bothered by it. Her daughter's father was getting married. Why wouldn't she be bothered? Okay. She wasn't fooling anybody. She felt sad. Yes, she was feeling sad. She was human too, wasn't she? Even though they were never in an actual relationship, he was still the father of her child. She remembered her mother's words. She pushed the thoughts away. He could do whatever he wanted. When it came to status, Henry could no longer compare to her. She was now above him in everything. Even Kathleen wasn't fit to stand close to where she was. Who was she? Michelle Stone. Equals. It was late at night. When Henry drove towards a private island, he found out where Quinn lived from. His assistant's report. Why would she choose such a place to live? He got out of his car and walked over to the door. It was locked. The lights were also on. It only meant one thing. She wasn't yet home. That didn't matter, he was going to wait for her. He had to know what she thought of him tonight. He had been deep in thoughts about her all day. He knew he wouldn't be able to sleep if he didn't see her that night. So, he patiently waited for her return. Quinn got out of her car tiredly. She was really tired. All she needed at that moment was to eat, freshen up, and sleep. She was surprised when she saw the last person she was expecting to see at her door. Henry. What was he doing here? She wasn't going to say a word to him. She moved past him and proceeded to unlock her door. Don't you think that's kind of rude? Henry said behind her back. She was startled. When did he get up? Get away from me, Henry. She snarled. Hey, that isn't the way to talk to your visitor. Henry chuckled. Quinn didn't respond. She unlocked her door and headed inside. As she made to lock it, Henry blocked her attempt. What are you doing? Henry was surprised at her actions. What does it look like I'm doing? Quinn retorted coldly. She felt like smashing this bastard's head against the wall. A jerk, that was what he was. Henry didn't say a word but forcefully pushed the door back. Quinn lost her balance and almost fell, but Henry hurriedly caught her. Let go of me and the hell out of my villa, Quinn said with heat. She didn't even appreciate his efforts. If anything, she felt disgusted by it. I won't. Are you really married? Henry directly threw the question at her. Are you stupid? Or maybe dumb? I'm married, of course. Quinn spat angrily. Henry winced at her words. She had changed. Since you badly wanted to come inside, you can make yourself comfortable. Quinn spat without warmth. She made to head upstairs when he held her back. Where do you think you are going? He gripped her hand tightly. Quinn turned to glare at him. She tried to drag her hand out of his, but she couldn't. His grip was strong. Henry pushed her on the couch and bent over her. She widened her eyes and instinctively made to get up, but he pushed her back again. Do you know, I can make you regret what you are doing? Quinn asked in fury. By withdrawing from the collaboration? Go ahead then. I will face the repercussions later. I want you. Henry lowered his face to kiss her, but she turned her face. What are you doing, Quinn? Are you revolted by my presence? Do you remember how you used to Scream and moan under my pleasure. Henry continued saying. Quinn suddenly felt disgusted at the sight of him. Without warning, she raised her legs and kicked his groin. Henry shouted in pain and bent double. What did you do that for? Are you out of your fucking mind? Henry shouted furiously. He was truly angered this time. Quinn smirked. You must be a fool to think I'm still the same Quinn from 8 years ago. In case you need a reminder, you are no longer my boss. In fact, our statuses are now the same. She got up from the couch and stood to her full height. Henry was still in pain. She had really kicked him hard. In fact, I can sue you for sexual harassment. I hope you know that. If there is nothing else, you may leave, Mr. Henry. Quinn gestured towards the door. Mr. Henry? Did she just address him formally? And by the way, we don't owe each other anything, Mr. Henry. The next you come here, I may get you arrested. Quinn warned with a sharp glint in her eyes. She needed to draw her clear line between the both of them. He couldn't barge in and out of her life anytime he wished. She wasn't so cheap. A fake marriage. Henry drove off in anger. How dare she? Having the guts to kick him on the groin? Damn you, Quinn. He cursed inwardly. What nonsense was she spouting just now? They owed each other nothing? Was that what she thought? She owed him her body. Everything about her belonged to him. In fact, what she did today strengthened and fueled his resolve to get her back. Did she think she could actually leave him? What a joke. He, however, noticed something. She lived alone. That meant her so-called husband wasn't living with her. Her husband. He felt angry thinking about it. He knew what to do. He had to find out who her husband was. He was sure it wasn't anyone comparable to him. He only had to threaten him into divorcing Quinn. She would come running into my hands soon enough. Just soon. He muttered to himself as he sped on. He decided to go to his family's residence instead of going to his own home. After making the decision, he drove towards his family's residence. Equals. 2 guards respectfully bowed when he was about to enter the house. He nodded indifferently and headed inside. His parents were seated in the living room discussing when he entered inside. Look who's here. His mother echoed. Ever since he told them about his decision to finally marry Quinn, his parents were happy. His father even praised him endlessly. Henry began feeling bad because his plans were different from theirs. However, he couldn't compromise his own happiness for theirs. He was the one getting married, not them after all. Mom, Dad. He greeted and plopped himself on the sofa opposite his father. His father nodded at him. He was wondering why his son was here late at night. Is anything wrong? His father asked. Yes, is anything the matter? His mother also turned her gaze towards him. Henry looked at their expectant gazes. He chuckled inwardly. I missed you guys. I only came to see you guys, he said calmly. At night. His father raised his brows. Is anything wrong with that? Henry retorted. No, there is nothing absolutely wrong with that. His mother smiled. How is our daughter-in-law? His father smiled at him. They had long started referring to Kathleen as their daughter-in-law. She's fine. How is your health, Dad? Henry changed the topic. His father had been sick lately. He only recently recovered. I'm fine, son. His father chuckled. I intend on registering our marriage instead of throwing a flamboyant wedding, Henry suddenly said. His mother was surprised. She had already organized everything for an extravagant wedding. What was her son saying? Did she agree to it? His father wasn't against getting married by registration. He himself wasn't into flamboyant weddings. A simple and extravagant wedding were all weddings. I haven't discussed it with her, but I'm sure she wouldn't object. Henry replied calmly. All right then, if that's what you really want, you can go ahead with it. He gave his approval. Henry smiled and stood up. I'll be heading to the bedroom now. Good night. He calmly headed upstairs. equals 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 equals. Immediately he entered his room, he switched on the lights, locked his door and jumped on the bed. He was tired. When he recalled his conversation with his dad just now, he smiled. Kathleen wouldn't know a thing. Didn't she want to get married to him? He had to oblige her wishes. They were going to get their marriage registered. Ha, marriage indeed. He scoffed in disdain. He brought out his phone from his pocket and dialed an unknown number. Make sure everything is ready. I want no mistakes. He directly hung up without waiting for the other party's response. He pulled off his coat and lay back on the bed. His mind wandered back to Quinn. What was she even doing now? Sleeping perhaps? He imagined her beautiful body under him as he thrust it into her. Her gentle moans and misty eyes. Fuck. He was aroused. His member was rock hard. He headed into the bathroom to relieve his desires. Kathleen was super excited. She was getting married soon. She was officially going to become Henry's wife. The thought of it made her extremely happy. She felt on top of the world. Her phone suddenly rang at that moment. Ring. Ring. She grabbed her phone from the bedside table and glanced at the caller ID. A sweet smile blossomed on her face when she saw who it was. Henry. Hello, my love. She placed it on loudspeaker as usual and closed her eyes. I wanted to tell you something. His calm voice resounded. Her eyes flew open at his words. What did he want to tell her? Did he want to cancel the wedding? There was no way that was going to happen. I want us to register our marriage tomorrow or the day after. Henry continued. What? Why? Kathleen yelled. She was annoyed. Why would he suggest such a thing? Didn't he want her to experience the joys of being a bride? Of putting on a wedding dress? Was he out of his mind? Nothing, Kathleen. Do you want to or not? Henry asked in a firm tone that gave no room for refusal. Jerk. She thought inwardly. Was this how he wanted to treat his future bride? However, she calmed down and thought about it. It wasn't as if he was canceling the marriage. They could register their marriage now and have a proper wedding later. After all, once their marriage was registered, she was legally his wife. So, was there any need to kick up a fuss or throw a tantrum? I agree. But let's make it the day after tomorrow. I love you. She waited for him to reply, but he hung up the call. The heck? So rude. But she wasn't bothered. He could do all he wanted. She was going to officially be his lawfully wedded wife in 2 days' time. However, she didn't know that everything was fake. So fake. Including a fake marriage. A nightstand. Kathleen was smiling from ear to ear as they came out of the registry. They just registered their marriage. She was beside herself with joy, though she tried to maintain a calm demeanor. Why don't we celebrate it? Kathleen turned to look at Henry. Just the both of us, I mean. She quickly added. Go ahead. I will be very busy today. Henry smiled at her. Since they already registered their marriage, he had to act happy, right? Kathleen was a little bit hurt, but she smiled all the same. It's fine, I will go alone. She entered the car. Henry leaned his head on the seat and closed his eyes. Where do you plan to go? I will assign someone to accompany you. He suddenly questioned. Kathleen felt a sweet warmth envelope her. He was asking because he cared about her, right? A club maybe. Have a couple of drinks and dance. Kathleen shrugged. You are married now, Kathleen. I don't want anyone flirting with you. You are mine now, Henry said. Gently. Kathleen blushed and couldn't help but smile. She was feeling fuzzy all over. He actually staked his claim on her. You are mine. You are mine. You are mine. The words kept reverberating through her ears. I'll keep that in mind. No one will dare to. Kathleen leaned her head on his shoulders. Although Henry was irritated, he didn't shrug her off. A club, right? He had to continue with his act. Soon enough they will get a divorce. Did she actually think he didn't know she was the anonymous person that had been buying shares from other shareholders? Since she wanted to play games with him, she was welcome to try. Henry dialed a number immediately he got into his office. The plan is on tonight. Make it flawless. Make sure to take enough photos. He hung up and snarled. She wanted to push him into a corner with his work? Then he was going to blackmail her with something else, something she never bargained for. Equals 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 equals. Nighttime. Kathleen wore a short purple dress which showed a little bit of her cleavage. Even though she was married, she couldn't just change her way of dressing overnight, could she? She was a lady, and ladies had to show a little bit of flesh when dressing. She left the mansion and got into her Lamborghini. Although she had varieties of cars to choose from, she loved driving a Lamborghini. She drove straight to her favorite club in California, the Shades Club. As usual, immediately she stepped inside. The loud blares of the speakers filled her ears. She headed towards the bar and requested for a glass of rainbow wine. The rainbow wine was well known at the Shades Club. It comprised of different alcoholic wines. A shot of it was enough to make an average person drunk. However, Kathleen could take 4 glasses of it before getting drunk. The bartender immediately mixed the drinks for her and handed a glass to her. She gulped it down and cleared her throat. Oh! Kathleen was feeling a weird sensation in her body. What was it? Couldn't be the rainbow wine. She couldn't feel that way just by having a couple of drinks, could she? Her thoughts were distracted when she felt someone rub her back. She whirled around to see a guy with stunning blue eyes staring at her. Gosh, he looked like Henry though. Henry? What are you doing here? She was feeling drowsy and hot all over. To accompany you, my love. The guy replied. Thank God you are here. She dragged him to a chair in a secluded corner and pushed him on the chair. She fucking wanted a cock inside her at that moment. Wait. His hand stopped her. What now? Pull off your clothes. His husky voice sounded beside her ears. She was way past reasoning at that moment. She wanted to fuck him so bad. The guy smirked when he saw the effect he was having on her. She pulled her dress off and the black underwear she was wearing was a direct contrast to her creamy skin. She impatiently unhooked her bra. Is this fine by you? Fuck me please. Even the tone of her voice changed. It sounded like a slut now. Get down on your knees and suck my dick. I wanna fuck your mouth. His voice sounded again. Kathleen hurriedly got on her knees. It wasn't as if anyone could see them where they were. And even they could, she didn't care. All she wanted to do was fuck him. He unbuckled his belt and pulled down his trousers slowly. Can't you just fuck me directly? She didn't wait for his response. She pushed him back on the chair. With all the strength she could muster, she climbed onto him and lowered herself on his already hard shaft. She started bobbing up and down on it in fast motions. Fuck. Can you take charge? I want you to fuck me, not the other way round. She wanted him to fuck her so hard. Why was she having all these lewd thoughts? She was drowsy and yet, the man turned her around in a swift move and impaled her on the chair. This posture made her ass to be displayed towards him. Do you want it? Scream and tell me you want me to fuck you. He smacked her ass with great force. Kathleen moaned in painful pleasure. She was loving it. Yeah, I want you to fuck me. Fuck my fucking cunt. It's yours. She screamed. He started fucking her roughly, thrusting into her in rough motions. Kathleen wasn't satisfied. What was happening to her? She felt like she needed 4 cocks at once inside her. Faster. Fuck me with all your strength. Yeah. She moved her own hips to match with his thrusts. He obliged and increased his pace. The click of camera shutters sounded as the photographer captured more photos. He even made a video with it. It was certain that Kathleen was doomed. The photographer pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hello? Yes. The plan went well. It seems the aphrodisiac was stronger than we thought. All right. He hung up, holding a chip card in his hands. Henry smirked as he glanced at the photos displayed on his table. They were photos of Kathleen. having sex with another man. He played the video sent to his phone, and her sensual voice was heard. Can't you fuck me instead? With this, he could finally gain a hold over her. This was a valid reason to get a divorce. Fucking another man while she was married. Smiling, he paused the video. He could finally go ahead with his plan in peace. Even if his parents' objects, he wasn't going to have anything to do with her anymore. However, he wasn't going to use it yet. This was his chip card. His way of blackmailing her. Kathleen opened her eyes slowly. She winced when the sun rays from outside the window hit her eyes directly. She forced herself to sit up and leaned her back on the headboard. What happened last night? Why was she feeling sore all over? And then it hit her. The sex with the guy at the club. Fuck. How could she? But the guy looked so much like Henry and she was damn horny. What could she have done at the spur of the moment? Was it really Henry? But it made no sense at all. Henry said he couldn't accompany her. How could he show up at the club? Just to have sex with her? But if it wasn't Henry, then who was it? How can a random stranger fuck me on the day I got married? This sounded like a joke. In fact, it sounded like a scene from all this novella stories. She dragged herself to the bathroom. She was fucking sore all over. However, she couldn't deny that even in her drowsy state, she enjoyed the sex. Kathleen had always loved rough sex. She turned on the shower and sighed softly as the water rained down on her. She grabbed the shower gel and scrubbed her body with her sponge vigorously. She had to clean every spot he touched. She was already married. How could she have? She recalled Henry's words when they were inside his car. Fuck. I messed up big time. She banged her hand angrily on the bathroom wall. Whatever. If she didn't say a word, how will anyone know? She was going to keep it a secret. A deep secret. But did the man recognize her? If he did, he was bound to cause trouble. But how was she going to instruct her assistant to investigate who it was, without spilling the beans? Well, she had to visit her in-laws first. She pushed the troublesome thoughts aside. Kathleen breezed into the living room cheerily. She was officially their daughter-in-law. Hey Kathleen. Welcome. Matilda stood up and hugged her daughter-in-law. Kathleen smiled. Good to see you, Mom. Matilda half dragged her to the couch and they both sat down. I'm sorry, Mother. Kathleen suddenly said.
Sorry?
For what? Matilda was confused. Why was she apologizing? For denying you the right to organize your son's wedding. Kathleen bowed her head. It's not your fault, child. Your husband made the decision, Parker said as he walked down the stairs, with the aid of his walking stick. Father. Kathleen stood up respectfully.
Sit.
As I was saying, your husband made the decision. If there is anyone that has to apologize, it should be us. Parker said gently. Why? It was Kathleen's turn to be puzzled. We denied you the opportunity to experience the joys of being a bride. Matilda patted her head. Comfortingly. I'm actually not bothered by that. The most important thing is that we are already married. We can have a proper wedding later. Kathleen smiled. Henry's parents smiled back. This was originally meant to be a marriage alliance, but it seems Kathleen truly loved their son. Wasn't he lucky? What about Henry? Why didn't he come along with you? Parker asked, frowning. Father. Don't be mad at him, he went to the office actually. Ha ha ha. Kathleen said, laughing. But you left your own work just to be with him. Well, since you aren't bothered, what can we say? Matilda smiled. Of course, Mum, I'm not bothered. Kathleen chuckled. When are you moving into his mansion? Parker inquired. We haven't discussed that yet. Kathleen said awkwardly. She was actually hinting to them that Henry hadn't said a word about them living together. I will talk to that son of mine. He seems slow in this kind of situation. Parker complained. He knows what to do. He isn't a child after all. Matilda got up and headed to the kitchen. Kathleen followed suit. No, go back and chat with your father-in-law. Matilda turned to object. It's fine, Mom. I want to help you. Kathleen refused. Matilda didn't argue any further. The two women entered the kitchen. Oh. Matilda watched as her daughter broke some eggs in a bowl. She wanted to make pancakes. When do you plan on having a child, Kathleen? She arranged some vegetables on the chopping board and cut them dexterously into bits. Soon, Mother. We will give you a grandchild soon. Kathleen turned and smiled at her. Not a grandchild but grandchildren. Matilda chuckled as she corrected her daughter-in-law. Noted, Mom. We will give grandchildren. Kathleen said, laughing. Soon the meal was served. Parker glanced at the spread on the table and licked his lips in anticipation. They dug into the food and chatted while eating. I hope you are preparing to give us grandchildren soon? Parker questioned all of a sudden. Kathleen almost choked and she hurriedly drank some water. Why were both of them anxious to have grandchildren? Soon enough, Father. Kathleen replied, trying to hold back her laughter. However, she wasn't ready to have children yet. It wasn't as if she was in a hurry, was she? She will take her sweet time with her husband. But wait, she didn't have a proper wedding night with Henry. She had it with the stranger instead. Fuck. Henry is the cause of all of these. He refused to accompany me when I asked him to, she complained. Inwardly, he was a man after all.
Washington, D.C.
Stephen turned uncomfortably on the couch. He had decided to take a day off from work. The problem was, he was fucking hard. Yeah, he was damn aroused and needed to urgently fuck someone. Ever since he saw Quinn, he had abandoned his previous lifestyle. He stopped being a playboy and decided to pursue her instead. In fact, for the past few months he had been living like a monk. The abstinence was killing him. He needed a hot fuck, and yes, urgently too. He whipped out his phone and dialed his assistant's number. Hello, send a lady to my house now. She has to be fully endowed. He hung up. Quinn, look at what you are doing to me. He headed to his bathroom to take a cold shower. After few minutes he came out. His member was still hard. The shower didn't help at all. 20 minutes later, the doorbell rang. That was fast. He rushed downstairs and opened the door. A beautiful and seductive lady smiled at him immediately he opened the door. Her voice was sensual. Come on in. He ushered her in with a husky voice. She walked into the living room swaying her hips suggestively. So, do you want it here or in your bedroom? She questioned. Stephen didn't respond. He had always been a lover of BDSM method of sex, and he always frequented many BDSM houses. Since he had abstained for too long, he needed it. The bedroom. He headed upstairs and she followed his lead. As they walked, she slowly undressed herself. By the time they arrived at the door of the bedroom, she was already stark naked. Stephen was also impatient. Immediately he pushed the door open. He dragged her inside and shut the door close. Lie on the bed and wait for me, he instructed, and headed towards his walk-in closet. She obeyed and lay spread-eagled on the bed. He returned after few minutes with different kind of whips, a BDSM cuff, 2 candles and a piece of red clothing. The lady widened her eyes in surprise. Was he a dominant? Are you a? She opened her mouth to speak when he interrupted her. Yes, I am, or are you unwilling? Stephen smirked wickedly. The lady smiled. No, but I'll charge you higher. She calmly rested her back on the bed. Whatever you say. Now come with me to the bathroom. He headed to the bathroom half-dressed. She complied as usual and followed him. Immediately he got in, he turned on the shower. Here, blindfold yourself. He handed her the piece of red clothing. Smirking, she collected it and tightly blindfolded herself. What next? She asked calmly. Turn around. His dominant nature surfaced and he was so much enjoying it. She obeyed and he roughly bent her back. He hurriedly unbuckled his belt and roughly impaled her with his shaft. So big. She gasped. Big hun. He began fucking her roughly as the water from the shower poured down on them. She screamed in pleasure. He whipped her ass and she continued screaming. Oh! They came out of the bathroom with the girl weakly staggering. She was still blindfolded. He had fucked her so hard that her legs were shaking uncontrollably. Stephen wasn't bothered. He needed to satiate his desires. After all, he was paying her, wasn't he? He pushed her roughly on the bed. Go down on your knees, he growled. She bent on her fours and he lit a candle. He placed it directly over her ass and she yelped. He thrusted his fingers into her wet hole and began hand-fucking her. Faster, she moaned. Shut up. You are satisfying me, not the other way round. Don't tell me what to do, he ordered fiercely. She nodded helplessly. She could barely hear him. The wax continued dripping on her ass till it finished. He pulled out his fingers and turned her around. Suck it off. She took the 3 fingers into her mouth and licked it seductively. After that, he cuffed her hands on the headboard and widened her legs. She squirmed gently. He lit the second candle and placed it directly over her cunt. She yelped in pain. She hadn't engaged in this kind of sex, but she couldn't tell him to stop. She needed the money and she wanted to fuck him too. The candle wax was soon exhausted. Stephen lowered himself over her, and with a rough thrust, he was inside her. She bit her lips to avoid screaming. He was fucking big. Moan, you fucking whore. He slapped her face fiercely. Her face turned to the other side due to the sheer force of it. Fuck. She let out a scream. Didn't he tell her not to moan just now? Stephen pulled out and emptied his load on the sheets. He couldn't afford getting a whore pregnant. The lady lay weakly on the bed. Her body was sore and her voice was cracked. He had to pay her a lot of money. He untied her blindfold and uncuffed her. She tried closing her legs but quickly opened them wide. He had been merciless when fucking her just now. Her whole body was in pain. Clean yourself and get out. My assistant will sort you out, he ordered as he headed to the bathroom. She wanted to follow him but he glared at her. Are you out of your fucking mind? He snarled. Sorry. Go ahead. She went back and sat on the bed. Why did he seem different all of a sudden? Stephen scrubbed his body thoroughly as his mind wandered to Quinn. He felt like a cheat. It was as if he was cheating on her, even though they weren't officially dating. He could have been more patient. Now he felt filthy. But, deep down, he knew he couldn't have been able to keep abstaining for long. He was an ex-playboy. No matter how hard he tried to avoid returning to his previous ways, there was still bound to be temptations. He was after all a man. He needed to constantly have a hot fuck or two to keep himself sane. But he still wished to make love to his beloved and not have sex with some random hoe. The water rained down on him. Torture. Los Angeles. Kathleen smiled as she and her guest walked into her living room. He was her crush ever since they were kids. Cinder. It has been months since Kathleen and Henry got married. She was back at her place of work leaving California. They both agreed that she should continue with her work first. He would come over every few months, and he will stay over for a period of time. Kathleen had no objections, though she was quite hurt by the way Henry handled things, she said. Nothing. They didn't even have a proper wedding night till that moment. Imagine. She turned to face Xander and pushing him to the sofa, she climbed on top of his body. Your husband won't be furious if he finds us like this? Xander questioned sexily as he smirked. In response, she lowered her head and captured his firm lips. She nibbled gently on the lower lips and pushed her tongue into his warm mouth. Their tongues intertwined as they French kiss. After some time, she pulled out of the kiss completely breathless. He didn't even fuck me on our wedding night. I didn't complain, but it's been months since I got laid. Xander. Kathleen pouted. She rubbed her hands gently on his non-hairy chest. It has been 2 months since Xander started fucking her. They met at a shopping mall. It was a pleasant surprise, of course. He followed her home and they had an intense round of sex. Kathleen discovered to her delight that Xander loved rough sex too. It wasn't as if Henry was in Los Angeles anyway. He would never find out. You know what? Let's take today's own a notch higher. Kathleen whispered beside his ear. How, baby? Explain. Xander pretended not to understand. I want today's own to be rougher than usual. Kathleen said. Are you sure about that? Let's go to my house then. There are a lot of things I can't wait to do to you. Xander bit his lower lip slowly. All right. She climbed off his body. Images were already flashing across her mind. She was looking forward to it. Oh. Both of them drove towards Xander's residence, with Xander being the driver. Xander couldn't wait to get home. Rough sex, huh? She was going to beg him to go gentle by the time he was done with her. She asked for it after all. Oh. Xander opened the door to his bedroom, and Kathleen followed him in. Let's get down to it. Kathleen lay expectantly on the bed. Only she knew the amount of self-control. She had not to fuck Xander while he was driving. She, however, controlled herself. Since they were home now, he could finally fuck her. No, not here. He tapped on his walk at 3 different spots and a secret glass door appeared. Oh, she hadn't noticed there was a secret room when she stepped inside. It was well concealed. So, concealed in fact. Are you ready for the ultimate experience? Xander rubbed his hands together as he winked at her. As ready as I can be. She was already up and undressing herself. She followed him into the room and the door disappeared again. The room was dark. Where is this? A sudden fear crept into her heart. My bondage room. Don't worry, I will go easy on you. Xander chuckled. But to Kathleen the chuckle sounded devilish instead. What has she gotten herself into? Xander walked over to a lamp on a low table and turned it on. The room was fairly illuminated. Kathleen could make out some things in the room. There was a bed at one end of the room, and as Kathleen looked at it, her eyes widened in alarm. A bondage bed. She had read much about it and could recognize it at a glance. What sort of experience was awaiting her? She looked at another corner of the room. The wall had many holes where one could be cuffed. Different whips, different sizes lay on a table. There was even a sharp knife on the table. Candles, razors, blindfolds, handcuffs, a lighter, and a headphone. Wait, a headphone? What was it doing there? However, she wasn't bothered by that. She was afraid if she would remain the same after this. Xander walked towards her and Kathleen took a step back in fear. He looked like the devil himself at that moment. Don't be afraid, baby. You wanted rough sex, right? I have to make it look a bit realistic, don't you think? He grabbed her hand and dragged her towards the bed. He pushed her roughly on it, and in less than few minutes she was already cuffed like an animal that was to be slaughtered. She shivered inwardly, though a part of her was a bit expectant. He pulled out a dildo from a drawer and brought the candles closer. Kathleen's eyes widened when she saw it. It was even bigger than the one she had. Xander thrusted the dildo without warning into her already wet hole. He began moving it in and out of her pussy and pulled it out after a while. He headed to where he placed the whips and others and grabbed the blindfold. He blindfolded her and then gagged her. Kathleen couldn't struggle at all. How could she when she was bound? She helplessly watched as he continued doing whatever he wanted. Let's satisfy you first. I'm not in a hurry. What do you think? Xander chuckled wickedly. Kathleen could only nod. A slap on her cheeks twisted her head to the other side. Don't nod at me, bitch. Don't worry, I'm only acting. He turned the lighter on and brought it close to her. Hole. Kathleen widened her eyes in horror. She was in pain yet she couldn't shout. She wanted to close her widely spread legs yet she couldn't. When the lighter was close to her hole, he moved it away. Kathleen was already covered in her own sweat. Enjoying it, aren't you? I'm going to make this the most rough and memorable sex you ever had, Kathy. He grabbed the knife and razors from the table and slowly walked towards her. Kathleen was now enveloped with fear. Wasn't this too extreme? Regretting her decisions, Xander smirked and continued walking towards her. Kathleen tried to move, but she couldn't even one bit. He bent low and traced a mark with the knife. Little blood started trickling down her body. Kathleen winced and closed her eyes in pain. Was this the memorable and enjoyable moment he was talking about? In a minute. He smirked and sauntered out of the room. When he got to the wall, he repeated the same process he did earlier. A door materialized and he went back. Kathleen was visibly shaking. What did he go to bring? Her question was soon answered few minutes later when Xander came back with a jug of water. He knelt atop her and held the jug of water over her pussy. Kathleen continued looking at him in awe. A cooling sensation engulfed her being as he poured down the cold water directly on her hole. She tried to instinctively close her legs, but it was widely spread and bound. He emptied everything and placed down the empty jug on the floor. He grabbed the whip and gave her a lash across the navel. She wanted to scream, but her mouth was tightly gagged. She could only shake her head in rapid motions. Was this guy insane? A red imprint had appeared on her stomach. It cut across from one end of her waist to the other. Beautiful. Your skin is beautiful. Look how the mark looks nice on your skin. He traced the mark with his finger. He lit the candle and held the dripping wax over the mark. Kathleen struggled. She needed to escape from this sadist. And fast too. Xander had never engaged in this kind of sex with her before. Today was the first. And the worst. Or was it because she told him to take it a notch higher? Don't worry, you will enjoy it soon. He continued with his action. He turned back to the table and carried the headphone. After connecting it to his phone, he wore it over her head. Kathleen's ears were filled with the loud sound of music coming from the headphone. She couldn't hear what he was saying anymore, but she could see his lips moving. Tears trickled down her cheeks as she imagined the future torture that awaited her. He took the whip again and lashed her across the shoulders. She tried struggling again, but to no avail. What was this? Retribution from the heavens? She had always heard that people who committed adultery always ended in one sad plight or the other. Though hers couldn't be considered as a sad plight, it was also a form of pleasure. But she was suffering. She had always thought she was a submissive, but she couldn't help but clear those thoughts from her mind. What submissive? This was torture, pure torture. Xander took another candle and without warning, he drove it into her hole. She was so dead. The music continued blaring in her ears. Goosebumps covered her skin as he pulled the candle in and out of her hole. This was a weird sensation and feeling altogether. Equals. Kathleen was upside down. For the past hour, she had been through all forms of rigorous sex. From hanging down a pole, to using a shower hose to splash water directly on her hole. He had whipped her several times. Her eyes were now red from unshed tears. The problem was she couldn't even scream at all. She was helpless. He had uncuffed her from the bed and she was now cuffed to the wall. Xander was dutifully thrusting a dildo in and out of her hole. She couldn't even see him as she was blindfolded. He hadn't removed the headphone from her ears. Kathleen was already feeling weak. She felt she could pass out at that rate and couldn't hold on for much longer. It seems when it came to this method of sex, Xander became the devil himself. Her legs hurt from where he tore her. Yes, this merciless dominance slashed her across her legs with a knife. Who does that? Kathleen decided inwardly that she was going to deal with him after this. She climaxed after some time. Good girl. Xander smiled wickedly. He was enjoying himself thoroughly. When was the last time he had this kind of sex? He removed her blindfold, her headphone, and removed the gag from her mouth. He then uncuffed her. She fell weakly on the floor. I'm tired. I can't continue anymore, Kathleen said with a sore voice. That isn't for you to decide, Kathy. Okay, one more time and I'm done with you. Xander arched his Brow. Kathleen nodded her head weakly. She couldn't wait to be out of this room. She was going to teach him a terrible lesson. A very terrible one. Take me into your mouth. Xander smacked her cheeks roughly. Kathleen crawled towards him and slowly unbuckled his belt. She was too weak to even lift a finger. Hurry up. He smacked her again roughly. Kathleen yelped, all her body was smarting. Can't you be a little bit gentler? She said, forcing the words out of her mouth. Without warning, Xander grabbed a fistful of her hair and directly put his dick into her mouth. Shut your fucking mouth. Being gentle is for me to decide, not you. Now take that fucking dick into your mouth. He grabbed her hair harder, making Kathleen scream out in pain. She complied and began bobbing her head up and down on his length. Good. He smacked her on the head this time. Soon he climaxed. Take everything into your mouth, don't leave a single bit. He emptied his load into her mouth and she dutifully swallowed everything down to the last drop. The reason why she was enduring everything was partially because he was her crush and partially because she was patiently waiting for her to get out of here. She was still in his territory and couldn't threaten him yet. But after she leaves, he was going to face the repercussions. How could he make her pass through this kind of painful experience? Damn you, Xander. Damn you, she cursed inwardly. However, deep down, she knew she was the one that brought everything upon herself. Blackmailed. Kathleen lay weakly on her bed. It was already nighttime. At least that jerk was kind enough to bring her back home. Jerk. She cursed for the umpteenth time. She remembered what she said to him immediately she stepped out of the car. She had threatened to make him pay for what he did to her. He had laughed it off and sneered instead. She had been surprised at his reaction. Wasn't he afraid of what she could do? Was he underestimating her? His next words had horrified her. He threatened to expose them to Henry. Kathleen had been visibly. It was now her turn to beg Xander. He had even extorted money from her, and also with the condition that he could come over and fuck her whenever he wanted. She turned uncomfortably on the bed. What had she gotten herself into? Henry is the cause of all this. He doesn't even fulfill his rights as my husband at all. Kathleen wasn't happy at all. She wasn't even excited when she remembered they were already married. It's been months now. Was he planning to live as a monk? But she was Kathleen. How could a person who directed the activities of a whole conglomerate get blackmailed easily? She was going to get back at him. Soon enough. Just you wait, Xander. She dragged her weak body to the bathroom. Someone she once had a crush on was now irritating her to annoying levels. She even felt like killing him if she had a chance. Turning on the shower, she stood under it. The water barely touched her when she darted away. Pain. Her whole body was on fire. He had injured fairly a bit of her skin. Fuck you, Xander. She tried showering. She couldn't possibly go to sleep like that, could she? She felt like a rape victim, if not worse. How could a person enjoy hurting another? A sadist through and through. She stood under the shower again. As the water touched her bare skin, she ran out of the bathroom. She gave up. She went in search of a first aid kit. She had to dress her wounds, if it could be considered as one. She soon came back with the first aid kit and carefully sat on the bed. Even her ass hurt. She vowed never to engage in any form of rough sex. This experience wasn't a nice one at all. She soon dressed her wounds and tiredly closed the kit. She placed it on the table beside her bed. She was too tired to head back to the kitchen. She stared at the starry night through her glass-enclosed walls. She wasn't even in a mood to admire it. She frustratedly turned around a few more times. Her mind wandered to Xander. What if along the line he still decided to reveal everything to Henry? Wasn't her marriage as good as ended? However, she was comforted by the fact that he didn't have any evidence against her whatsoever. She could just deny everything. Would Henry choose to believe a stranger over her? She knew he wasn't going to. But what if he actually had evidence? What if he was just hiding it? Xander had always been a calculative person. In fact, that was one of the traits of his that Kathleen actually admired. Now she couldn't help but wish he wasn't. How good would that be? With a hiss, she turned off the lights. Kathleen shifted uncomfortably on the bed. For an hour now, she had been trying to get some rest, but she couldn't. But wasn't she tired? Wasn't she supposed to get some rest? She opened her legs a bit wider. Her pussy was smarting. What was this? Different plans began formulating on her mind as she thought of ways to deal with Xander. Did he think he could hurt her and get away with it? Never. She was never going to allow him to. He was going to pay back double for the torturous experience he made her go through today. She wanted to call Henry. She couldn't fucking fall asleep. Not that she wanted to tell him that, but she desperately needed an assurance that he was still hers. What if Xander already called him? Although she knew it wasn't possible, she couldn't help but think. It hadn't been so long since they got married, but she was already feeling insecure. If she was already having sex, what about Henry himself? She refused to believe he could abstain from sex for so long. Was he a monk? This was someone that satiated his sexual needs with his own maid while he already had a fiancée at that time. Her. Now they were married and he hadn't even touched her even once. What if? What if he was actually having sex with someone else? How was she to know? Well, she was already doing hers and she was already repentant. So, if he was having an affair with someone else, he should better stop it before she found out. Wait. Wasn't Quinn in California? What if they already got back together? That slut couldn't be trusted. At all. Not even a bit. She suddenly felt thirsty. She headed downstairs for a glass of water. How wouldn't she be thirsty? She literally screamed her lungs out earlier today. Her eyes were even smarting. She opened the fridge and poured herself a glass of water. Gently closing the fridge, she headed back to try to get some sleep. Back on the bed, she continued contemplating if she could give Henry a call at that ungodly hour. Wouldn't he get angry? A silly question. He would probably be very mad at her if she disturbed his beauty sleep. But what if he wasn't sleeping? What if he was currently banging some bimbo? She didn't know why the thought kept occurring to her. But she couldn't help it. She felt Henry wasn't different from her. He also loved to have sex. Playboy indeed. However, she felt he didn't have the right to have an affair. Wasn't he the one that chose not to have sex? Wasn't he the one that made her hold back her desires for some time? Wasn't he the one that made her have sex with Xander? The sex that resulted in his blackmailing her? Couldn't restrain his desires.
Washington, D.C.
Chloe's condominium. The four friends were all having a home party at Chloe's apartment. They were already getting tips. Chloe, who was obviously excited, twisted her body smoothly like a pro. Your dancing skills hasn't gotten rusty at all. Quinn commented admiringly. Of course, none of you can compare. Chloe bragged shamelessly. Having the home party was all Chloe's idea as usual. Ariana sat on the couch chewing at the lap of a fried turkey. She had no intention to join the dance whatsoever. As she chewed, she followed it down with a glass of brandy. Brandy was her favorite alcohol after all. As Jaden danced, he looked at Ariana through the corner of his eyes. He wanted to badly hug her at that moment but focused on his dancing instead. However, his actions didn't go unnoticed by the highly sensitive Chloe. She smiled inwardly. She was going to matchmake these two fools. They were prolonging matters. She wanted to be a godmother soon. To their child, of course. I'm tired, you guys go ahead. Quinn laughed as she headed to a couch. She collapsed on it, still laughing. You don't want to dance? She glanced at Ariana, who was currently munching some popcorn. It was funny how, despite being a glutton, she maintained a beautiful and nice figure. No wonder Jaden was attracted to her. Speaking of Jaden, she turned towards his direction and caught him looking at Ariana. She smirked. However, she knew their relationship wasn't going to be smooth sailing. Ariana had been traumatized since childhood. She hated relationships and men as a whole. The only reason why she could stand Jaden and could even become friends with him was because he didn't approach her as a male. nor did he request for a relationship of any sort. He came to her as a gay. In fact, they all thought he was a gay. Howl. Ariana wasn't even aware of the truth yet. They wanted both of them to have a go at the relationship first and see if they could be together. Sigh. What a twisted love story. A very twisted one indeed. Equals 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 equals. It was soon 1 a.m. Chloe decided that the home party had to end. Quinn decided to sleep over at Chloe's apartment. It wasn't as if she intended on going back to the Stone's family mansion that wee hours of the morning. Let's sleep over too. I'm too tired to go back home, Ariana suggested. Nope. Jay will take you home, right, Jade? Chloe turned to Jaden with a completely serious expression on her face, although she was stifling her laughter. Sure. Let's go then. Jaden gently dragged the drunk Ariana to the car. After they all bid their goodbyes. As they drove, Jaden continuously glanced at the already sleeping Ariana. His heart felt warm. He wished she didn't hate men. He was very sure she would have accepted him. What made him so confident he didn't know. He pulled over at her apartment and parked his car at the garage. Placing her gently on his shoulders, he took her inside. Jaden watched as Ariana slept with a peaceful look on her face. She looked so beautiful. He stood up to leave. She would be fine. However, as he made to leave, Ariana unconsciously pulled his hand back. Maybe she thought it was Chloe or Quinn, he didn't know. Don't go, please. Her voice was soft as she pleaded. He sighed. He had no choice but to sit back on the bed. Well, he could just sleep over. He would explain everything to her tomorrow and even tease her. His eyes darted to her plumpy lips and he suddenly felt the urge to kiss her. A kiss wouldn't hurt, would it? He lowered his head and slowly captured her lips. He sucked on it gently and closed his eyes. As he made to push his tongue into her mouth, she unconsciously resisted, but he persistently succeeded. His tongue intertwined with hers. He closed his eyes as he savored the heavenly feeling he was getting from the kiss. How could a kiss be so satisfying? He could taste the alcohol in her mouth and his hand daringly went downwards towards her breasts. He gently squeezed them through her clothes. Ariana had never been a lover of bra. Chloe had tried her possible best to force her into wearing them, but she always refused to. Even with his movements, Ariana lay like a log of wood. She was completely knocked out. Jaden was feeling hot already. Just a kiss and he was already hard. But it wasn't his fault, was it? He had been having a one-sided love relationship with her for years now. Getting an opportunity to get intimate with her up to this level was already a cause for celebration. Although he knew what he was about to do may make Ariana lose trust in him and even strain their relationship, he continued. He couldn't help it. She was his beloved. He gently undressed her and she drowsily turned. He stifled his breath. Was she about to wake up? Should he just satisfy himself using his hands? Was the risk worth taking? By that time he had undressed her to the chest level. Her supple breasts were in full display. As he continued contemplating within himself, she turned directly facing him. Jaden pushed all thoughts to the back of his mind. All he wanted at that moment was to become one with this beautiful lady lying on the bed. He carefully stood up and began removing his clothes. In seconds he was already stark naked. He climbed onto the bed and pulled the sheets over their naked body. He positioned his length at her entrance and as he tried to enter her, he was met with an obstruction. Her hymen. She was a virgin. How could he forget? Someone who hated men couldn't possibly be sleeping around with them, right? Ariana hadn't even been in a relationship before. He was stuck in a predicament. Should he go ahead or stop at this point? He looked at her sleeping face and as she suddenly tried to turn, her hands unintentionally brushed against his length. He gasped. Ariana would be the death of him. Who gave him the right to? Back at home, Quinn and Chloe at each other and chuckled. We have to lend him a hand. Else he will never stand a chance. Quinn said, laughing. Of course, though I wouldn't blame him for not making a move. It isn't as if he's afraid of Ariana, but you know how she is. Chloe shrugged helplessly and sauntered towards her bedroom. I'm sleepy, you? Chloe yawned. She was tired. I'm sleeping on the couch. I don't want to wake up with a bruised eyes tomorrow. Quinn laughed as she followed Chloe. Why are you following me then? Chloe turned and fixed her with a glare. To get a quilt. I'm tired and can't trade words with you, ma'am. Quinn pushed her and headed into the bedroom. Chloe and Ariana were very restless sleepers. One couldn't comfortably sleep with them. For instance, the first time Quinn slept over at Chloe's apartment, she ended up with a tired body the next day. Chloe had kicked her body endlessly while they slept. She had even unknowingly pinned her down as she rolled from one end of the bed to the other. From then on, Quinn vowed never to sleep on the same bed with Chloe. It wasn't until later before she discovered Ariana was also a restless sleeper. What sort of friends were this? She soon returned to the living room with a quilt and a pillow. She lay down on the couch in a comfortable position and covered herself with the quilt. She soon heard the sound of the bedroom door opening. What was Chloe up to? She chuckled when Chloe headed to the couch opposite hers, with a pillow and quilt in her hands. She lay down too, covering herself with the quilt. Why did you come out? Quinn was amused. Shut up and sleep, Chloe retorted as she turned in a more comfortable position. Whatever. I bet you will be lying on the floor tomorrow, snoring your lungs out. Quinn teased. Chloe threw a pillow at her and Quinn laughed as it landed on her body. Are you throwing a pillow at Quinn Stone? Quinn chuckled. Nah. I dare not. I'm only throwing a pillow at Michelle Stone. Chloe smirked. Both friends continued talking till they fell asleep. They even left the lights on. Equals 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 equals. Jaden's body was covered in his own sweat as he continued thrusting into her. Fuck. He climaxed and pulled out of her. He placed her on his shoulders and took her to the bedroom to clean their bodies up. Oh? He tucked her well into the sheets and looked at her sleeping face with a guilty look. How was he going to explain himself to her tomorrow? Was their relationship going to remain the same? Course not. He was so restless that he ended up calling Quinn. Ring ring. The sound of her phone ringing startled her from sleep. Quinn sat up straight on the couch and rubbed her sleepy eyes. Who was it now? Without looking at the caller ID, she picked up the phone. I unintentionally slept with her. It was a mistake, I swear. A voice frantically explained at the other end of the line. Jaden. She could recognize his voice, of course, even without looking at the caller ID. What should I do? I messed up, right? Jaden sounded like he was at the point of tears. Hey, come down. Let's talk it over tomorrow, Quinn said with a calm tone. They couldn't possibly talk over the phone, right? And at this hour too. But what if? Jaden wanted to continue when he was interrupted by Quinn. Jay, be calm, we will talk it over at dawn. Quinn was still calm. All right then. Sorry for disturbing you, I was confused. Jaden apologized. It's fine, Jay. Quinn replied. Go back to sleep then. He hung up. Quinn sighed as she placed her phone on the table. She could understand why he was tensed. Ariana hated men, but then she trusted him. Now he has broken the trust she has for him. Was this how their love story was going to end? She sighed and she was startled when she was Chloe looking at her sad-eyed. When did you wake up? Quinn was surprised. Had she been sitting like that all this while? Am I the cause? Chloe was sad as she questioned. Of course not. What rubbish are you saying? Quinn went over to sit beside her. I made the suggestion, Quinn. I was the one that caused all this mess. Chloe bent her head. She only wanted both of them to come together. Now she had successfully drifted them apart. Ariana wasn't ever going to forgive Jaden. Did she just spoil the friendship between her best friends? Shut up, Chloe. If it were really meant to happen, it surely would have, even without your intervention. Quinn scolded. What if it wasn't? What if really wasn't meant to happen? Chloe couldn't believe she really wasn't the cause. Quinn sighed helplessly. What could she say to convince her otherwise? Chloe, what if you succeeded in bringing them close instead? Quinn fired. Chloe raised her head and looked straight into Quinn's eyes. Don't bother, I know what you are trying to do. We both know how Ariana is. Let's see what the morning brings. Chloe turned her head away. Quinn lay her head back on the couch. What was going to happen to their friendship now? She couldn't blame Jaden for not being able to control his desires. Ariana was after the lady he loved. How could he bear not to touch her at all? How could he? The problem now was Ariana herself. She was surely going to feel betrayed. But this matter was going to be settled between themselves. Even as friends, there was a limit to which they could influence each other's decisions. However, Quinn wished for both of them to be together. How great would that be? Friends becoming lovers? Then getting married. So perfect. So beautiful. She returned to the couch to get some sleep before dawn. But even as she closed her eyes, she couldn't sleep at all. She continued turning restlessly. Did she inherit Chloe and Ariana's habits? Broken friendship. Ariana opened her eyes as sun rays poured into the bedroom. She closed her eyes at the effect it had on her eyes. She tried to sit up, but her body felt sore. Damn. What was wrong with her? Was she sick? She forced her body up and froze as if she had been electrocuted. What was the pain she was feeling between her legs? Although she wanted nothing to do with guys, it wasn't as if she was stupid. She knew what the pain she was feeling meant. She had been violated. Her eyes widened and she began shaking in anger. Who was it? Who took her first time? Her eyes reddened as the thoughts of last night crossed her mind. Although she was quite drunk, she remembered that Jaden drove her home and left. Did he actually leave? But if he didn't, how did the rapist come inside? She was puzzled. Her apartment wasn't safe anymore? The door to her bedroom opened at that moment and Jaden came in. Ha! You actually slept over. Good morning. Ariana's tone was dull. What is the problem? Why do you look that way? Although he already knew the answer, he pretended not to. I was raped. Right here in my room. I have no idea how he came in. It didn't cross her mind even once that Jaden might be the culprit. He was after all a gay. How could he sleep with her? Clean up, let's head over to Chloe's place. That was the only response he could give. He wasn't planning on lying to her. It would only complicate things. So, he wanted to explain everything to her right in their presence. What are you saying? I'm talking about something serious. What if I was killed instead? Ariana was in tears. She couldn't believe that a man actually slept with her. Without her consent, in fact. She felt her heart clench in pain. She looked up at Jaden's face. He turned around to leave the room. I will wait for you in the living room. With that, he breezed out of the room in a hurry. Ariana was in pain to even bother about his strange behavior. The doorbell rang and Chloe forcefully opened her eyes. Who the fuck couldn't wait till sunrise before showing up at her doorstep? Quinn equally woke up with a start. Who was it? What a fool she was. It must be Jaden, of course. I will get it. Chloe dragged her body across to the door. She was shocked when she opened the door. Two sad-faced people were waiting at the doorstep. Jaden? Ariana? Come on in. She opened the door wider and ushered them in. She was wondering if Jaden already told her about what happened last night. But from the look on her face, it didn't look like it. Cheer up, young lady, you look dead. Quinn joked. Ariana sighed. I was violated last night. I have no idea who it is. In fact, the both of us have no idea who it was. Ariana cried. Jaden felt his heart break as he watched her cry. On their way here, he had been tempted to tell her the truth. But he was afraid of what her reaction might be. What if? Chloe was speechless. She went over to sit beside her friend. Quinn signaled at him to spill the beans. He nodded and stood up. His heart was furiously pumping. He was afraid. Yeah, he was fucking afraid. Ari, I have something to tell you. Jaden knelt before her. Although Ariana had been having her suspicions, she had shrugged it off. Why? It made no sense. Jaden was a homo. How in heaven's name could he be the culprit? Jaden took a deep breath, stared into her eyes and began explaining everything, including his not being a gay. At the end of his explanation, Ariana was obviously dumbfounded. You are joking, right? You aren't saying the truth, are you? Ariana felt her eyes tear up. How could it be? Did her trusted friend lie to her? Pack. A loud slap resounded across the room. She had slapped him. Jaden held the cheek where she had slapped him in remorse. He wasn't even angry. He deserved it. If she could hit him 100 times and forgive him, then he was ready for it. Quinn and Chloe watched like spectators at a football game. They had nothing to contribute. Ariana suddenly stood up. I trusted you, Jay. Yet what did you do? You betrayed my trust, Jay. You fucking betrayed my trust. The tears were coming in torrents now. Quinn went over to join Chloe in comforting Ariana. They could understand her pain. Yet they weren't angry at Jaden at all. You know what? From this day we don't know each other. Whenever we meet, let's follow separate paths. As she spoke, the tears continued trickling down. Immediately he heard her words, he winced. What was she saying? Was she throwing their years of friendship down the drain? I'm really sorry, please don't do this, Ari. He desperately pleaded. You should have known that when you took advantage of me. Her tone was cold, even her expression hardened. Trust? She would never trust a male. Not in this lifetime. Jaden noticed that she changed the way she usually spoke to him. Her tone was just like she was speaking to a stranger. Ariana stormed out of the apartment in anger. She was afraid if she hung around a bit more she might do something stupid. What have I done? He muttered as he sank to the ground. His heart hurt. He was also in pain. I think it's best if you stay away from her for a while. Travel to a different country entirely. Quinn calmly suggested. That was the best decision for now. Ariana was still angry. Even if she wasn't anymore, the bond and trust will be lost. They could never be like before. Jaden didn't respond. What could he say? His beloved was angry at him. The cause? He betrayed her trust. He hurt her, he lied to her. Chloe walked over to him and tried pulling him up. Jaden didn't budge. He wasn't in the mood to talk at all. He could have been more patient. He couldn't have done what he did. He was a fool. A fool who lost a good friend and a potential lover. He suffered a double loss. A trap. Henry patiently waited for her arrival. Today was the day he had been waiting for. A document lay on his table. At that moment, the door opened and Quinn came inside accompanied by her assistant. As a show of decorum, Henry stood up and shook her hands warmly. However, Quinn's handshake and even her entire being was devoid of warmth. Please take a seat. He gestured to the seats in front of them. Quinn calmly sat on the chair. Her eyes darted to the document in front of him. It looked
familiar.
She focused her gaze on him. I believe there isn't a problem, Mr. Henry. Her gaze was sharp as she glared at him. Of course there isn't. Please take a look at this contract document, Miss Quinn. He pushed the document towards her. Quinn took a quick glance at it, but she made no move to pick it up. It's the agreement between us when you became my maid. It contains your signature, but please go through the contents. A smirk was plastered on his face. Avi picked the document and proceeded to read it. Don't you think it's best for you to read it yourself? Henry clasped his fists and placed it on the table. Quinn didn't respond but waited for Avi to finish going through the contents. Back then when she had become his maid, he prepared a document and made her sign it. He didn't allow her read it at all. She needed the job at that time, so she didn't protest. Now, she couldn't help but wonder if it was a wise situation. Avi let out a gasp and bent to whisper something to Quinn's ears. Quinn's look turned cold when she heard what Avi told her. You are a jerk, Mr. Henry. She couldn't help but say. You should be thankful that I allowed you to stay away for 8 years, Miss Quinn. Don't worry, I won't chase you up on that. The agreement says you have to be my maid for a period of 30 years. Believe it isn't up to, is it? Henry said playfully. Quinn narrowed her eyes as she glared at him. You are literally saying I should continue being your maid? She was amused, but she didn't show it. Your signature is there. But don't worry, considering your status, you don't have to continue being a maid for me. Be my flatmate instead, till the period stated in the agreement is expired. Henry continued with a calm demeanor. He was thoroughly enjoying himself. Is that all? Quinn questioned as she stood up. That's all. You can move in tomorrow. Have a nice day, Miss Quinn. He smirked as she turned to leave. Finally, his trap paid off. Quinn could finally be his again. As he was busy rejoicing, he didn't notice the slight smirk plastered on Quinn's face as she left. Equals. Avi was confused as she drove Quinn to the corporation. President, I'm sorry if I seem nosy, she began. Go ahead, I'm all ears. Quinn had an uninterested look on her face. You could pay the compensation for breach of contract. Why did you? She paused and looked at Quinn through the mirror. You think I don't know? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Quinn leaned back on the seat. Avi didn't argue further. Quinn was a smart lady, in fact smarter than her male counterparts. But it was obvious Henry didn't know who she really was. He didn't know she was a Stone. If he knew that he was telling the only heiress of the Stones' family to become a maid, how would he react? Quinn was deep in thoughts about her friends instead. She wasn't even bothered about the episode with Henry just now. Ariana had stopped speaking to Jaden entirely and was avoiding him like a plague. He had no choice but to return to Italy for the time being. Maybe time would heal her wounds and mend the broken relationship between them. Chloe and Quinn were affected by everything. Both of them were their friends. How couldn't they be affected? Time shall tell. Her phone rang at that moment. She picked the call and placed it on loudspeaker as usual. Hello. A feminine voice sounded. Mom? I was about calling you, in fact. Quinn chuckled. Really? Well, since I called you, you can go ahead and tell me what you want to. Her said. Quinn cleared her throat and explained everything concerning she and Henry to her. What? How dare he? Does he know who you are? Her mother thundered. Calm down, mother. I will go. Quinn said calmly. Are you sure about it? Her mother didn't stop her. She was wise enough to make her own decisions. Of course, let's have a little fun. Quinn laughed. All right, love. Have fun. If that's all, I will hang up first. Her mother hung up. Quinn dropped her phone on her lap and smiled. Henry was quite excited immediately Quinn left. He couldn't wait for tomorrow to arrive. As for Kathleen, he knew how to deal with her. Hers was a small matter. Ring. Ring. He glanced at the ID. Speak of the devil. Kathleen. Placing the call on speaker, he tapped the answer button. Hello. Henry? Why haven't you called for some time? Her rowdy voice sounded. He massaged his temples. He needed to get rid of this pest soon. Are you there? Henry. Kathleen was getting irritated. Why was he quiet? Henry cleared his throat as if to signal that he was still listening. Are you treating me like a fool, Henry? Kathleen sneered. You haven't said anything, Kathleen. Henry was nonchalant. If there is nothing else, I will hang up first. He didn't hesitate. He hung up and dropped the phone on the table. He had planned to play around with her for some time, but it seems he had to place a rein on her. Soon enough. And as for his Quinn, tomorrow. Weeks later, Quinn officially moved back to Henry's mansion. She went to work directly from his house. Apart from her mother and her friends, no one knew she had moved in with her ex-boss. She didn't even tell Stephen. She was having a blissful time. Although they were in the same mansion, Quinn made sure they barely saw each other. Henry had been trying so hard to seduce her, but she proved to him that his efforts were futile. This morning too he had tried to kiss her, but she threw a punch at his stomach and rushed back to his room, leaving him writhing in pain. He had left the mansion in annoyance. Not that Quinn cared anyway. She decided to take a day from work. She called Avi and told her to cancel her schedule for that day. She ate her breakfast of toast bread and a glass of warm milk. Heading back to the living room, she settled down on the sofa and began playing a game on her phone. She felt so relaxed. She thought of her daughter and smiled. They just talking to each other few minutes ago. Her daughter sounded happy to hear her voice. Imelda even told her that she missed her. Her little pumpkin. The doorbell rang at that moment and Quinn raised her head up. Was she expecting anyone? Equals. Kathleen stood outside the door fuming silently. She was livid with anger at that moment. She just got reports that Quinn was back at her husband's house. She canceled every appointment and meeting she had that day and flew down here. What did Henry take her for? A fool perhaps? She waited for whoever was inside to open the door for her. If it was Quinn, what right did a mere maid have to flout her orders? Was she underestimating her? The door finally opened. Oh! As Quinn opened the door, the angry face of Kathleen greeted her. Oh! Trouble. She turned and made to go back to the sofa, when Kathleen drew her back. Where do you think you are going? She asked heatedly. Quinn shook her grip off, folded her arms and questioned calmly. And where do you think you are going? Kathleen was shocked at her audacity and courage. Are you out of your fucking mind? She angrily threw at her. Quinn wasn't even bothered to respond. She turned and headed back inside. Kathleen tried to drag her back again but missed. She lost her balance and pathetically fell on the floor with a thud. Ow! That must have hurt, Quinn said in fake concern, her voice laced with mockery. Kathleen was embarrassed and glared furiously at her. What are you fucking doing here? She yelled furiously. Quinn calmly walked to the sofa and sat cross-legged on it. Are you snubbing my question? Kathleen rose and shouted angrily. She felt like twisting the neck of this bitch. Quinn wasn't even shaken at all. She continued flipping through her phone with a cold expression. Do you know he is married? What are you doing in a married man's home? You want more money? Ha! Pathetic indeed. Kathleen laughed in derision. Should I be sad because he is married? Ask your precious husband what I'm doing here. Quinn was still calm. Kathleen's chest heaved up and down in anger. What Quinn said was true. Henry had to give her a valid explanation for Quinn's presence in the mansion. He was no longer a bachelor. He was married and she was his wife. What rights did he have to bring another woman to the house? Leave immediately. I won't say much, Kathleen said with the air and confidence of a wealthy woman. Quinn stared at her like she was looking at a joke. It seemed she was still living in the past. Maybe she still looked at her and still thought of her like a maid. Are you stupid? Why are you shouting and filling my ears with noise? Quinn sneered. Kathleen took a step back and looked at the lady seated on the sofa. Where did she get her confidence from? It must be because she knew she had the support of Henry. Bitch. Kathleen walked with quick steps towards her with the intention to slap her. Unfortunately, Quinn caught it and pushed her hand back. It's either you are stupid or you must be mad, Kathleen. Quinn stood straight to her full height. She was even taller than Kathleen. She had always been. Kathleen felt a little bit intimidated. But recalling the fact that Quinn was a maid, she pushed her in. Annoyance. Who do you think you are? Remember, you are nothing but a maid, Quinn. Kathleen spat in mockery. Quinn was amused. Her conjecture was correct after all. Kathleen still thought she was still a maid. Poor thing. Really? Seems I have forgotten though. Quinn changed the look on her face to that of shame. Kathleen smirked in satisfaction. It's better you know your place, lowly maid. Now get inside and pack your things out of this house. Do that while I'm still in a good mood. Kathleen tilted her head arrogantly. Quinn stifled a laughter, and when she couldn't hold it back, She started laughing uncontrollably. A very joke, I must say, Kathleen. If there is anyone that should be leaving, that should be you. Do you know why I'm here? Quinn folded her arms and sneered. It's because I love him. I love him and I want to be with him. Do you have any objections? Quinn smirked. Kathleen was in disbelief. She looked shocked. Quinn badly wanted to laugh when she saw her expression. How dare she call her a lowly maid? Was she even qualified to breath close to her? You sent me away once. I'm going to return the favor to you. You may leave. Quinn uttered coldly. Did you just tell me to leave? Kathleen sneered. Was she joking? Kathleen stormed into Henry's office angrily. Quinn had embarrassed her so bad back at the mansion, and she couldn't retaliate at all. Henry was calm and didn't even budge when she entered. What is the meaning of what you did, Henry? She didn't even bother to sit down before she thundered. What are you talking about? Henry placed his chin on his clasped hands. Don't take me for a fool. What is Quinn doing in our matrimonial home? She was very angry this time. Matrimonial home? When you already have someone fucking you aside me, Henry retorted. Kathleen's eyes went wide like saucers. Her mind was blank. Did he know? Did he know she was having an affair with Xander? But how? Except he had been keeping an eye on her, of course. If it were any other time, she would have been happy. But how could she be happy in that kind of situation? She felt burrowing the ground and diving inside. Her marriage was at risk. At that moment, she forgot about Quinn entirely. She had to deny. She was sure he had no evidence against her. What the hell are you talking about? Fucking someone else outside marriage? Are you trying to change the topic? She had to deny it to the end. What if he was just testing her? Henry didn't say anything. He brought out some photos and placed them on the table. Does this ring a bell? He watched as her face alternated between red and blue. What's this? What does this has to do with me? She initially thought he knew about Xander. But who the fuck was in those photos? She picked them up and her face turned pale. The lady in the photos was obviously her. But who was the young man? This isn't me. You photoshopped this, didn't you? She was shaking. She knew the picture wasn't photoshopped. It was real. And it meant one thing. She actually slept with someone. Photoshopped? Alright, let me show you something else. He unlocked his phone and played a video for her to watch. He passed it to her and she reluctantly accepted. As she watched the video, she almost dropped the phone. What the fuck? It was her. She looked and acted as a slut in the video. An indignant look appeared on her face. It's edited. I'm not the one. She was determined to deny it till the end. You can stop lying to yourself. I can't stoop so low to frame you, Henry said coldly. What do you want? She took a deep breath and asked. Since he brought out the photos, he obviously wanted something. Nothing much. Stop poke-nosing into my affairs. Leave me alone. Henry snarled. But I'm your wife. Kathleen was adamant. She should leave him alone? What a joke. Wife? You should be thankful I haven't divorced you yet. Henry laughed in mockery. Kathleen's face turned pale. It was then she understood the severity of the situation. He forced me, Kathleen said. You were forced, really? Henry was amused. Kathleen's mind raced. She wanted to figure out when and for how long he had been hiding the secret. Wait. Then it hit her. That was the day they got married. This jerk. He had such a secret and he had been hiding it for months. Don't worry. This marriage had never been one of love anyways. So what difference does it make? Henry shrugged. Kathleen blinked. He was right. The marriage was only an alliance. But did that mean he wasn't aware of Xander? Thank the heavens. Kathleen turned and embarrassingly left the room, leaving a smiling Henry. He hadn't wanted to reveal the photos to her. But she left him no choice. He wanted to have some peace and quiet with Quinn. Speaking of her, she hadn't allowed him touch her for weeks now. Although they weren't sleeping in the same room, Henry couldn't believe that his seduction skills wouldn't work on her. He had seduced her before, and he could do it again. Equals 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 equals. Nighttime. Quinn was calmly lying on the bed in her room when Henry came in. He locked the door behind him. Quinn looked at him and groaned inwardly. She had forgotten to lock the door. What now? Didn't you hear my car drive in? Henry smirked as he stepped closer to her. I believe that's none of my business, is it? Quinn said coldly. Cut the crap, Quinn. Stop putting on an act. You want it, don't you? Tell me you want it. Henry was bare-chested with only his sweatpants on. Want what, Mr. Henry? It was Quinn's turn to smirk. You want my cock, don't you? You want me to fuck you just like before, right? Do you think so? It seems you are living in your world of fantasy, Mr. Henry. Quinn laughed without mirth. Was he mad or maybe dumb? Henry didn't continue trading words with her. In minutes he was beside her and he pinned her down on the bed. Still playing games with me? I'm in no mood for that. With that he lowered his head and captured her lips. He kissed her and released all his pent-up emotions. It was at that moment he realized he actually needed her. He didn't want her. He needed her. He wanted to become one with her. At first Quinn put up a struggle, but she soon succumbed. Henry's hand went down to her full breasts. Your breasts has gotten more suppler and soft. He growled into her mouth. Quinn closed her eyes as they kissed. How long had it been? Almost 9 years. Did she miss him? She didn't. As he said, she missed his body and not him. What had he done for her? Nothing at all. Except fucking her, of course. Heavens. Quinn, I need to be inside you right now. Henry groaned impatiently. His little brother was already hard. Maybe it was due to the fact that they hadn't gotten intimate for a long time. He fucking missed her body. Fucking her at last. Clothes were strewn on the floor. Moans and pants filled the room. You like it, don't you? Henry continued banging her without mercy. He had abstained for a long time now. He had to release his desires. A man couldn't abstain for long. Quinn didn't respond, she only moaned. Henry frowned. Was she trying to be stubborn? Tell me you like it, or else I will stop. Henry threatened. He was fucking her, she had to obey his orders. I like it. Satisfied. Quinn moaned. She bit his nipple and Henry groaned in response. He lifted her legs and placed them on his shoulders. He needed to have better access to her pussy. Triple. Faster. Quinn threw all care to the wind. In fact, her mind was in shambles. Thrusts after thrusts, soon they both climaxed. Henry didn't pull out, he left his dick inside her. He missed the feeling of being inside her. He fucking missed it. In the darkness, Quinn heard him mutter, "Don't leave me ever again." He fell into a deep slumber. It wasn't as if his stamina was weak, but he had stressed himself over the past few days. Coupled with thinking about how to get Quinn in his bed, he was mentally exhausted. He realized Quinn was no longer like before. She had become a hard nut to crack. Quinn didn't respond, not that he would hear anyway. She didn't even make any move to pull out his dick from inside her. She adjusted her position to be more comfortable. The next morning dawned bright and clear. It was a weekend and both of them had free schedules. However, Quinn had something to do, so she told Avi to come over. When she had woken up this morning, she gently pulled out his little brother from inside her and went to the bathroom to take a bath. As she came out, she donned her cold expression. She had become the cold Quinn again. She hurried down to the kitchen. She was damn hungry. Perhaps last night activity contributed. She made some macaroni and cheese and took out 2 cans of soda from the fridge. With light steps, she took the tray of food to the living room. She gobbled everything down and in minutes she was done eating. She let out a contented sigh. Who said good wasn't everything? The doorbell rang at that moment. She knew it was Avi. She took the used dishes back to the kitchen. With a dignified and calm appearance, she went to open the door for her. Good morning, President. Avi bowed politely as she walked inside. Morning, Avi. Did you come with everything? Quinn went and sat on the couch. Yes, President, she said professionally. Good. Let's get started. Quinn smiled. Henry opened his eyes reluctantly. He realized immediately that he wasn't on his bed. He was in Quinn's room. At the thought of that, his hand subconsciously groped the bed. The bed was empty. His eyes cleared immediately and he sat up on the bed. Did she leave for work already? But it was weekend. Besides, she was a CEO. It wasn't necessary that she went to work every day. He walked out of the room and as he came downstairs, he saw Quinn and her assistant working with a serious expression on her face. From his maid to a CEO on a level comparable to him if not more than him. Good morning, sir. Avi greeted out of respect. Morning, Mr. Henry. Quinn's voice was cold and distant. Henry blinked. What was happening? He had thought that after their sex last night, she would be more. Forget it, why was she acting like that? He didn't respond to their greeting. His face turned icy cold. Who did she think she was? Toying with his feelings? I want to speak to you alone. Struggling to keep his emotions in check, he finally spoke up. I believe me, Henry doesn't have any sight problem. You can see that I'm busy with work and I can't leave my work for your chit-chat. Quinn narrowed her eyes. Henry on his part was furious. Did she just indirectly call him blind? He stood fuming. I wouldn't like to repeat myself, Quinn, he said in annoyance. In a minute then. And Mr. Henry, it's Miss Quinn to you. She stood up and reluctantly walked close to him. Without warning, he dragged her upstairs. Quinn didn't struggle, she allowed herself to be pulled. She knew by the look on his face that if she didn't agree, he was going to pester her till she did. Henry opened the door to the bedroom and pushed her inside. What was the meaning of that? He queried irritatedly. Meaning of what, Mr. Henry? The look on her face was that of indifference. Don't play mind games with me. We had sex yesterday, aren't we supposed to become closer than before? Ha ha ha. Her laughter made him frown. It seems you are mixing up something. Maybe you are confused. Of course we had sex and so. We are adults. Something like this is normal. So what do you mean by becoming closer than before? She was amused. He probably bashed his head on the wall this morning. Henry watched her in disbelief. What was she saying? So, you are trying to say dash. Yes, I'm trying to say that it's something normal. Besides, you fucked me in the past without becoming closer than before. So what are you saying, Mr. Henry? Quinn smirked. Henry was stumped. He couldn't retaliate at all. She was right. They had sex in the past, but she remained his maid. So why would things be different? You can go back to your work. Leave. Quinn was satisfied by the expression on his face. Served him right. Henry was left alone in his room. His mind was a mess. Quinn. She was fucking stubborn. If she wants to be stubborn, then she can. At that moment, something struck his mind. She mentioned nothing about her so-called husband while they were speaking earlier. That was strange. In fact, she was currently living in his mansion, and her husband was fine with it? Except, of course, she had been lying all along. Ha! Lying to me, isn't it? Let's see how long you can continue with your act. He smirked. Dominating him. Quinn's POV. I sat up on the bed and glanced at the time.
12 Uhr nachts.
I grinned. It was time to begin my mischievousness. I pulled open my drawer and took out a cuff and a black blindfold. I pushed it back and armed with these objects, I strode to Henry's room. There was no harm in playing with him a little, right? After all, he fucked me freely while I was his maid. Wasn't it only fair to return the favor to him? When I got to his door, I paused and took a deep breath. I made my footsteps as light as possible as I gently pushed open his door. I got this. I smirked and sauntered in. Henry was sprawled on his king-sized bed and snoring lightly. Was he so tired? That's none of my business. I shrugged and tiptoed as I moved closer to the bed. I gently cuffed his hands and dropped the blindfold close to the bed. I will use that later. After I ensured that his hands were cuffed, I tapped him gently on the shoulders. He slowly opened his eyes and looked around, trying to adjust to the surroundings. Quinn. His voice was deep and husky. My reply was a bit sensual. What are you doing here? He tried sitting up, but I pushed him back. Lie still. I bit my lower lip and slowly got off the bed. It was going to be a morning of torture. I peeled off my clothing slowly and they dropped on the floor, revealing my red lingerie. Henry's gaze hardened, and I could see his Adam apple bobbing as he forcefully swallowed his saliva. Why the hell did you cuff me, Quinn? Uncuff me immediately. Henry tried to sound bossy, but I didn't even mind him. More was yet to come. I climbed on the bed and grabbing my phone, which I placed on the bedside table, I flipped through my music library. I soon settled down on a sensual music and placed it back on the table. My hands danced on Henry's chest slowly and he closed his eyes. Slowly I tugged on his robe and threw it on the floor. He had his boxers on. Great. I smirked as I slowly lowered my head to his lower region. Henry moved at that moment. Uncuff me, please. I want to touch you, kiss you. Please. His voice had gone soft. I laughed inwardly. Wasn't he acting bossy just now? I didn't heed to his request. Ever so slowly, my hand pulled out his already hardened cock. Pre-cum was dripping at the tip. I licked it off and Henry moaned. If you moan, I will stop, I warned. He bit his lip in a bid to stop. I laughed inwardly again. Jerk. I rubbed his length up and down and he stiffened. Please, Quinn. Allow me touch you at least. Henry desperately begged. Did I permit you to speak? I was thoroughly enjoying this. Henry bit his lips harder this time. I could see he was trying to control himself from moaning out. Nice try. I continued rubbing on his length and lowering my head. I took him slowly into my mouth. The music was still playing at the background, and my head moved in uniform with the beat. Henry writhed uncontrollably. The pressure was much, I guess. I got up and gently shifted the tip of my thong. I climbed on top his body and positioned myself on his hard dick. I rubbed myself slowly on his length. What the fuck, Quinn? Are you trying to torture me to death? He tried grabbing my ass almost, forgetting his hands were cuffed. I smirked heavily. Chill. There is plenty of time. I continued rocking back and forth without allowing his length slip into me. Please. Just get down to it. He was desperate this time. Don't tell me what to do, Henry, I replied. He widened his eyes a little. He was probably surprised I called him Henry, rather than Mr. Henry. I raised myself a little and with a little force I took him into my honey pot. I pushed myself back and moaned as I could feel his length fill up my honey pot. Following the beat of the music, I started riding his cock. Don't stop, Quinn. Don't fucking stop. Henry yelled out in pleasure. I increased my pace a little, and his moans increased as well. Ride my fucking cock, yeah. Just like that, baby. Fuck. Henry was getting agitated. Soon enough he climaxed. I got off the bed and paused the music. I grabbed the blindfold and slowly tied it around his eyes. Quinn, do you have to do this? I won't do anything, I swear. Henry begged again. I smirked. Are you sure about that? I asked in amusement. Of course, I promise. Henry nodded hurriedly, as if he was afraid I would change my mind. Well, it's a pity. I don't have any intention to uncuff you now. I made sure the blindfold was tight enough, and I pushed him back on the bed as I climbed on top him. Again, I rubbed my wet pussy on his chest and I moaned softly. I lowered myself onto his hard shaft again and began fucking him. Our bodies were covered in sweat already. My breasts moved up and down as I fucked him. Do you like it? Answer me. I increased my pace as Henry struggled to say a word. Yes. I fucking like it. Faster. You are killing me. Henry moaned out. He was still blindfolded and couldn't see me at all. Perfect. I finally climaxed too and I slowly got off him. My legs were shaking like jelly. I removed the blindfold, earning a sigh of relief from Henry. Thank the heavens. But I never knew you had this in you, Quinn. Henry smiled. Wanna go for another round? I chuckled wickedly. Of course. I will be glad to, Henry said enthusiastically. Well, too bad. I have another plan on my mind. I turned off the bedroom lights, leaving the lamp on. I resumed the music from where it stopped and placed it back. The atmosphere was now sensual than before. I slowly swayed my body seductively and I smirked when I saw Henry getting hard again. So fast. Suspicions. Imelda came down the stairs with a fake sad expression plastered on her face. Nicole was seated at the living room, flipping through her phone and eating the slices of apple her maid served her earlier. Nicole raised her head, and seeing her granddaughter, she smiled and beckoned on her. Imelda, come sit with Grandma, Nicole said. Imelda sprinted and sat beside her grandma. Granny, Imelda called out as she placed her head on Nicole's lap. Yes, honey. What's wrong? Nicole patted her granddaughter's head fondly. I want to speak to Mom. I miss her so much. Imelda sniffled. She had wanted to come here so bad. And now she couldn't help but miss her mother. Is that all? Nicole chuckled. For a moment she had been worried, thinking it was something serious. Just a phone call? But she turned towards Imelda. Why aren't you at school today? Wasn't she supposed to be in school? It's weekend, Grandma. No school. Imelda rolled her eyes and made funny faces. Oh, I forgot. I will call your mother now. She dialed her daughter's number. Yay. You are the best, Grandma. Imelda jumped excitedly on the sofa. Nicole watched her in amusement. Childish. Equals. Quinn was making breakfast in the kitchen when her phone rang. Whoever it was could wait. She thought and continued with what she was doing. Henry was coming down the stairs when he saw her phone ringing on the couch. He was curious. Was it her so-called husband? His heart clenched in jealousy. After last night's episode, he hadn't seen Quinn that morning. He was elated though. She took things a step further by her own self. He didn't force her to. Didn't that mean she finally acknowledged him? He glanced at the caller ID. Mine. His jealousy increased. So she saved his number with such an endearment? He picked up the phone and placed it on loudspeaker. Mummy! An excited voice yelled. His heart seemed like it stopped beating for a minute. He stilled his breath. Mummy? Mummy? Are you there? Mummy, talk to me. The cute voice continued saying. Henry didn't know why he was reacting that way, but when he heard the little girl's voice, yes, she was probably a girl. But when he heard her voice, he felt a connection towards her. He tried to ignore the gnawing feeling at the pits of his stomach, but he couldn't. Quinn's POV. I could sense that something wasn't right. As I rushed out of the kitchen towards the living room, I saw Henry standing in a daze. My phone was in his hand. I rushed towards him and snatched the phone away. What rudeness! How can you pick someone's call without permission? I yelled furiously at him. Henry didn't even respond, he just stood there. Mummy! A very familiar voice called out from the other end of the line. My heart sank as I guiltily turned my gaze away from Henry's direction. Can Mum call you back? I smiled sweetly though she couldn't see me. All right, Mum, love you. Hugs and kisses. She said in her so childish voice. More from me, sweetheart. I hung up and made to go back to the kitchen. However, Henry pulled me back with such force that I landed directly in his arms. Shit! What are you doing, Mr. Henry? I narrowed my eyes as I questioned. Mr. Henry? Huh. So we are back to being formal with each other. I could see hurt in his eyes. But did I give a damn? Of course not. He could go to hell for all I cared. How do you want me to address you? Let me go, I have something doing. I said harshly as I furiously tried to pull my hand away from his grip. But he didn't allow me to. Who was that? He asked calmly. Do you have a right to ask me that? My voice was cold and distant. Answer me. I didn't respond as I glared at him defiantly. We engaged in a staring contest for a few minutes before I dipped mine. She's my daughter if you are so curious as to poke nose into my personal matters. I pulled my hand. Roughly and surprisingly he let go. Your daughter with who? I could see he wasn't so surprised, just curious. Did he know about Imelda? Nope, that was impossible. I shook my head. With my husband, of course. I replied harshly. Oh. He took a step back and headed back upstairs. Immediately he left, I heaved a sigh of relief. That was a close shave. It wasn't that I was afraid. I didn't want Henry to cause problems in the peaceful life I've created for years. Knowing Henry, he probably wouldn't let go of Imelda. I massaged the nape of my neck. Was it a good idea to move back with Henry? I could have just breached the contract and paid the compensation. Whatever. I had my reasons. Equals. In Henry's bedroom he paced back and forth. He was restless. Why? Pulling out his phone, he dialed his assistant's number. He picked up after few rings. Investigate who Quinn's husband is. Find out if they have a daughter together. He instructed. He had to find out the truth. Was it possible she was his daughter? How great would that be? He didn't know when, but he had started nursing hopes about getting married to Quinn. The problem was, his parents were sure to decline. Quinn herself was bound to disagree. She had no parents, so that wasn't an issue. He had Kathleen at the tip of his fingers. If she made a wrong move, her secrets would be exposed to the public. He pushed the thoughts of getting married to Quinn and went downstairs again. She wasn't at the living room. She was probably at the kitchen. Henry walked over to the kitchen and slowly went inside. Quinn didn't bother turning. She knew who just came inside. What are your plans, Quinn? Henry suddenly questioned. Dominic slowly walked down the stairs that led to the underground space. As usual, he scanned his thumbprint and he walked into the white room. Bound at a corner was Alexander. His eyes were open, but there was no focus in them. Seemed lifeless. How are you? You are fine, I know. Dominic chuckled wickedly. Alexander couldn't respond. Dominic grabbed a zap and fixed the electric chair. He cuffed Alexander on the chair and plugged it. He then placed the zap on his hand. Why? A zapping sound resounded around as Alexander began shaking uncontrollably on the chair. Do some exercise, please. It's good for you. Dominic laughed. Alexander couldn't speak, but he could feel pain. And he could hear when someone was speaking. You know what? We went to visit your beloved wife today. Her grave is getting more beautiful. Dominic unplugged the cable. And guess what? I slapped your precious daughter. The feeling was heavenly. Dominic knelt. Soon enough, all you own will become mine. No one, not even your smart daughter, will suspect a thing. He got up and walked round Alexander. I know you would love to join your wife, but I can't grant you that request so soon. Beatrice has to manage the loneliness for now. Dominic's laugh was creepy. Beatrice would have been alive, but she had been so obstinate. She discovered my secrets and so she had to leave this world. But I did well, didn't I? She's peacefully resting now, I'm sure. Dominic smiled and walked out of the room. As he got to the door, he turned and smirked. I will visit you soon with the news of my victory, brother. He turned again and left the room. Is not equal to 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 is not equal to. Dominic's POV. I sneered as I headed to my bedroom. The sight of Alexander was enough to make my blood boil. Torturing him always gave me a sense of pleasure. He deserved to die, in fact. Wondering why we looked alike. We were twins. Yes, blood brothers. However, I had always hated Alexander from childhood. Why? He seemed to be so good at everything. He was versatile. Our parents always praised him endlessly, but they never seemed to notice if I did anything commendable. I was jealous at first, but soon the jealousy morphed into hatred. I hated him. I hated he was better than me at everything. I hated that he was my brother. What really made me furious and heartbroken was, my parents willed the conglomerate and plenty properties, leaving me with a little more than nothing. The partiality was so vivid. Was their trust in me so little? From then on, I began hatching my plan of taking over the conglomerate. It was rightfully mine. Alexander should blame no one but our parents for what I did. If they had been more caring towards me, then maybe I would have been more considerate. Rita was driving in her car when she spotted a car tailing her through the rearview mirror. Her senses became alert. Who could it be? She was coming back from Alexander's house. It was already late, and although Alexander had asked her to spend the night at his place, she had declined. She had to get to work tomorrow, so Rita pressed on the accelerator as she increased her pace. The car sped on behind her. What the fuck was happening? She soon arrived at her home and rushed inside, locking the door tightly. Whoever it was couldn't possibly break into her home, right? With that assurance, she rushed into her bedroom. Her heart was still racing. There was a sound at the window, and before she could turn, a cloth covered her nose. She inhaled sharply and struggled to break free. She could feel her body weakening as she slowly collapsed on the floor. Equals 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 equals. A warehouse. A lady was tightly bound on a chair, and as she opened her eyes, her gaze collided with a young man. So you are Alexander's little lover. Not bad, not bad. Tony nodded approvingly. Rita was frightened. Was she kidnapped? How did she get here? Who are you? Why did you kidnap me? Rita tried to remain calm, but her voice was shaky. You are bold, I must commend. Now to answer your question, you don't need to know anything. Just relax. Tony smirked. How much were you paid? I will triple the amount. Rita tried to bargain. She had to get out of here. Trying to bargain with me? You aren't in the position to. Tony slapped her roughly on her cheeks. Rita's head tilted to the side, and she could feel herself becoming dizzy. Now, tell me, who are you? Tony bent down so he could maintain eye contact with her. Rita remained mute, refusing to say a word. If they wanted to kill her, she might as well die there. Refusing to speak, isn't it? Pool. Tony beckoned on one of his underlings. Yes, boss. The guy named Bull hurried into the room. Torture her. But don't make it too extreme. Tony smiled and walked out of the room. Rita widened her eyes as she heard his words. She was suddenly feeling regrets for not sleeping over. At Alexander's place. Were they going to kill her? But who could have instructed them to kidnap her? No one came to mind. Wait. There was only one person who was angry with her. Kathleen. She had even asked her to investigate who her father was having an affair with. Was it possible that? No, that wasn't possible. Kathleen always told her to make investigations herself. Then if it wasn't Kathleen, then who was it? Bull coldly approached her, and Rita's first instinct was to bolt away. But how could she? She was tightly bound. She couldn't run away. She watched helplessly as he got closer and closer to her. Help me, dear God.
Rita prayed inwardly.
Kathleen calmly walked into Tony's room and settled herself down. Did you get her? Kathleen crossed her leg over the other. I don't make fake promises, Kathy. Tony bragged. Where is she? Kathleen couldn't wait to see the bitch. Tony got up and beckoned at her. Follow me. He walked out of the room. Kathleen sprinted behind him as he led her past many rooms. They soon got to a particular room and Tony walked into it. Equals 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 equals. Tony's POV. I watched as Kathleen's countenance changed. She charged towards the bounded lady and grabbed her hair. Bitch.
Skip slut.
Kathleen pulled her hair roughly, and the lady yelped weakly in pain. I laughed. Bull must have tortured her a lot. Girls. I thought inwardly. I wouldn't be bothered to waste my energy like that. Just end the person's life and that was all. Who are you? What are your intentions with my father? Kathleen asked harshly. Ask him yourself. The lady spat out blood. Kathleen slapped her in fury. Really? By the time I'm done with you, you will know better than going around with married men. Kathleen threatened. He was married then, but not now. Your mother is dead, isn't she? The lady raised her head defiantly and glared at Kathleen. I chuckled. She was bold. That ignited the fury in Kathleen. She punched her in anywhere she could lay her hands on: back, shoulders, stomach, face, breasts. The lady could only helplessly writhe on the chair. She couldn't dodge the hits at all. I went to sit on a vacant chair and enjoy the view. Keep her and torture her a little more than this. This isn't enough, Kathleen ruthlessly said and walked out of the room. Immediately she left. I smiled at the lady who had her head bowed. You don't have to pass through all this stress, you know. Since you enjoy fucking so much, why don't I give you my boys for free? Although I said all these in a harmless manner, I knew she could tell that I was wicked. Horror filled her eyes, but I paid her no need and walked out. Kathleen hissed in annoyance. She had been trying to contact her assistant for the past 20 minutes, but to no avail. What was wrong? She decided to drive to his place. Was he sick? Oh. Kathleen's POV. But he didn't call to report. I didn't dwell any more on the thoughts as I drove to his house. I knocked on the door and waited for response. That was odd. Did he go out? I pushed the door open and walked in cautiously. No one. I decided to head to the bedroom. Pushing the door of the bedroom open, I sauntered inside. There was no trace of him at all. Then something caught my attention. A framed photograph was sitting on the bedside table. The face looked too familiar. I raised it up, and when I saw who it was, the photograph fell from my hands. Her. What was her picture doing here? Was she having a double affair? Different thoughts whizzed through my mind. I wanted to leave when something else caught my attention. His walk-in closet was open. I went in and saw his clothes and then a mask? What was he doing with the mask? My assistant was sure weird. I didn't raise the mask though. I stumbled out of his house and into my car. I was beginning to get suspicious of the whole thing. When I called my assistant some time ago, my father had picked up. I hadn't thought much about it at that time though. But now, the lady was kidnapped and my assistant disappeared too. If I didn't know what was going on, then I wasn't fit to manage a whole conglomerate. My assistant was a lady. I pulled out my phone and dialed Tony's number. Release her, I said. Immediately he picked up the call. I will pay you in full. Just let her go. I hung up. I smirked as I placed the phone on the car seat. I had been a fool all this while. Well, I wasn't going to continue being one. I had to teach them a little lesson. But I was still making an assumption. What if I was wrong after all? Well, I was going to see how things would unfold. And as for my father, he wasn't going to escape the punishment too. I hadn't forgotten the slap I received at the cemetery. Because of that fucking bitch. Equals 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 equals. Rita's POV. I was surprised when Tony came in with some underlings. My body was sore and smarting. I was in pain. I had just been gang raped by those bastards. Release her, Tony said calmly. What? That wasn't what I had expected to hear. But I was glad to leave this horrid place. They unbound me and I weakly stood up. I fell to the ground after a few steps. Take her back. Don't get caught, Tony instructed and left. The underlings dragged me outside and pushed me into a SUV. I winced in pain. If I had been strong, then perhaps I would have contacted the police immediately. They dropped me home. But I could barely keep my eyes open, not to talk of calling for help. Where could I see the strength to? I lay weakly on the ground in the living room. I had to call Alexander. This place wasn't safe for me anymore. I had to leave this place. What if I had been killed? But I wondered what prompted their sudden decision to release me. What happened? Maybe it was my luck. But I couldn't help but get disturbed. Did Kathleen discover anything? Knowing her, she wasn't one to do such thing. Or was it Alexander's handiwork? Did he find out she had been kidnapped by his daughter? I would find out when I called him. I closed my eyes and slowly fell asleep. The events of yesterday and today was already taking its toll on me. I was physically and mentally exhausted. I had to rest.
Washington, D.C.
Stephen's POV. What? What did you just say? I yelled into the mouthpiece. My assistant repeated what he said. Trace his house and book the next flight for me to California. I ran my hand through my hair in distress. She was at Henry's house? How could that be? I was devastated. Make no mistakes. I hung up, or to be more exact, I flung the phone on the floor. Didn't she say I should pretend to be her husband? It wasn't bad if I appeared at California as her boyfriend, was it? Damn that bastard. Knowing Quinn, she was possibly forced into all of this. That should be the case. But even if she was and she wasn't willing to leave, then what could I do? I couldn't possibly force her against her wish, could I? Why couldn't she just give me a chance? Oh. On the plane. The flight is about to take off. All passengers should put on their seatbelt, thank you. The voice of the air hostess sounded over the microphone. Stephen leaned back and he closed his eyes. He couldn't wait to arrive. He was so going to deal with that bastard. Equals 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 equals. Quinn's POV. I calmly sat on the sofa, sipping on my cup of espresso, and typing away at my laptop. It was a work-free day, yet I was busy at home. Henry came down at that moment. He paused when he saw me, and came to sit directly opposite me. I didn't pay him any heed as I continued what I was doing, but I could feel him staring at me. Can you explain what your intentions are, Quinn? I heard him say after a while. Hun. I raised my head with a blank look on my face. You don't understand? Henry chuckled. I didn't respond but continued looking at him. We have sex at night. And then in the morning we are practically strangers to each other? Really? Could tell that Henry was trying to hold back his anger. I placed my laptop on the table beside the sofa and then gave a light laugh. Mr. Henry, it seems you are forgetting something. I paused to allow my words take effect. And what is that? Henry stared straight into my eyes. Please answer my questions as I ask them. Have I ever worked for you? I questioned. And what does that have to do with what we are saying? Henry was puzzled. Everything, Mr. Henry, everything. So please answer my question. I placed my hands on my lap. Yes. Okay. Back then I'm sure you had sex with me, or didn't you? Henry didn't respond this time. I could tell he knew where the conversation was going to. Gwyneth, please let me finish, Mr. Henry. I interrupted. He looked at me in resignation. You had sex with me in whatever way you wanted. And you even had a fiancé, Mr. Henry, I said, bitterly. Looking back now, I realized I had been foolish back then. So foolish. I wanted to speak again when the doorbell rang. Both of us stared at each other in surprise. I wasn't expecting anyone, neither was he. So who was at the door? Well, I stood up. I would soon find out. I was about to take a step when Henry beat me to it. I will get it. He sprinted towards the door. He opened it and a figure pushed him and came inside. I stared in horror at the so familiar face. Stephen? What are you doing here? Many thoughts raced through my mind as I stared at him. At that time, Henry came over and roughly shoved him on the sofa. How dare you? I don't care who you are, but you have no right, absolutely none, to barge into my house in that manner. Henry yelled furiously. Are you the bastard that forced my wife to stay with you? Stephen glared defiantly at him. Wife? I thought inwardly. And then it clicked on my mind. I remembered asking Stephen to pretend to be my husband. I had even forgotten. Oh, so you are the so-called husband, aren't you? Henry fumed. You don't believe I'm her husband? Then watch this. Stephen approached me and grabbing my head, he roughly captured my lips. My first instinct was to push him back. But I remembered that Henry was watching. We had to make it look real. And so I closed my eyes and responded to his kiss. "What the hell do you think you are doing?" Henry shouted as he pushed Stephen away from me. "What do you think I'm doing?" "Kissing my wife, of course." Stephen smirked tauntingly. I looked at him from the corner of my eye. Was he going to scold him for the kiss later? "You believe me now?" "Oh, pardon me. I haven't done any introduction." I pretended to fake palm myself. "Sweetheart." I turned to Stephen. "This is Mr. Henry, my ex-boss, and my new business partner." Introduced in a calm manner. Both men engaged in a silent staring contest. I hissed and sat down, leaving them to do whatever they wanted. "Let's go home." Stephen suddenly grabbed me by the hand. I frowned a little. That wouldn't be noticeable to Henry. I knew I'd tell him to be my boyfriend, but wasn't this going too far? "Nah. You go ahead, baby. And how is our daughter?" I changed the topic. "Get out of my house." Henry growled in a low voice. "If that's the case, I will be taking my wife with me." Stephen smirked. "Try it if you dare." Henry threatened. "Threatening me over my wife? Try it and see. I won't let down your expectations down at all." Henry went over to a couch and sat down, crossing his leg over the other. Stephen looked at me with a pleading gaze. But I gently shook my head, indicating that I was going nowhere. I knew Henry was watching the both of us, so I tried to make my reaction a little discreet. Nighttime. Quinn and Henry sat opposite each other, looking at each other awkwardly. It's been hours since Stephen left, and since then they hadn't said a word to each other. "So he's really and truly your husband?" Henry wasn't fully convinced. From the way they interacted earlier on, they didn't seem like a true couple at all. "Do you want to know?" Quinn smirked as she played around the question.
No.
"You don't have to tell me before I know he isn't one." Henry smiled back. "Really? Think what you want then." Quinn stood up and made to leave. She barely got to the stairs when Henry's words stopped her. "Is she my daughter?" he questioned calmly. Quinn froze at the spot. Her heart began palpitating. She didn't respond, neither did she move. "Didn't you hear me?" She heard him stand up and made his way towards her. "What now?" She took a deep breath and prayed her voice wouldn't betray her. "Tell me, is she my daughter?" Henry roughly turned her around. Quinn shook his hands off. "You think too highly of yourself, Mr. Henry. Why would I bother to hide your child from you? That is if she's yours, by the way." Quinn made sure her voice sounded defiant enough to mask the fear she was feeling. If my calculations are correct, then there's no way you would have a child for your so-called husband if he's one. That is, except you've been seeing him before you left California." Henry gripped her by the shoulders again. "What if I was?" Quinn retorted. Her response threw him off guard. Really? Did she just admit to his nonsense speculation? But that would be ridiculous. It didn't even make sense at all. Did she take him for a fool? He was a CEO, for Pete's sake. Well, what can I say? I will leave you to ponder on your thoughts. Maybe in the nearest future, your daughter may forgive you if she finds out you hid her true father from her. Saying those words, he stomped upstairs. He didn't want to spend a second talking to her anymore. He could get a heart attack if he did. He pushed open the door to the master bedroom and fell on it. He tried to push thoughts of Quinn and everything concerning her from his mind. His mind wandered to Kathleen. He had to divorce her and be rest assured that he was done with it. He turned and shifted uncomfortably on the bed. He wasn't going to get any sleep that night, he was sure. Is not equal to equals. Quinn stood rooted at a spot as Henry's parting words kept recurring to her. Would Imelda think of her as a bad mother? There was no way she would, right? She was only doing it to protect her from unknown forces. What if, in a fit of anger, Kathleen or her father decided to harm her child? She wouldn't be able to take it. She would explain everything to her when she grew up. Imelda would understand, wouldn't she? She went up the stairs a step at a time. Quinn lay on the bed wise-eyed. She couldn't sleep at all. She turned and lay on her side. Dang! She got up and flung the duvet to the side. She was going to go insane if she lay there. She adjusted her sleeping robe and made her way to Henry's room. A round of sex may help her fall asleep, right? Slowly, she pushes open the door and went inside. Standing at a spot, she tried to adjust her eyes to the darkness that enveloped the room. She tiptoed to the bed and felt the sheets with her hands. As she did so, a muscular arm pulled her down. She fell on his hard body with a yelp. He wasn't asleep. "What are you doing here again?" Henry's husky voice sounded beside her ears. Quinn shuddered at the effect of his voice between her legs. She could feel the desire pooling there. "Nothing. I couldn't fall asleep." Quinn's voice sounded meek. Henry thought it unusual. He felt he couldn't quite understand who she was anymore. One minute acting tough, dominant and all. The next minute acting soft and meek. How could he understand someone who could change as it suited her? "That hasn't answered my question." Henry hardened his tone. Quinn didn't flinch. She slowly crawled up his body like a koala, making sure her ass was directly on his member region. Henry stifled a moan. He could feel himself getting hard. She didn't do anything, for Pete's sake. Why was he so easily aroused when it came to her? "Fuck. Don't tell me you don't want it, Henry." Quinn rocked back and forth on his member. And that was it. He lost control. Her voice and her provocative actions were killing him. There was a rip sound as he directly tore off her underwear. He flung the robe on the floor and unbuckled his belt with great urgency. Quinn helped him throw his trousers on the ground. She helped him pull off his shirt too, and that too landed on the ground. He didn't want to waste a minute longer. "I can see you are so desperate to bury yourself inside me, or aren't you?" Quinn ran her hands on his bare and hairless chest sensually. He helped her lower herself on his already rock-hard member. He began thrusting into her from below. "Yeah. Just like that, Henry." Quinn closed her eyes as spasms after spasms of pleasure hit her. With one flip, she was beneath him as he continued thrusting into her. "Faster. Faster than this, Henry." "Yeah." Her low screams filled the dark room. Henry obliged as he increased his pace. They could both feel their climax building up. He continued banging her till they both climaxed. He collapsed on her body and Quinn hugged him tightly. Soon he began moving inside her again. Quinn closed her eyes in pleasure. It was going to be a long and steamy night. Social standing. "President, are you going to attend the annual celebration of the Stone Perfume Empire?" Avi questioned politely. "Do you know any of the invited guests?" Quinn raised her head from the document she was going through. "I only know that Mr. Henry would be attending. And yes, Miss Kathleen too." Avi reported. "Book the next flight then. Let's head home." Quinn smiled. Avi reciprocated. Wasn't Kathleen underestimating her boss? She was going to get a huge face slap soon. The annual celebration was a huge affair. The Stone's Perfume Empire was entirely different from the corporation. It was managed by Sylvester Stone, Quinn's father. He was a capable and yet ruthless CEO whom no one dared underestimate it. Over the years after his ascension as the CEO, he had brought the empire to greater heights. Quinn always envied her father. She wanted to be like him someday. One of the main reasons why she decided to become a CEO of the corporation was to sharpen her skills and gain a lot of experience. However, she also wanted to maintain low-key. In fact, after she was found, she kicked against announcing her as the heiress of the powerful family to the social media. She wanted to be strong enough first. After all, she had been kidnapped once, and she knew it was no coincidence. Someone planned it, and the someone was still lurking around somewhere. Announcing that she had been found was like inviting the enemy over. The result of this was No one knew that the only daughter of the Stones family, who had gone missing long ago, had been found. And as for the party tonight, she had the intention to play with Kathleen a little. After all, she ridiculed her and called her a common maid. Is not equal to equals.
Washington, D.C.
Quinn came out of the bathroom and saw a wrapped box on her dressing table. What was it? She smiled as she could already guess what was in the box. Although she wasn't attending the celebration party as the daughter of the Stones, there was no way her parents would allow her attend without dressing extravagantly. It was a short-sleeved, silver gown with round-collared design. The body was made of a partially transparent chiffon. It was so beautiful. Tears gathered in Quinn's eyes. She had been alone for long, without knowing how the warmth of family felt like any longer. But was that a problem? It wasn't. They were fully ready to make up for it as much as they can. They showed their care in every way possible. In order not to attract unnecessary attraction, it was decided that Imelda be left at home with her nanny. They weren't ready to take any risk at all. Quinn twirled herself around as she gazed at her reflection through the mirror. She looked absolutely dazzling. She smiled and headed out of her room and down the stairs. The other family members were all waiting for her with bright smiles on their faces. You look dazzling, dear. Nicole hugged her daughter. So do you, mother. In fact, everybody looks stunning tonight. Quinn complimented. Shall we? Sylvester gestured towards the door. Of course, let's get going. Patriarch Raphael was the one who replied this time. Quinn entered a separate car and waited for them to drive off before following behind. She made sure not to drive close to their limousine. The entrance to the venue was parked full with different luxurious cars. More importantly, reporters surrounded the place. They were after all here to attend the celebration party of the most powerful family in Washington. Burly men stood at the entrance scrutinizing every invitation card before allowing the holder in. The limousine soon arrived at the venue, and two men respectfully opened the door to the car. The Stones had arrived. All the noise died down immediately, as the reporters nudged themselves. The aura which each of them emitted were enough to suppress the guests. The Stones coldly walked into the hall. 20 minutes later, Quinn arrived at the venue. She elegantly stepped out of her car. The reporters as well as other guests who just arrived watched her curiously. Who was she? Oh, they recalled her face now. She was the CEO of the Stones Corporation. But was she fit to attend this party? They couldn't help but wonder. Quinn didn't mind their curious stares and made her way to the entrance. She was, however, stopped by the guards at the entrance. Your invitation card, madam. They requested politely. They weren't stupid. What if she was a low-key higher up? Quinn told out her card and gave it to them. The other guests waited to see how she would be embarrassed soon. There was no way they would allow her inside, right? You have the golden card. This way, please. One of the guards personally led Quinn into the hall. The faces of the other guests turned red immediately in embarrassment. They were patiently waiting for her to be embarrassed and disgraced. It turned out her social standing was even above them. What a joke. The hall was brightly illuminated by the chandeliers hanging above. Different esteemed guests sat at their table according to their position. Every now and then there would be hearty chuckles amongst the businessmen and women. Everyone at the party had a high social standing or the other. Decorum was maintained at the hall. Quinn walked straight to a vacant seat and settled down there. From her position, she could watch everything going on in the hall. Head eyes roamed around the hall as she watched different come in one after the other. She rolled her eyes in boredom. She didn't like all these kind of social gatherings at all. They bored her to death. But She was looking forward to a bit of excitement tonight. At that moment, her gaze settled on the person she had been wanting to see ever since she arrived. Kathleen, do you have the right to? Quinn smirked as she silently sipped on her glass of wine. She wanted their gazes to meet. Only then would the show be more spectacular. The thought hardly left her mind when Kathleen suddenly raised her head. Their gazes met. Kathleen was surprised, and it clearly showed on her face. She excused herself and walked over to the table where Quinn was sitting. What are you doing here? Do you think this is a get-together for maids? Kathleen had a look of mockery on her face. Quinn didn't say a word. Her lack of reaction irked Kathleen. I'm talking to you. She tried to keep her voice as low as possible. And what am I supposed to do? Quinn finally raised her head to meet with Kathleen's gaze. How did you get in here? Let me guess, you are fucking a sleazy old man. Kathleen sneered. What was she after all? A cheap slut. Is that so? How did you guess? Quinn questioned with a serious look on her face. It isn't so hard to. You would easily open your legs for anyone, as long as the person is wealthy. Right. Kathleen continued taunting. So to what do I owe this honor? Quinn calmly asked. Kathleen bent over at the table, and lowering her voice a little. I want you to get out of here. I can't stand eyesores like you. Kathleen smirked. Oh, I'm sorry. But I'm not going anywhere. Quinn responded defiantly. Really? How did you get in here? Kathleen deliberately raised her voice in order to attract the attention of the guards. And she did. They came rushing in. Is there any problem here, Mrs.? One of them asked. She's the problem. Take her out, she has no invitation card. Knowing that her standing was above Quinn, she gained a sense of superiority. Quinn just calmly watched the drama that was unfolding, without a word. No invitation card? What a joke. A word was all it took, and Kathleen would be thrown out of the party. The guards turned towards Quinn, and as they were about to speak, they remembered something. She was the guest with the golden card. We are sorry for the misunderstanding, miss. We would return now. The guards stumbled out of the hall and back to their positions. They still loved their jobs. Kathleen was surprised at the turn of events. What just happened? You must be the slut of a very influential man. Wow, you are quite capable. Kathleen taunted. Why don't you find an influential man too? Or what do you think? I know some people. Quinn drawled. Lazily. Was she admitting to it? Get out. This time, Kathleen was quite determined to draw the attention of the Stones themselves. How great would it be if her rival in love was disgracefully thrown out of the party? Superb. The other guests turned their heads towards the source of the commotion. They saw an elegant lady talking to a similarly elegant one. Due to the hatred clouding her senses, Kathleen didn't even notice what Quinn was wearing. She was determined to throw her out of the party. What is going on here? A cold voice questioned. Both ladies turned to look at him. It was Hord Sawyer. Everyone knew who Hord Sawyer was. He was the famous CEO of the Sawyers Corporation. He was a middle-aged man who valued etiquette seriously. Kathleen cheered silently in her heart. Finally, the bitch would be thrown out. It's this young miss here. I don't know how she got inside. I'm simply trying to usher her out to avoid unnecessary troubles, Kathleen said calmly. However, one could detect the underlying meaning of her words. On the surface, she was pretending to be calm to Quinn, but she was hinting that Quinn was there to cause trouble. Hord turned towards Quinn, who was nonchalantly tapping her fingers on the table. He frowned. Why did she look familiar? Quinn rose to her full height, and clearing her throat, she politely nodded at Hord. This action astonished Hord further. Wasn't she afraid of him? Are you trying to say the Stones' personal guards are incompetent? Quinn sneered at her with twinkling eyes. Kathleen was stumped. How could she respond to a question like that? If she agreed to it, she was indirectly insulting the Stones. If she didn't, she was agreeing to the fact that she was the one causing trouble by unnecessarily disturbing Quinn. She had shot herself on the foot. She glared at Quinn. When had she become so good with words? At the side, Horde watched her with interest. She had a high IQ. That was interesting. And then it clicked on his mind. Where he had seen the young lady. She was the CEO of the Stones Corporation. Wasn't it rumored that she had a close relationship with the Stones themselves? Although it was just a rumor, but it might as well turn out to be true. Asterisk, this young lady didn't receive any invitation to the party. She is just a maid after all. Kathleen smirked. Inwardly. Wasn't she good with words? Let's see how she was going to pull herself out of it this time. Really? Quinn smiled brightly. Kathleen froze a little. Why was she smiling? Horde on his part couldn't hold back his laughter. He gave a light laugh. He could roughly guess what was happening. Maybe this young CEO wanted to face slap this arrogant one a little. He would be obliged to help. I was wondering where I had seen you before. Turns out you are CEO Quinn. Horde extended his hand towards Quinn for a handshake, which Quinn accepted graciously. I'm flattered, Mr. Horde. Quinn smiled. Kathleen was dumbfounded. What was happening? No, you must be mistaken, Mr. Horde. Quinn isn't the CEO of any corporation. She is just a maid. She desperately tried to explain. Are you saying I'm blind? Horde narrowed his eyes at her.
Asterisco no. No.
That's not what I meant. I'm just trying to clarify. Clarify nothing. This lady in front of you is the CEO of the Stones Corporation. What?
No.
That's not true. You must be mistaken. Kathleen frantically tried to make sense of it, but she couldn't. How could a maid become a CEO? They were acting. Maybe Horde was the influential man Quinn was sleeping with? She was sure that was it. Horde and Quinn quietly watched her in amusement as she made a fool of herself. It seemed she couldn't accept the fact that Quinn was someone in that position. Tell me. You guys are acting right. He is your lover, right? Kathleen shouted. Horde narrowed his eyes at her words. She was defaming him. Mind your words, Miss Kathleen. Horde warned. Kathleen suddenly flared up. She completely forgot the decorum that was required of the gathering. Where they were. All she knew was that Quinn couldn't be the CEO of any corporation. She was a common maid. Yeah, that was what she was. Quinn sat back on her chair and continued watching her. By this time the attention of other guests were focused on them as Kathleen continued creating a scene. Both of you are shameless. CEO of what corporation? The Maids Corporation? Let me tell you something, Quinn. You would forever remain someone lowly. A maid. Kathleen chuckled without mirth. Asterisk, a maid? Why don't I know about that? Quinn retorted calmly. She was enjoying herself. More was on its way. Wasn't Kathleen determined to embarrass her? She might as well return the favor to her. Are you trying to deny it? Kathleen raised her voice a notch higher. What is going on here? An icy voice questioned. Other guests began nudging themselves. Nicole Stone. Quinn chuckled inwardly. Her mother had always been determined to teach the lady that disgraced her daughter a lesson. This was an ample opportunity for her to. Good evening. Kathleen politely bowed. Her heart was racing in both fear and excitement. Reason why she was afraid. This was Nicole Stone, wife of the CEO of the Stone's perfume empire. How dare she show any sign of disrespect? I didn't ask for your greeting. Are you the cause of the commotion? Nicole questioned coldly. She was trying to hold back the urge to throw a tight slap on Kathleen's face. Wasn't she the one that gave her daughter some measly money and sent her away from her boss's house? She was going to teach her a little lesson today. I'm not the one, Mrs. Stone. This young lady and Mr. Horde is. Kathleen exempted herself from the mix. Mr. Horde? The other guests began whispering. Wasn't she too shameless? She was clearly the one who started up everything, and yet when someone powerful appeared she denied any involvement. Shameless. Nicole turned to stare at Mr. Horde. What is the problem? Who is bullying my foster daughter? Fury was clearly emitting from her body. Foster daughter? Her words stirred up more whispers. This was quite some news. Kathleen at that moment began shivering in fear. She had refused to accept that Quinn was a CEO a moment ago. And now this powerful woman was saying Quinn was her foster daughter? Did she just insult a relation of the Stones family? Quinn, however, wasn't impressed. She wanted to facepalm herself. Wasn't her mother going too far? Saying that she was her foster daughter? Well, it would soon be revealed sooner or later that she was the heiress of the Stones family. She turned to look at Kathleen and wanted to laugh. The look on her face was so amusing. She was satisfied. Horde wasn't so surprised as the other guests were. He had already made his assumptions after all. He was just a little surprised that it was true. He explained everything to Nicole. After he was done, Nicole turned towards Kathleen with a murderous look on her face. She walked closer to Kathleen. With each step she took, Kathleen took one back. Suddenly, a loud slap resounded across the hall. Buck! Kathleen almost stumbled from the sheer force of it. She held her cheeks in disbelief. Did she just get slapped? Nicole withdrew her hands calmly and cleaned her hands with a hanky. She then walked over and threw it into the dustbin. Kathleen was ashamed. She could understand the meaning behind Nicole's actions. Didn't she just call Quinn a maid? Nicole was trying to tell her that she wasn't fit to even be her maid at all. However, Kathleen couldn't retaliate. Could she dare to? This was Nicole Stone. It was already an honor to be standing in front of her. Did you call my daughter a maid? Nicole snarled. She towered above Kathleen and Kathleen almost shrank back in fear.
No.
I didn't.
Buck?
Another slap interrupted her words. Shut up. In fact, you have no right to be here. Who do you think you are? Her words were clear. Her social standing wasn't enough to be amongst the people gathered at the party. She was just the CEO of a conglomerate. She couldn't even compare to a little bit of Nicole's standing. And yet she calling her foster daughter a maid. The other guests began laughing as they stared at Kathleen with a look of mockery on their faces. Mom, it's fine. I'm sure Miss Kathleen didn't mean any harm. She could do well to apologize, right? Quinn smiled brightly. That's right. Kathleen remembered that Quinn was the foster daughter of the Stones family. Her mind instantly went to Henry. If Quinn wanted, she could as well throw Kathleen out of the marriage by telling Henry to divorce her. Even the parents of Henry wouldn't side with her at all. The marriage, after all, was an alliance. If his parents heard that Quinn had ties with the Stones, she might do good to divorce Henry on her own. The disgrace would be much. I'm sorry, Miss Quinn. Kathleen's apology wasn't a sincere one. Nicole wanted to speak, but Quinn gestured her not to. She could see that Kathleen's pride had been wounded. Nicole scoffed and turned to return to the high table with a composed gait and confidence. Kathleen felt she couldn't leave now. If it were possible, she wanted to be swallowed whole by the ground. She found a quiet spot and sat down, leaving an amused Quinn at the table. Is not equal to Henry was watching everything from where he sat. When Kathleen had begun causing a scene, he had wanted to step forward. But when he saw that Quinn was indifferent, he waited to see what would happen. Now he was thoroughly shocked. So shocked that he sat still. Quinn had ties with the Stones. But why didn't she say a word about it to him? Funny how he had thought their social standing was the same. They were miles apart from each other. Was he actually living with the foster daughter of the Stones? The party went on smoothly, and Quinn was careful not to take any alcoholic wine. Her alcoholic tolerance was very low. She tried to avoid some guests who were coming over to curry favor with her. This was the reason why. She wanted to remain low-key. Whenever someone influential appeared, naturally others would be tempted to gain favor with whosoever it was. Quinn rolled her eyes in boredom. She was tired and decided to step outside for some fresh air. Henry, who had been looking for an opportunity to talk to her, followed her out. equals 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 equals. Henry's POV. I followed her quietly as she headed to a fountain. She sat on a vacant seat and I joined her. A pleasant and nice scent engulfed my senses. She smelled nice. Even her dressing today was mesmerizing. Why hadn't I noticed it before? Quinn was fucking beautiful. She stared at me. There was no surprised look on her face. It was almost as if she knew I had been following her. Spit it out, she said calmly. What? I wasn't sure about what she meant. I know you have questions to ask me. Spit them out, Quinn said nonchalantly. How long have you been the Stones' foster daughter? I asked. That was the only question I wanted to ask. I wanted to know if all along she had been their foster daughter, while working as my maid. Asterisk after I left California. Don't ask me for details, Quinn drawled. I chuckled. Her response was as good as saying nothing at all. Why are you outside? I asked. To get some fresh air. You? Quinn asked back. Following you. I smirked. We sat silently for a while, looking at the starry night. It was quite chilly and even I was beginning to get cold. I noticed that Quinn was shivering slightly. I removed my suit and placed it over her shoulders. She smiled in appreciation. Why don't we go back inside? I suggested. Nah, I'm bored. Quinn replied calmly. Bored? A whole CEO is bored of a social gathering as this. I was amused by her response. Say what you want. I get bored easily. Silence took over again. When can I get to see your daughter? I asked carefully. Asterisk, that's not possible, Mr. Henry. Her response was sharp and crisp. Asterisk, I have no bad intentions. I just want to see the little girl. I said helplessly. Why was she reacting in that manner? Asterisk, well, thanks for your kind gesture. But my answer remains the same. If you don't mind, I have to return inside. I watched her leave. My eyes darkened. She didn't want me to see her daughter? Funny. I must see her. I had a feeling that she may be my daughter. But it was still a speculation on my part. Oh. I went back inside and sat at my previous table. My eyes landed on Quinn, who was making her way to the bathroom. I waited for a while and followed suit. She was about to close the door to the bathroom when I held it back. What are you doing? She hissed sharply. Nothing out of place. Are you going to let me in or? I had a lazy smile on my face. Quinn reluctantly opened the door. I cared less about what anyone would say when they saw me going into the ladies' restroom. Closing the door behind me, I pressed Quinn on the wall. Don't start now, Henry. She tried pushing me away, but I held on. Finally calling me Henry the First C. You look so beautiful today, Quinn. I lowered my head closer to hers. Well, thank you. Can you let me go now? Quinn said impatiently. I'm afraid that's definitely a wish I can't grant you. I smirked playfully. Aren't you afraid I would get you arrested? Quinn raised her head to meet mine. My eyes focused on her luscious lips. They looked extraordinarily sexy this night. If you had the intention to, you would have done so long ago. I didn't feel threatened at all. What if I have the intention now? She struggled again. Stay still. I breathed close to her eyes. I felt her squirm. Good. I lowered my lips and captured hers fiercely. I sucked on each alternately and slipped my tongue into her warm mouth. I kissed her till I was out of breath. I moved my head back a little and chuckled when I saw Quinn's blushing cheeks. I want to tear off this dress of yours. To me, you are more beautiful without anything on. I whispered, close to her ears. But unfortunately, we are at a party. I have to keep my desires in check. I straightened and, adjusting my expression, I left the restroom. Quinn was annoyed with herself. How could she allow him kiss her? She was the only one allowed to do such things to him. He wasn't allowed to reciprocate. She headed to the mirror and looked at her crimson cheeks. She felt hot all over. That bastard. However, she calmed herself down a bit. But then she recalled his words while they were outside earlier. Her facial expression changed. She couldn't allow the father-daughter duo to meet. She didn't want to endanger her poor daughter's life. What if the person that kidnapped her while she was younger decided to kidnap her daughter too?
No.
She couldn't risk it at all. She took a deep breath and went out of the restroom and back to the hall. Kathleen watched as Quinn sat on her chair. She was filled with hatred and jealousy. Yeah, jealousy. What right did she have to become the Stones' foster daughter? Wait. If her speculation was correct, she had probably chose Washington when she sent her away from California. Didn't that mean she personally pushed her to a higher position? Realizing that fact, she was filled with regrets. She would have allowed her stay. She would have tortured her personally. She would have. There was no end to the things she would have done. Bitch. Quinn chuckled as she listened to her mother. They had just came back from the party. I wanted to badly strangle her neck at that moment. Bitch. Her mother fumed. Language, Mom. Quinn said helplessly. Whatever. Nicole shrugged. Quinn yawned. All she wanted at that moment was a good sleep. Nicole observed her daughter for a while. Head upstairs. I'm sure your daughter is already asleep in her room. Nicole got up too. Her husband and parents-in-law hadn't arrived yet. So she might as well head to bed, right? Quinn nodded as she headed upstairs. She trudged into the bathroom, took a quick shower and came out again. She felt refreshed as she fell on her bed. Recalling the events at the party, she couldn't help but chuckle. It was a pity she didn't get to have fun like this every day. She turned on her bed and shifted uncomfortably. Her insomnia was acting up again. She closed her eyes and tried to force herself to sleep. An hour later, Quinn groaned as she got out of bed. Lying there was going to make her run mad. She headed downstairs and to the kitchen. She turned the lights on, took out a canned orange juice and closed the fridge back. Opening the can, she threw her head back and gulped it heartily. While drinking, she had her back to the door. So she was quite startled when someone tapped her shoulder. Ah! She screamed in fright. She whirled around. Mom! She face-palmed herself this time. Nicole chuckled when she saw her daughter's reaction. Thought it was a ghost? Well, I don't mind being one if you really want to see one. Nicole folded her arms. What are you doing down here, Mom? Quinn was surprised. Didn't she head upstairs to sleep? Well, I couldn't sleep at all. So I came downstairs to get myself a glass of wine. Nicole laughed. Same here. Quinn shrugged. Why don't we play a game? Nicole suddenly suggested. A game? What game? Quinn was puzzled. Follow me. Nicole gestured. Both of them headed upstairs, and Nicole led her into their bedroom. Quinn looked around. This was the first time she had ever entered her parents' room. The decor was superb. Did you choose the design yourself? Quinn asked the obvious. Of course her mother would be the one to choose the design. Her father was too preoccupied and too lazy to do that. She watched as her mother walked to the wall. She placed her hand on a certain spot and she heard a robotic voice say, "Scanning complete." Quinn arched her brow in surprise. She continued watching as the wall parted to reveal a flight of there. What in heaven's name? Nicole chuckled as she turned towards her daughter. Don't stand there looking. Let's head down. With that, she headed down the stairs. Quinn followed her lead. Soon they entered a wide space. Quinn looked around in confusion. There was nothing there at all. Was her mother joking with her? Noticing her confusion, her mother laughed again. Game room activate. With that, there was a change of scenery. Different gaming equipments rose from the ground. Sofas too. Everything was soon arranged and in place. As Quinn looked around again, she mouthed a wow. Where was this? Welcome to your father's gaming room. Nicole announced, rubbing her hands against each other. This is father's? But why was it built underground? Quinn couldn't quite understand. Well, listen, your grandfather doesn't like games at all. He says it's a waste of time. It's prohibited in This house. And so, to satisfy his craving for playing games, your father came up with this idea. Nicole went over to sit down. The gaming room was like a living room. Game consoles were at a corner, laptops, computers, and a large TV. The sofas were arranged in a manner that would allow the gamer play his game comfortably. There was even a fridge, a bathroom, and a kitchen. Quinn was amused. Her father was a game lover through and through. Your grandmother even come down here at times. She loves playing games too, Nicole said. So, you mean only grandfather is the only one that is unaware that there is a gaming room in his mansion? Quinn laughed heartily. Both ladies got in position and began playing PS4 game as they laughed. Is not equal to 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 equals. The sound of breaking ceramics sounded as Kathleen angrily threw a flower vase on the floor. That damned bitch. She had to find a way to teach her a little lesson. How dare she humiliate her? And how dare she become the foster daughter of the Stones? Fuck you, Quinn. Go to hell. Kathleen screamed out. She clutched her head in anger. What could she do? Nothing at all. Ring ring. Her phone rang at that moment. Who was calling her? She groaned as she received the call. She's on the move. It's confirmed. Your assistant is a female. She's your father's little lover. She heard a familiar voice say. Kathleen hung up. A cold smile plastered itself on her face. She knew it. How could it be that she didn't suspect a thing all along? They sure played their game well. Ha! Let's play along, why don't we? Revealing that I know everything will spoil the game. It would become uninteresting. Let's see what you guys are up to. She headed into the bathroom. The report about her father and assistant completely wiped thoughts about Quinn from her mind. However, it was temporary. How could she forget her enemy and rival?
Impossible.
The cold water from the shower rained down on her nude body. She let out a sigh. She was tired though. She had been embarrassed today. She flew down from Washington after the party. She couldn't bear to remain there any longer. Not after what happened. Everyone at the party clearly saw how she embarrassed herself. She prayed that words of it wouldn't get out. That would be very disgraceful and embarrassing. And as for what happened today, she was going to get back at Quinn. It wasn't her business if Quinn was a CEO or the Stones' daughter. She wasn't after all their real daughter. Defaming her wouldn't hurt, would it? Quinn walked into the living room alongside Avi. There was no one in the living room. Where was Henry? President, I'll take my leave first. Avi politely bowed and left the living room. Quinn sighed as she sat on the couch. She heard the sound of someone coming down the stairs, but she didn't bother opening her eyes. The little princess of the Stones is finally back, isn't she? Henry mocked as he came to sit beside her. Where else do you want her to go? Quinn retorted. She opened her eyes to fully stare at him. That's her business. Have you reconsidered my request? Henry stared at her intently. What request are you talking about? Quinn avoided his gaze. You know what I'm talking about. So don't pretend. Henry hissed sharply. Mr. Henry, I believe Imelda is my daughter. I decide whether you get to see her or not. And my decision is no. Quinn headed up the stairs to avoid further conversation. But Henry was swifter than her. Not so fast. He grabbed her hand and pulled her towards him. Quinn was pulled into his embrace. What are you doing, Mr. Henry? She hit his chest roughly. She wasn't ready for any of his games. I have something to tell you, Quinn. Maybe you haven't realized, but I like you. Henry's gaze was dark. And how is that my business? Quinn's voice sounded indifferent. What I'm trying to say is that you can't hide from me. You can't escape from my clutches. Henry vowed. Quinn could feel her heart beating fast. However, she quickly smothered the feeling. He clearly said he liked her, but he didn't love her. How was she to waste her time on someone like that? That's very nice to hear. Can I go now? Quinn struggled again. However, she couldn't break free from his grip. Come to think of it, ever since we started fucking each other, we haven't done it on the couch. What do you think? Henry had a mischievous look on his face. He was hinting at something. I'm sorry, Mr. Henry. I don't have sex with strangers. Quinn rolled her eyes. Really? Then who usually fucks me at night? Henry taunted. I don't know what you are talking about. As Quinn made to push Henry away, her hand mistakenly brushed his rock-hard length. Henry stifled a moan as his eyes darkened. He dragged Quinn towards the couch and pushed her roughly on it. What the he dash Quinn's words stuck in her throat. Her eyes widened. This jerk. Within minutes, Henry was already naked. He stood to his full height without any shame whatsoever. Quinn turned her face slightly, as her face turned crimson. Don't tell me you are shy? What part of me have you not seen before? Henry smirked mischievously. Quinn tried getting up from the couch, but Henry pushed her back. Where do you think you are going, Miss Stone? He changed his method of addressing her to Miss Stone. So you now remember that I am a stone, don't you? Quinn narrowed her eyes. I don't care about your identity. I'm going to fuck you whatever way I want, Henry said seductively. He roughly raised Quinn's dress, revealing her thong. He swiftly shifted that aside. Without warning, he thrust his fingers into her wet pussy. She moaned softly. He twirled his fingers in her hole, as it made a sloppy sound. She was fucking wet. In and out, his fingers went into her pussy. He increased his pace, making Quinn squirm. Yeah. Just like that, Henry. She subconsciously spread her legs wider to give him more access to her hole. Henry watched her beautifully shaped pussy as his fingers thrust into her. Every inch of her was beautiful. He soon pulled his fingers out and held out towards Quinn's mouth. Taste yourself. Quinn obliged. She grabbed his fingers and put it slowly into her mouth. Ever so slowly she licked and sucked his fingers. Ah! Henry closed his eyes at the sweet feeling of her warm mouth on his fingers. His shaft was getting harder. He needed to fuck her. And quickly, too. He tore off her thong roughly and lowered his mouth towards her pussy lips. Pushing out his tongue, he delved it into her hole. Fuck. Quinn pushed her head back and clutched at the sides of the couch. Henry licked and sucked at her pussy, till she began shaking uncontrollably on the couch. The pleasure was out of this world. He climbed onto her body in all nakedness, and captured her lips. He delved into her mouth and intertwined his tongue with hers. Quinn wrapped her hands around his neck. They continued kissing, till both of them were breathless. Quinn looked into his eyes with a sensual look. She wanted his cock. Yeah, she needed him to fuck her. She didn't know when the obsession for his body started. But all she knew was that she was getting addicted to the sex he was giving her every day. Say you want it. Henry whispered close to her ears. His warm breath tickled her. I want you to fuck me. Her words were direct, revealing how aroused she was at that moment. She adjusted her position beneath him. As she shifted, her pussy brushed against his hard dick. Fuck, Quinn. He grabbed her breasts through her dress and kneaded them roughly. Her soft moans were like music to Henry's ears. You like it? He continued his assault on her breasts. Quinn nodded with misty eyes, unable to say a word. Her brain was muddled. Do you want me to fuck you now? Henry was obviously teasing her. He was trying to hold himself back. He wanted to tease her a little. Quinn didn't respond. She moved her hands and grabbed his dick softly. Holy moly! Henry breathed. That was the push he needed. He grabbed her mischievous hands and placed them above her head. She tried moving, but his voice stopped her. Be still. Quinn spread her legs ready to welcome Henry's length. He smirked when he saw her eagerness. He placed his tip at her entrance and rocked back and forth. His actions were teasing and soon Quinn began getting impatient. What the hell are you doing? Go ahead and fuck me. What are you waiting for? Quinn hissed irritatedly. Henry chuckled. I will only fuck you on one condition. He continued teasing her. What condition? Can't you just fuck me now? Let's talk later. Quinn tried moving her body. He was hard, so why was he acting tough? I want to see your daughter, Henry declared. Quinn was quite amused. Was he trying to lure her into agreeing? She remained mute, with an obstinate look plastered on her face. Henry thrust into her without warning, and just as Quinn was about to close her eyes in pleasure, he pulled out again. Quinn glared at him. It seemed he was serious about his condition. I agree. You would see her soon enough. So go ahead and fuck me. Quinn acquiesced impatiently. Henry smirked. He had won after all. He roughly spread her legs wider than it already was. He slowly entered her. Quit teasing me, Henry. I agreed already, haven't I? Quinn pulled him down and captured his lips. Henry was surprised. She had never taken the initiative to kiss him first. He was always the one making the move. Quinn sucked his lips fiercely. She wanted him to know how impatient she was feeling at that moment. Henry didn't waste time further. He thrust his dick into her wet and welcoming pussy. Ah. Yeah. She ran her hands through his hair as she moaned softly. His dick stretched her walls and she closed her eyes in pleasure. She moved her hips to match his thrust. Moan my name, Quinn. I want to hear you moan out my name as I fuck you. Henry squeezed her breast softly. You. Fuck me, Henry. Fuck me hard. She moaned out, biting her lower lip softly. Henry watched her. At times he wished he could just become one with her. The pleasure she was giving him was bliss. He increased his pace. The couch was not spared as it made a creaking sound. Seems the couch needs to be changed. Quinn chuckled. Are you looking down on me? I'm fucking you and you're talking about the couch. Seems I should fuck you harder than this. With that he banged her harder than before. Quinn's moans became loud. Fuck. Ah. Quinn's body glistened with her own sweat. Both of them soon climaxed at the same time, and Henry emptied his load inside her. Aren't you afraid I will get pregnant? Quinn panted. Maybe you already did, and you hid it from me. Who knows? Henry shrugged as he pulled himself from her body. Quinn didn't respond. She sat up on the couch. She was still naked, but she didn't mind. What part of her had he not seen before? Henry pulled her up and sat on her position. He then dragged her down again. His dick entered her hole directly, and Quinn moaned loudly. Damn. That felt so good. She moaned out. Henry grabbed on her peaches and sucked on her nipples gently. Quinn threw her head back as she indulged in the pleasure he was giving her. He grabbed her soft ass softly and guided her as she began riding his dick softly. Faster, Quinn. Ride my fucking dick. He applied pressure as he continued sucking her nipple like a starved child. Faster and faster, Quinn continued riding his rock-hard dick. Spasms upon spasms of pleasure continued hitting her. She couldn't even think properly. All she could think of was the dick inside her, and Henry's warm mouth on her breasts. I'm near. She panted as she increased her pace. Henry pulled his mouth away from her nipple and grabbed her ass. Quinn gripped his shoulders to maintain her balance. Soon they climaxed for the second time. Quinn lay on his body completely exhausted. She tried to steady her breathing. Henry's heart was also beating fast. That was intense. Have you heard of BDSM before? Henry suddenly questioned. And what is that? Quinn raised her head to look at him. Oh, it's nothing. Forget it. Henry waved his hands as he chuckled. So when can I get to meet Imelda? That's her name, right? Henry asked cautiously. He was afraid that she would still reject him. Soon. Maybe in 2 weeks' time. Quinn felt there was no use keeping them away from each other. She might as well reveal the truth when they met. She didn't want her daughter to hate her. Really? I look forward to it. Then, Henry was enthusiastic. He didn't know why, but he wanted to meet her. So, tell me the truth. Are you really married? He held his breath as he waited for her response. She slowly got down from his body. You will find out in 2 weeks' time. With that, she picked her clothes and made her way upstairs. He stared at her nude body and felt himself harden again. He couldn't possibly follow her and fuck her again, right? Well, it wasn't his fault for being so obsessed with her body. She could only blame herself for being so sexy and beautiful. Recalling her words, his mind began beating fast again. Maybe she wasn't married. But what if she was? He didn't want to think about it. Maybe he should just get married to her and claim her for himself? When he had been his maid, such thoughts never crossed his mind. But now she held a status even greater than his. Yes, he wanted to marry her because of her status. Yes, that was it. He desperately assured himself. He couldn't possibly be in love with her, right? Bunjung. That would be absurd. He massaged his temples. In 2 weeks' time, he would get his answers. 2 weeks. Los Angeles. Kathleen was carefully signing some documents when there was a knock at the door. She raised her head to see her secretary usher someone in. Arching her brow, she watched a handsome and yet confident-looking young man walk in. President, he refused to stay outside while I announce his presence. Her secretary hurriedly explained, Who are you? She turned to question the young man, who was comfortably seated on the chair in front of her. That doesn't matter. I'm here to strike a deal with you. Are you interested? His voice was a bit distant. For a moment, Kathleen thought it was one of her stalkers, but seeing his attitude towards her, she decided that wouldn't be the case. A deal? What deal? And I have to know who you are. Kathleen said coldly. Did he think she was some pushover? I'm Stephen. You would find out who I am as time goes on. Stephen said. Kathleen was beginning to get irritated. What was he saying? Okay, what deal are you talking about? She sighed and decided to ask. You want Quinn out of your man's house, right? Stephen leaned back and crossed his leg over the other. Kathleen was alarmed. Who was this man? How did he know about her and Quinn, and yeah, Henry too? Kathleen chuckled. Quinn sent you here, right? Well, unfortunately, I won't fall for your mind games. Kathleen stared straight at him. Did he think she would fall for his little trick? No way. Stephen watched her in amusement. Do you know I can make this conglomerate become bankrupt? Stephen smirked. Kathleen remained unfazed. If that's the case, is there any reason for me to come over and play mind games with you? Stephen hardened his gaze. Kathleen sat up on her seat. The aura he was exuding wasn't one from an average person. He was someone powerful. He might as well carry out his threat. What do you want? Kathleen cleared her throat as she asked. Now you are talking. What I want is very simple. I want you to make Quinn leave that mansion. In turn, I will help you establish your position as Henry's wife. Stephen explained. Kathleen was stumped. His offer sounded attractive, but how could she agree to it? Henry was blackmailing her. She was in his clutches. What if after Quinn leaves, Henry gets furious and unleashes his anger on her? He couldn't risk it in any way. How are you going to do that, if I may ask? Kathleen asked. You would find out soon. I want to know if you are interested in my offer. Stephen had a playful look on his face. Sighing, Kathleen studied his expression. She knew he was being serious. But, as she was still hesitating, Stephen fueled her decision. Remember, she is now the foster daughter of the Stones. Sooner or later she would kick you out. Herself. Stephen prompted. And that did the magic. Something clicked in Kathleen's head. That was true. Henry could blackmail her for all cared. The most important thing was that Quinn would no longer be in his house. I agree, she said quietly. Good. We would meet soon to put our plans in motion. Stephen smiled as he got up from the chair. Nice meeting you, Mr. Stephen. Kathleen extended her hands for a handshake. Stephen stared at her hand for a moment, and then accepted the handshake. So when do I get to see you again? Kathleen smiled. Soon enough. With that, Stephen sauntered out of her office without taking another glance at her. Equals 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 equals. Stephen slowly drove back to the airport. The first phase of his plan was successful. Get Kathleen over to his side. He didn't want Quinn to suspect him after everything was done. He wanted to console her. Without the existence of Henry, wouldn't she fall in love with him? That was right. He had plans to wipe Henry off the face of the earth. Oops. What a pity. He kinda pitied Kathleen. She would be the one poisoning him, without any knowledge that she was killing him. After Henry's death, he was going to arrange some fake policemen to arrest her. And then he would bring her back to Washington, D.C., where he would say he saved her. Flawless, right? He cheered himself inwardly for such a great plan. What fueled his decision was that Quinn hadn't even bothered to contact him over the past few months. It was almost as if she had forgotten about his existence. How could he stomach that? She even came to Washington, D.C., for the annual celebration party of her family's empire. And yet she completely ignored him. Not that he appeared before her or something. But couldn't she have asked about him? Didn't she ask him to pretend to be her husband? What was happening then? He stepped hard on the accelerator and increased his speed. Soon enough she would be his. And the good news? He wouldn't have to bother about his love rival anymore. Although he didn't want to admit it, but he knew Henry was good-looking than he was. It wasn't as if he was ugly. He wasn't. In fact, he has the physique of a model. However, Henry exuded a charm he himself didn't possess. A charisma which seems to beckon on you to do his bidding. However, he wasn't going to accept defeat just like that. He had to put up a little fight. But the fight he was going to put up now wasn't in any way little. It was a counterattack, in fact. Henry snatched his woman, and he was going to pay for his actions with something he valued most, something he wouldn't exist without. That was what he was going to take from him in return. His life. Ha! I can't wait for you to be mine, my love. I await your arrival. He chuckled to himself. He was in high spirits. Was there any reason for him not to? Nah. Not at all. Quinn dialed a familiar number on her phone. Hey, Mum. I'm good. She smiled even though her mum wasn't there. She explained the reason why she called to her mum. I want them to meet, she said as she stared at her reflection on the mirror. Placing the call on hands-free, she dropped the phone on the table. Her mother's clear voice floated over the phone. Do you plan on revealing the truth? Nicole questioned. Not yet, Mother. I have my plans, she replied. But allowing them to meet is as good as revealing the truth. I believe your boyfriend is smart enough to coin facts. Isn't he? Her mother chuckled. That's his business. And Mum, he isn't my boyfriend. Stop calling him one. Quinn groaned. I've heard. I'm hanging up now. Imelda sends her regards. Tell your boyfriend I said hi. Her mother hung up before she could say a word further. Ha! So mischievous. She smiled as she admired herself. Just then a call came through. Hey, Stephen. She apologized, and when he asked her if she would care to meet up, she declined. I'm sorry, but I don't think that would be possible. I apologize. He hung up before she could continue. A weird look plastered itself on her face. What was wrong with him? Just then the door to the bedroom opened and Henry came inside. Mr. Henry, I believe I didn't give you permission to come inside. Did I? She chided. Do I need your permission to come inside my own room? Henry smirked. Your room? Quinn stood up and came to stand in front of him. Yes, my room. You look ravishing today, Quinn. His eyes ogled over her body. Quinn sighed inwardly at his choice of words. Among all compliments available, he chose to use ravishing. Pervert. Thank you. You may leave now. Quinn folded her arms and shooed him away. Leave? There is no way that is going to happen. Henry shrugged. Quinn made to return to the bed, when Henry suddenly pulled her back and pinned her on the nearest wall. What are you doing? She hissed sharply. Nothing. Henry's eyes darkened with desire as he roamed his eyes over her exposed cleavage. Then let me go. Quinn glared at him. I want you. He whispered seductively beside her ear. That's your business, Mr. Henry. Sort it out. Quinn made to push him back. But he was swift. He grabbed her hands and placed them above her head. You said I should sort my business out, isn't it? That's exactly what I'm gonna do. His husky voice sounded beside her ears. He bit her earlobes softly, earning a moan from her. He then licked her collarbone slowly. Ugh. Quinn pressed her back firmly on the wall. Desire was already pooling in between her legs. Henry always turned her on, without expending much efforts. You equally want it the way I do, don't you? Henry blew warm air in her ears. She shivered and wrapped her hands around his waist. Without warning, he dragged her towards the bathroom, opened the door and pushed her inside. He closed the door behind him. He turned on the shower and dragged her under it, fully clothed. She shivered at the chilly feeling on her body. Are you out of your fucky dash? Her words were stopped by his sudden assault on her lips. He kissed her fiercely, pouring all his emotions into the kiss. Biting her lower lips, he grabbed her ass and gave it a soft squeeze. She moaned into his mouth. Her nipples were erect and they clearly showed through her short gown. Henry delved into her mouth, and they engaged in a French kiss. They broke free from the kiss to catch their breaths. I want to fuck so hard. That's what you get for wearing such provocative clothes. Henry whispered into her ears. Quinn subconsciously nodded. Her mind wasn't even focused on his words. Henry squeezed her peaches softly and captured her lips again. Quinn could feel his rock-hard member against her stomach. His hands traveled down her dress and shifted her lace panties through her wet dress. His 2 fingers slipped into her very wet pussy. MMMM. She moaned into his mouth. His hands teased her pussy lips as he arched the middle finger. At a fast pace, he began thrusting in and out of her pussy with her fingers. Quinn gripped his shoulders tightly to maintain her balance. Her legs were shaking like jelly. He broke away from the kiss and let her hands down to his lower region. He helped her unbuckle his belt and drew his trousers down. His rock-hard member sprang up like a soldier at attention. Pre-cum was already dripping at its tip. Quinn ran her hands over it and went down on her knees. She shook her head and water splashed from her hair. Maintaining eye contact with him, she ran her mouth over its tip, sucking off the pre-cum. She slowly took the whole of him into her mouth, almost gagging. She watched him close his eyes in pleasure as he gripped her hair, guiding her. Fuck. Faster than that, Quinn. He grunted. Quinn took out his length and spat a little saliva on it. She rubbed her hands over its folds and then took him into her mouth again. In an up and down motion, she began bobbing her head over his dick. Her throat made a gagging sound and tears gathered in her eyes. When did he become so big? Henry opened his eyes as he grunted in pleasure, and his gaze landed on her reddened eyes. What was wrong? Did he hurt her? He pulled himself out of her mouth, and she raised her head in protest. What's wrong? Her words were sensually spoken. I should be asking you that, Quinn. Why are your eyes red? He pulled her up and hugged her tightly. Prepare the bathtub and get into it, he whispered. Quinn nodded. The only thing separating them was her panties. However, she could feel his length pressing against her pussy. Ah, fuck, just like that, Henry. Quinn moaned out loudly as Henry fucked her. Her legs were directly spread widely apart. He thrust his length in and out of her pussy. The lather covered their naked bodies. Quinn muttered different gibberish as Henry continued, pounding into her wet core. You like it, right? You like the way I'm fucking you, don't you? Henry grunted as he thrust into her. Quinn nodded. She couldn't think straight. How was she supposed to say something meaningful? Her body began shaking and she climaxed. He didn't pull out, instead he continued in a more vigorous manner than before. Soon he emptied his load into her. Are you really not afraid that I would get pregnant for you? Quinn panted as she leaned back on the tub. I've said it before. I always wanted you to have my baby. I'm not against it, if it's you. Henry breathed. Quinn turned away at his last statement. I can't seem to get enough of you, Quinn, he said huskily. You don't like using protection. Can you tell me the reason? Quinn changed the topic. Henry chuckled as he realized what she was trying to do. The reason is simple. I like it raw. I don't like any hindrance. Henry pulled out of her and got out of the tub. It's weird hearing you say that. Quinn closed her eyes. She was in water, yet she was feeling hot all over. Think what you want. Clean yourself up. I'm off to Jake's place, Henry said as he walked out of the bathroom. Quinn sighed as she got out the bathtub, still naked. She got under the shower, turned it on and allowed the water run down her body unrestrained. Her mind wandered over to what her mother had said over the phone. Was allowing them to meet a good idea? Henry had a high intelligence quotient. He was bound to find out the truth sooner or later, so she might as well allow them meet from now. He was after all Imelda's father. However, there was one more thing on her mind. Her relationship with Henry. He was a married man after all. Was he actually having an affair outside marriage? Well, it wasn't as if it was her business. It was her way of getting back at Kathleen for her arrogant attitude, which she graciously displayed to her, while she was still a maid. Ha! Everything seems so complicated. She thought to herself. That was because, as she spent more time with Henry, she realized that she was finally developing some feelings for Henry. She didn't know when, but feelings wasn't something to be controlled, was it? However, the humorous fact about everything was that she hated Henry. She hated the fact that he took advantage of her while she was still his maid. She hated the fact that she was powerless against him then, and she was still powerless against him now. There were many things she hated about him. She hated the way he could arouse her just with a little touch, but she was much more stronger than she was before. Previously, she was his maid, but now she had a status even greater than his. She wanted to cause him a little pain. Yeah, just a little. It was funny how she could love someone and yet hate the person at the same time. She turned off the shower and walked out of the bathroom. Equals 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 equals. Henry walked into the living room of Jake's residence without even ringing the doorbell. He made himself at home and plopped himself on the sofa in the living room. Where the hell was Jake? At that moment, however, he heard lewd noises coming from the bedroom upstairs. Whoa! Could Jake actually stay a month without screwing a woman?
Impossible.
Henry chuckled to himself. He was in high spirits. Why wouldn't he be? After all, he just finished having an intense sex with Quinn. Could anything be more good than that? He didn't think so. 20 minutes later, Jake came down with his arms wrapped around a blonde. They were both whispering to themselves. Jake was quite surprised when he saw Henry comfortably seated in his living room. Hey man. It's been ages. You finally remembered me, Jake said gaily as he came down the stairs. Henry didn't respond, he only winked meaningfully at Jake. Jake chuckled and led the lady out. He blew a kiss at her and hurried back inside. Done fucking, I see, Henry drawled. Don't tell me shit, man. You aren't better off either. From afar I can perceive the smell of after sex on you, Jake retorted. Henry smiled like a Cheshire cat at his words. Wait, I was only joking with you. Don't tell me I'm actually right. Jake widened his eyes dramatically. Shut up, Jake. And what if you are? Henry glared at him. That's great news. So who were you fucking? Kathleen, or some random bimbo? Jake perked his ears ready for some gossip. Asterisk, none of your business. Henry shrugged. Ouch. That hurts, man. Really and truly. I'm your one and only friend. Can't you tell stuffs like that to me? Jake dramatically clutched his chest. You can't act all you want. I wonder why you are wasting your acting talent running a cafe. You could win an Oscar for the best actor if you keep it up. Henry laughed. I would only act if I can get to punch you in the movie. Jake smirked. I would get a stunt double. Henry retorted. As if you would be able to act at all. You wouldn't be able to even act as a corpse. Jake teased. Who said I can't act? I'm very versatile, you know. Henry winked. So funny. To even act as a corpse, you would require a year of training. Jake rolled his eyes. Hey, if it weren't for the fact that I am already a CEO, I would have loved to prove you wrong. Get me a drink. Henry chuckled. You know where the bar is. Serve yourself. Jake lay down properly on the sofa, a teasing look on his face. Kathleen was deep in thoughts. She was thinking about her meeting with Stephen days ago. Was she making a right choice by joining forces with him? Well, it wasn't as if she was killing anyone, was she? She was merely claiming what rightfully belonged to her, wasn't she? Tapping her fingers impatiently on the table, she sighed. Her thoughts were interrupted by a slight knock at the door. Come in. She managed to say. The door pushed open and her assistant came inside. Kathleen had to press down her urge to smile. She had been thinking about this day for the past few days. She didn't need to expend any efforts at all. Her assistant walked over and bowed politely. Good day, President Kathleen, he said. Kathleen nodded as she studied him. She had watched to see if she would send in her resignation letter. If she didn't, then that would make everything easy. She wanted to see what game both of them were up to. Most importantly, she wanted to play around with her. Didn't she love disguising so much? She was going to patiently watch her moves. Are you better now? Kathleen questioned. Yes, much better, thank you. He replied. Kathleen nodded. As her assistant made to leave, she stopped him. Do you know you look beautiful than handsome? I don't mean anything, just take it as a compliment. From me. Kathleen smiled brightly. Rita was nervous. What did she mean by her words? Thank you. She stuttered nervously. Kathleen enjoyed seeing her flustered expression. She waved her away. This is going to be much fun. She rubbed her hands together in anticipation. Ring. Ring. Her phone ringtone interrupted her thoughts. Who could it be? She glanced at the caller ID and frowned. It was an unknown number. Placing the call on hands-free, she dropped it on the glass table. Hello, she said as she whirled on her executive swivel chair. Hello. A deep baritone sounded from the other end of the line. She sat up. How couldn't she know who was on the line? Xander. For the past few months she had been living her life peacefully, without engaging in anything immoral. She had completely forgotten about the existence of Xander. Why was he calling her? What is the problem? She subconsciously lowered her voice. I want you, Xander simply said. He didn't mince his words. Are you out of your mind? What business of mine is it that you want me? Kathleen was irritated. Do something about it. I want to fuck you, Xander said. Kathleen shivered. She was still traumatized by the sex they had the other time. How could she easily agree this time? And if I don't comply? Kathleen asked cautiously. Then get ready to see your marriage destroyed. Xander threatened over the phone. You dare not, Xander. She banged her hands furiously on the table, as she sprang up in anger. I can and I will. What's more? Your embarrassing photos will be leaked to the media. All by me. How? Do you like the sound of that? Xander's voice contained a trace of mockery. Kathleen was furious, but she tried calming herself down. Getting furious was not going to solve the problem. She would only be getting worked up over nothing. When do you want us to meet? Kathleen steadied her nerves as she questioned. Today at night. 7 p.m. prompt. Xander drawled. My place or yours? Kathleen was afraid of his response. She stilled her breathe. Xander's clear laughter floated over the phone. Are you afraid? Don't worry, make your choice. But I would prefer my place, of course. Xander said.
No.
My place. Come over by 7 p.m. Kathleen hung up hurriedly before he could respond. Slowly she placed her phone down. What had she gotten herself into? How dare he threaten her? That bastard. Equals 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 7:02 p.m. Nighttime. The doorbell rang and Kathleen reluctantly dragged her feet across to open the door. Hey! She managed to utter. Xander pushed her inside and closed the door behind him. What do you mean by hey? Aren't you excited to see me? Xander smirked.
Obviously, no.
I'm not excited to see you at all. Kathleen folded her arms. Xander roamed his eyes over her nightgown. It was a sleeveless wine-colored short gown. Xander was sure that if he bent her over, her pussy would be exposed. Kathleen watched as his eyes danced over her body hungrily. Horny bastard. Xander didn't waste much time. He dragged her over to the couch. Bend over. He stood behind her as she bent over. Her black thong was exposed to his hungry gaze. He ran his hand over her sex and she moaned softly. Ugh. He ripped her thong apart and pushed his 3 fingers into her already wet pussy. MMMM. Fuck. Kathleen bit her lower lip as she moaned. He spanked her butt cheeks and bent to lick the prints. His fingers were still thrusting in and out of her pussy. Do you want me to go faster than this? He spanked her butt cheeks again. Yeah. Fuck me. Kathleen muttered, stifling her moan. Xander pulled out his fingers and quickly unbuckled his belt. He drew his trousers down and threw it on the floor. His dick was already hard. He ran his hands over his length. Do you want my dick now? He spanked her ass again. Yeah. Fuck my fucking pussy. Kathleen arched her back, ready to welcome his length. He slowly entered her from behind and pulled out again, almost immediately. What are you doing? Xander chuckled when he sensed the impatience in her voice. Beg for it. Beg for me to bury myself deep inside you. He thrust his length into her and pulled out. Again. Kathleen began rubbing her bare ass against his length. Fuck Kathleen. Be still. He growled lowly. However, he was enjoying the feel of her soft ass against his length. Then fuck me. Can't you see that I'm fucking wet? Kathleen requested impatiently. Rough. Kathleen moaned as Xander pounded into her from behind. Fuck. She gripped the edge of the couch tightly. Xander himself grunted as he increased his pace. Pack. He smacked her ass softly. Kathleen yelped. The pleasure was getting intense. He pulled out from her pussy and turned her around. You know what to do, he said in a husky voice as he gazed down at her. Kathleen seductively got on her knees and slowly grabbed his length. She kissed its tip and poured a little spittle on it. Huh. Take my dick into your fucking mouth. He grabbed her hair and dragged her head down to his dick. Kathleen covered her warm mouth over his dick and began bobbing her head up and down. Yeah, so good. Take it all into your mouth. He growled out. Kathleen maintained eye contact with Xander. A look of pleasure was plastered all his face. He gripped her hair tightly and used it as rein. With one move, she took his dick deeper into her throat. She made a gagging sound and took him out of her mouth. Xander suddenly pulled her towards the wall and pushed her back on its cold exterior. Kathleen was puzzled by his actions. Xander raised one of her leg and placed it on his shoulders, giving him wide access to her pussy. He resumed thrusting into her without mercy.
Ah, 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 ah,
Ah, ah, ah, ah. Kathleen's back hit the wall continuously as Xander pounded into her. Xander captured her lips and bit it softly. Kathleen moaned softly. Xander pulled out, and then deeply thrusted into her again. Fuck. Oh, fuck my pussy. Kathleen screamed in pleasure. Xander banged her. Faster, faster, and faster. As he was about to climax, he pulled Kathleen down to his lower region. He pushed his twitching dick into her mouth. Suck it all off. He groaned. Why don't I do something different? Kathleen winked mischievously. She pushed Xander backwards towards the couch. He landed on his butt. His dick was still throbbing, and he watched what Kathleen wanted to do. Kathleen bent over his legs and grabbed his dick softly. She leaned closer and pressed her two peaches against his length. She gently squeezed his length with her soft breasts. Yeah, that feels good. Xander threw his head back in pleasure. I know, right? Kathleen chuckled as she continued her assault on his length. She dutifully ran his length through her tightly pressed breasts. Xander's dick twitched again, and he emptied his load all over her face and her full and supple breasts. You liked it, right? Kathleen slowly climbed over his muscular legs. She just realized that she was also sex-starved. She needed a good fuck too. Thinking about it now, she realized it wasn't such a bad idea that Xander came over to her place to fuck her. She needed it. Kathleen slowly lowered herself over his already hard dick. Whoa, Xander gets aroused way too quickly. She looked deep into his eyes and began riding his length slowly. Yeah. She moaned as she squeezed her peaches gently. Bending slowly, she ran her tongue over his nipple and softly bit it. Fuck Kathleen. You are such a whore. My whore. He guided her ass as she continued riding him. Can you go faster than this? Xander demanded. Not so fast. We have to take it slow and nice. Kathleen bit her lower lips and she put her index finger into her mouth. She ran her tongue slowly over it and began riding his dick faster than before. Kathleen's action served to further arouse Xander. His dick throbbed inside her pussy. Xander. I love the feeling of your dick inside my pussy. So fucking good. She rode his dick. Faster and faster. I'm about to come. Oh, fuck. Kathleen poured her juices all over his dick. She slowly got off his body with trembling legs. Xander got up and pulled her hand as they headed upstairs. Let's take a bath together. He smirked and continued dragging her upstairs. Kathleen rolled her eyes at his words. She knew that by taking a bath together, he meant otherwise. He was going to fuck her again in the bathroom. Horny jerk. However, she was actually looking forward to it. Few rounds of sex wasn't enough to satiate her sexual hunger. Xander pushed the door to the bedroom opened, and they both got in. Do you want to remove your clothes yourself or should I do that for you? Xander winked. Mischievously. Please do. Kathleen clung to him like a koala. Xander smirked, and slowly squeezed her butt cheeks through the hem of her dress. Kathleen moaned. Pull the fucking clothes off. She whispered. Xander slowly pulled her gown over her head. He slowly got down and ran his tongue over her bare stomach. She moaned at the contact and grabbed his hair tightly. As he ran his tongue over her belly button, she moaned at the pleasure she was getting from his actions. He sprang up and dragged her towards the bathroom. Closing the door behind him, he pushed her on the wall and lowered his head to capture her lips. His hands moved upwards towards her erect nipples. He pinched the right nipple and Kathleen squirmed. His length was already throbbing, and pre-cum dripped from its tip. They pulled away from the kiss, and Xander's eyes roamed over her bare body hungrily. You get aroused quickly. Kathleen commented with a chuckle. You can't blame me, can you? Your body is the cause. With that, he raised her legs again and thrusted his index and middle finger into her dripping wet pussy. She subconsciously widened her legs, as if to grant him better access to her pussy. Do you want more? Xander grunted. Kathleen nodded. Fuck. Yeah, I want more. Fuck me, Xander. Kathleen wrapped her hands on his neck, as his magical fingers continued working its wonders on her pussy. She began moving her hips and raised her head to capture his lips again. She sucked on his lower and upper lip alternately as if her life depended on it. California. A hotel. Two nude bodies intertwined with each other in the dimly lit room. Ah, Alex. Faster than that, please. Rita bit his shoulders softly. Dominic pounded into her faster and faster. Soon they climaxed and he lay on top of her. At her request, he had brought her over to a hotel. She insisted that his villa was no longer safe for their little escapades. Dominic tried to persuade her, but she didn't budge one bit. And so here they were, fucking in a hotel. Rita lay in the bed, without minding the weight on her body. Her mind wasn't even focused on him. She was thinking about Kathleen had said at the mansion. What the hell could she mean by, "You look more beautiful than handsome"? What was that? She tried to turn on her bed uncomfortably. Dominic noticed her movements and looked at her curiously. Is there anything wrong? He brushed back her hair with his hands. Rita didn't respond. She continued thinking. Rito, I'm talking to you. Dominic raised his voice a little. I'm sorry, I was lost in thoughts. Rito smiled. Thoughts about what? He began rubbing his hard cock at her entrance. About your daughter. Fuck. She moaned as she talked. My daughter? What did she do? Dominic entered her roughly. Rita's eyes dilated. MMMM. She moaned as she said. Thinking about that girl while I'm fucking you. Aren't you looking down on me? Dominic increased his pace. Fuck. Rita wrapped her legs around his waist. Are you still thinking about her? Dominic questioned. No. Rita shook her head as spasms of pleasure continued hitting her. Oh. Rita lay in Dominic's arms. Her eyes were wide open. She had tried getting some sleep, but she couldn't. Her thoughts were centered on what Kathleen had said. She didn't know why, but she had a bad feeling about the whole thing. Or was she feeling paranoid? She nestled closer into Dominic's embrace and closed her eyes. Pushing off the thoughts from her mind, she tried to get some sleep again. But how she possibly do that? There was no way that was going to happen while thoughts were still flooding get mind. Maybe a quick shower would help. She gently pulled herself from his embrace and scrambled off the bed. Where are you going to? She heard him say behind her. His clear voice showed that he hadn't slept a wink at all. The bathroom. I want to take a quick shower, Rita said and hurried over towards the bathroom. Wait. Why don't we go together? I can't sleep at all. He didn't wait for her reply. He got up and directly threw his robe on the bed. Rita's eyes roamed over his body. He wouldn't lose out to all these young bloods who took working out in the gym as a necessity. His body was firm and well-toned. Done looking. Rita heard him ask teasingly. Nope. Not yet. Let me see, should I employ you just to be looking at your body? I will pay you. Handsomely. Rito smiled. Dominic chuckled in amusement. Could she afford to employ him? You should. The problem is, can you afford to? He chuckled. He was working under Kathleen. How can she afford to employ him? Suit yourself. She walked into the bathroom with Dominic following behind her. Take the shower, I will take the bathtub. I need to soak for a while. She started preparing the bathtub. But the shower is enough for both of us. So, Dominic tried to protest. I want to soak. Do you have a problem with that? Rito chuckled. Yeah. Let's soak together then, Dominic suggested. No way. Rita rolled her eyes. She got into the bathtub, without giving him further listening attention. Dominic stared at her for some minutes, shrugged and made his way towards the shower. While they were on the bed, he had been thinking too. Although his eyes were closed, but he wasn't asleep at all. Judging from Kathleen's words at the office, there may be a 50% chance that she had a clue about what was going on. But he wasn't bothered about it. She could have all the clues for all he cared. That was none of his business. What could a powerless lady possibly do to him? Nothing. Even her father had been captured by him and imprisoned. So what could she possibly do? Nothing at all. And about taking over the conglomerate, time had come for him to start buying some shares. He would soon become the CEO. Great. He had been waiting patiently for that day to arrive. No one could blame him for his actions at all. If anyone did, then that person was stupid and naive. He was sure if the person listened to his explanation, then that person would realize the unfairness he had received. He deserved to be the CEO, not that stupid brother of his. Underground facility. A white space. A man suddenly opened his eyes and sneered. You may come in. I know you are there. He looked towards a direction. A trapdoor opened and a woman got down from it. You discovered my presence way too fast, Alexander. She chuckled. That's because I'm smart. Is everything in place? Alexander turned to question the woman. Why would you ask me such a thing? Have I ever disappointed you? She slanted her eyes. Not at all, my love. Unbind me, he said coldly. The woman walked over to assist him. Her hands flew over the keys and soon Alexander was unbound. I have patiently endured, pretending to be weak even. I wanted to know how much hatred my brother had for me. I have discovered it finally. He doesn't deserve a chance. Alexander said coldly. The car is set. We may leave. His wife came over to hold him. He patted her head dotingly. You have done well. She looked up and smiled at him. In order to make Dominic feel that he was in control, she had faked her death. She vanished entirely. No one saw her. Who knew she was busy doing her investigations and helping her husband? Dominic was going to regret every of his actions. Henry turned uncomfortably on his bed. He hadn't been able to get any sleep since he returned from work, and that was because he was finally meeting with Imelda the next day. That was right, he would get to see her. He was so excited that he couldn't sleep at all. What could he do then? He turned on the bedside lamp and glanced at the time.
2 Uhr nachts.
Fuck. He scrambled off the bed and made his way outside the bedroom. Maybe he could ask Quinn for help.
Oh.
Getting to her door, he took a deep breath and pushed it open. It wasn't even locked. His heart was palpitating as he went inside. Would she turn down his request? The entire room was dark. He stood still for some minutes trying to get used to the darkness. After a while, he spotted her figure sprawled on the bed. He smiled as he made his way towards her. Bending over her figure, he breathed some warm air over her face. Quinn, wake up. His voice was husky and seductive. In her drowsy state, Quinn turned and pulled him down towards her body. As he landed on her soft body, he smiled to himself. That was easy. He placed his weight on both hands to avoid crushing her body. He gently got up and removed his pajamas. Then, he slowly removed the skimpy nightgown she was wearing. Proved to be quite hard. This was because Quinn was lying down on her back. However, he still managed to pull it over her head. In a gentle motion, he stroked her peaches and covered her nipples with his mouth. He sucked on it as if that was what his life depended on. Quinn's eyes flew open immediately. She became alert. Who was it? However, as she felt the so familiar touch on her body, she relaxed. Henry, when did you come in? She managed to voice out. Henry didn't respond. He increased the vigor at which he was sucking on her nipple. She grabbed a fistful of his hair. Soon, he pulled away from her mounds. I couldn't sleep. So, he knew she would understand what he meant. And why is that? Why couldn't you sleep? This is well past midnight, I'm sure. Quinn said. She was irritated. She had to miss work, because Henry would be meeting with their daughter. And because he was excited she had to help him sleep too? When did it become her obligation? An idea popped into her mind at that moment. She smiled at the thought. Since she was obligated to help him, why wouldn't he be obligated to help her? It was only fair if everything was balanced. She revved out of her thoughts, as Henry ran his long fingers along the fold of her pussy. Fuck. Wait. She pushed him back a little. Henry sat up on the bed. He bent over and fiddled for the switch of the bedside lamp. He wanted to observe her expression. Why did she stop him? He turned it on and saw Quinn looking at him with a weird look. What is wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? He was puzzled.
I'm hungry.
Quinn simply said. What? And how is that my dash? He paused as he smiled. He felt he understood what she meant. Yeah, I'm hungry too. And that's why I want to feed the both of us. Henry winked at her. What are you saying? I didn't mean that type of hunger. I'm hungry for food. I want to eat, Quinn said. Softly. She rubbed her stomach and looked at him with a pleading gaze. So, am I expected to cook for you? Henry asked in amusement. Of course. I can't do anything while I'm hungry, Quinn said calmly. But you were sleeping just now, Henry pointed out. That was different, Quinn said sharply. What do you want to eat then? He finally asked. He prayed that she would request for noodles. But she didn't. I want a plate of macaroni and cheese, and yes, some grilled chicken. Her mouth watered at the thought of eating those food. Henry stared at her with a blank expression. Where the heck am I supposed to get chicken from? He fixed her face with a glare. In the kitchen. Hurry up. If you really want to fuck me, then feed me. You wouldn't like it if I fainted during our exercise, would you? Quinn shrugged. Henry sighed as he got up. All right then. Hold on. He grumpily dragged his feet out of the room. After he left, Quinn lay back on the bed and laughed heartily. That was fun, haha. She recalled the look on his face earlier on and began laughing again. But she wasn't joking when she said she was hungry, though it wasn't up to the extent of eating by that time. All she wanted to do was punish him a little. He couldn't keep disturbing her beauty sleep anytime he was horny. Maybe after this experience he would cut down on his habits. She placed her hands behind her head and sighed. How would the meeting between father and daughter once it was daybreak? Imelda had features which resembled her father. Her eyes, which were the color of the ocean, a deep blue. The only facial feature Imelda inherited from her was her lips. At such a young age as she was, she had plump, luscious, and yes, sexy lips. Paired with her eyes and Caucasian nose, Imelda was a beauty to behold. Just like her. What if after they met, Henry began making investigations and finally discovered that Imelda was his daughter? Maybe she should reveal the truth? If she was to be honest to herself, Henry wasn't really at fault about the whole thing. The only thing he did, which she was still angry about, was the fact that he had taken advantage of her, while she was still his maid. And he was still taking advantage of her. What could she do? Ask her friends for advice? Thinking about her friends, she remembered Jaden and Ariana's drama. They would find a way to sort themselves out. That was if they were really meant to be.
Washington, D.C.
In a cafe. Henry sat impatiently on a chair as he furrowed his brows. Quinn had brought him here and told him to wait while she went to pick Imelda. And here he was, patiently waiting for the both of them to come back. He tapped his fingers occasionally on the table. When was she coming back? There was a sound at the entrance of the cafe, and he raised his head up to see Quinn walking into the cafe with a very beautiful little girl. Quinn knew that it would be inconvenient for Henry and Imelda to meet at the Stones' residence. So, she had chosen this cafe for their meeting. She held her daughter's hands tightly and led her to the table where Henry was seated. Henry held his breath as he watched the girl approaching him. She's beautiful. He didn't blink his eyes even for once as he continued looking at her. They soon got to the table and sat down on the vacant seats. Quinn rubbed her palms together. So, sweetheart, meet my partner at work, Mr. Henry. And Mr. Henry, she turned towards Henry, meet my daughter, Imelda. She smiled. Henry couldn't say a word for a minute, and when he attempted to, they came out in stutters. Eilda. He suddenly felt stupid. Why was he acting as if? On her part, Quinn was amused as she watched his reaction. Everything was broken when Imelda raced from her seat and jumped onto Henry's laps. Nice to meet you, Uncle Henry. She snuggled closer into his arms. Quinn watched her daughter's actions in awe. Both of them were shocked at her reaction. Quinn was wondering why she was acting in that manner. Otherwise, Imelda was a sensible child. Henry on his part was surprised at the warm feeling in his arms. However, he had to act matured. So, reluctantly, he gently pushed Imelda off his body. You look very beautiful, Imelda. Nice to meet you too. He watched her with a feeling of nostalgia. That was because as he stared at the girl in front of him, it was almost as if he was watching a reflection of himself. There and then he knew that she was his daughter. However, there was still a 10% chance that she wasn't his. As she called him uncle, he had felt sad. Couldn't she call him father? All right, go back to your seat, Quinn coerced. Imelda shook her head. I want to sit with uncle, she protested. Quinn was stumped. What the hell was wrong with her daughter? Go back to Dash. Don't worry, I don't mind her sitting on my lap. Henry smiled. It was good that Imelda felt comfortable with him. At least if she was his daughter, it wouldn't be hard to form a bond with her. Imelda hopped happily on Henry, who scooped her up and placed her on his laps. There you go. Henry chuckled. Uncle. Do you like my mummy? Imelda looked at him with her large eyes. She looked adorable. Henry opened his mouth to speak, but he closed them again. Stop asking such questions, Imelda. Quinn chided. She was feeling uncomfortable with Imelda's questions. And so was Henry. My mummy loves my daddy. It's a pity that you can't be my daddy. Imelda continued. Henry looked at her in surprise. Was she really 10 years old? Why was she speaking like an adult of 25? Stop talking, Imelda. If you don't, Mr. Henry is going to drop you from his laps. Quinn warned. Imelda promptly shut up. She pouted her lips cutely. However, Henry's mood had been dampened. He felt he couldn't continue eating anymore. So she was truly married? Quinn also saw the change in his expression. She lowered her head. Mom? Aren't you ordering anything? Imelda asked innocently. Quinn and Henry stared at each other and turned their gazes away. Quinn declined Henry's request to drive them back home. She hopped into her car instead and drove off. Henry ran his hands in frustration. So she wasn't joking after all? He looked at the strand of hair in his hand and sighed. He had pulled it off from Imelda's head when she had jumped on his laps. He did discreetly that none of them noticed. Now he could finally find out if Imelda was his daughter. But if she was, what could he do? What else? He was going to take back what belonged to him. And he was taking Quinn back too. He turned on the ignition of his car and drove in the direction of the airport. He had to return to California. His mind was unsettled as he drove. Earlier on, when Imelda was in his embrace, his mind had been filled with warmth. He had felt one kind of indescribable peace. He stepped harder on the accelerator and increased his speed. Quinn was quiet as they drove back to the mansion. Imelda was looking at the scenery through the window. Mummy, do you like Uncle Henry? Imelda turned her gaze towards and questioned. Quinn chuckled. Her daughter was too smart for her age. I don't like him, baby girl. Quinn turned the steering wheel with her left hand and patted her daughter's head with the right. But I like him. I want him to be my daddy, Imelda said. But you already have a daddy, Quinn pointed out in surprise. Mom, I know he isn't my daddy. Imelda looked at her mother with clear eyes. Quinn's heart almost stopped beating as she heard her daughter's words. What did you say? Of course he is your daddy. Quinn tried to remain calm. Mom, you don't need to continue lying to me. I'm smart enough to realize he isn't. Imelda shrugged. Quinn looked at her daughter. Was her daughter really 10 years old? Why was she so smart? It must be her parents' genes. How long have you known? Quinn looked at her daughter in a new light. Doesn't matter, Mom. She shrugged. Then why did you tell Mr. Henry Dash? That? I wanted to make him jealous. If he likes you, he is going to fight for you. Imelda chuckled. Henry walked out of the hospital in a daze. She was daughter after all. He hastened his footsteps to the car and hopped in a quite excited manner. So she was his daughter? He glanced at the DNA results again and placed it over his chest. He then caressed the result like it was a piece of gold. He grinned, and then he thought of something and frowned. Why was Quinn trying so hard to hide everything from me? He thought to himself. She was his daughter, so why the fuss? There and then he made up his mind. He was going to divorce Kathleen immediately he got home, and then he was going to visit the Stones. He was ready to do anything to take back his daughter and her mother if possible. He turned on the ignition of his car and drove towards the direction of his family's mansion. They needed to talk. Is not equal to equals. Parker was obviously angered when he saw the photos placed on the table. Few days ago he had gotten a call from Kathleen, his daughter-in-law. She had sounded off, and he immediately became alarmed. He pestered her a little, and then she had poured everything out to him. She told him her marriage was in jeopardy, and that he should keep an eye on his son. However, she told him not to let Henry know that she was the one who gave him all the information. Parker was confused. So he hired a photographer who would stalk Henry. The photos in front of him were the end results. Henry was living with a woman. That bastard. He took out his phone to give him a call, when the door opened and he came inside. Hello, Mom, Dad. Henry smiled as he greeted them. He was sure that with his current state of mind, he could even greet Quinn's so-called husband. He was happy. Where are you coming from? Parker asked him calmly. Why the question, Dad? Henry was puzzled. Parker suddenly got up and landed a hot slap on Henry's cheeks. Hey, easy. Let's hear his side of the story. Matilda tried calming him down. What could he possibly say? Parker sneered as he sat back on his seat. Henry held on to his cheeks. Why did his father slap him? Sit down, son, Matilda said calmly. Henry nodded and sat on the couch opposite theirs. What do you have to say about this? Matilda pointed at the photos displayed on the table. Henry's heart skipped a beat when he saw the photos. However, he wasn't bothered. This? That is why I'm here. Henry smiled. Better clarify everything today. Else don't dream of keeping that woman in your house. Parker narrowed his eyes. On the night of our wedding, Kathleen went to a club, Henry began. His parents frowned. What was wrong with going to a club? Although she asked me to accompany her, I declined because I was busy. However, Kathleen cheated on me that night with another man. Henry said, pretending to be angry. What? Don't spew shits, Henry. Because you are cheating doesn't mean our daughter-in-law is. Parker rebuffed. Is that so? Well, listen. I have a daughter, born to me by my ex-maid. Since Quinn was still a maid, when everything happened, it wouldn't be wrong to refer to her as his ex-maid, right? What? A maid? Are you out of your mind? Parker thundered. I'm getting a divorce. I can no longer marry Kathleen, Henry announced. Parker sprang up, as if he had been sitting on hot coal all along. What did you just say? You dare not. You know very well how much we need their investment. Parker pointed his finger at Henry. Henry shrugged. What if you find out about who my ex-mate currently is? Henry arched his brow. It doesn't matter, son. Her status can't be more than Kathleen's. His mother put in. You think so? Then check who Quinn Stones is. With that, he dropped a photocopy of the DNA results and headed out of the mansion. His parents did not stop him. They sighed as they watched him leave. He's resolute this time. I wonder what the hell is wrong with my son. Leaving gold to pick lead. Parker lamented to himself. He might be saying the truth. Let's check who this Quinn is. If her status is greater than Kathleen's, I have no objection, even if Henry decides to marry her. She shook her head. That wouldn't happen. I refuse to believe that her status will be more than our daughter-in-law. Get me my laptop, Parker said calmly. His wife nodded and headed upstairs to get his laptop from his study. She soon came back with it and directly placed it in front of him. Parker adjusted his position and typed in some words in the search engine. Quinn Stones. The results soon came out. She was the foster daughter of the Stones. Although they had heard the name, Quinn Stones, their mind hadn't gone to the powerful family, known by all. They made no connection at all. But seeing the results displayed in front of him, he didn't deny anymore. Did we just say Kathleen's status was more than hers? Parker mumbled. Not me, but you. I said it may be possible, but you didn't even agree at all. Matilda chuckled. Well, it wasn't my fault, was it? Give your son a call and tell him to come back here immediately, Parker ordered. Matilda nodded and brought out her phone to dial Henry's number. However, even after a few rings, Henry refused to pick. He isn't picking up. Matilda waved the phone. Well, let him be. He is obviously angry with us. Parker sighed. So, are we going to let him get the divorce? Matilda questioned her husband. Of course. Kathleen cheated after all. He replied. However, they both knew the main reason why they supported Henry's decision. It was because if Quinn becoming in-laws with the Stones, the status would be great. They had always been after material wealth and social status. If Quinn hadn't been someone influential, they wouldn't have allowed Henry get a divorce, even as Kathleen cheated. We have to pester him to get divorced quickly and marry that beautiful lady. Parker almost jumped in. Excitement. Hey, that would be too obvious. We kicked against his relationship with her just now, remember? Matilda sighed helplessly. I will get you back from him. Henry paces anxiously in his room. He was waiting for Quinn to come back. There were many unanswered questions he wanted to ask Quinn. Like, why was she trying so hard to hide the truth from him? Was there a reason for her actions? He heard the door open and rushed downstairs. Quinn walked into the living room tiredly. She was exhausted. She was startled when she saw Henry rushing downstairs. What was up with him? Why was he looking at her with such burning gaze? What is wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Quinn decided to stop acting formally around him. What was your reason? Henry grabbed her and pulled her towards him. He hugged her tightly, burying his head in the crook of her neck. Pardon. Quinn was surprised by his question. Why did you hide the fact that Imelda is my daughter? Henry asked hoarsely. Your daughter? I think you must be mistaken, Henry. Quinn replied softly. I am? Come with me. He grabbed her hands and pulled her upstairs with him. Quinn didn't resist him at all. She allowed herself to be pulled by him. He opened the door to the bedroom and pushed her in. He left her standing and headed towards his drawer. Pulling it open, he took out the DNA results. Take a look at it. Do you still have the courage to say she isn't my daughter? He roared. His heart was in pain. How could she hide something like this from him for years? Quinn glanced at the results and took a step back. Although she was expecting that Henry would make his investigations, she didn't expect him to directly conduct a DNA test. Are you sure this is Imelda's? She turned her head guiltily. Don't try to change the topic, Quinn. You know very well that I can't joke with something like this. Unlike a certain someone. He folded his arms as he fixed her with a glare. What if you have another child, and did the DNA test with her? Quinn retorted. She knew what she was saying was totally nonsensical. However, she was desperate. Listen to yourself, Quinn. He shook his head and went to sit on the bed. Come and sit beside me. Quinn nodded and dragged her feet towards the bed to sit down. Why did you hide everything from me? Were you perhaps afraid that I wouldn't accept the child? His voice cracked. Quinn nodded. I was sent away from your house by your fiancé 8 years ago. Under your watchful eyes, Henry. How could I guarantee that your same fiancé won't make you reject Imelda? Tears cascaded down her cheeks. She was so pitiful. So, are you actually married? Henry stilled his breath as he questioned. Quinn turned to look at him and dipped her gaze. Does he deserve to know the truth now? Henry watched her closely. If she was married, why was she acting in that manner? Except, of course, she wasn't married in the first place. I will tell you when the time is right. She mumbled. Henry knit. He wasn't in a rush. He knew Quinn hadn't fully opened up to him, and so he was going to wait for her to tell him the truth herself. Can you hug me? Quinn asked nervously. You needn't ask. Come over. Henry opened his arms wide, and she drew closer to him. He wrapped his arms fully around her. Henry didn't know if he was feeling could be classified as love, but whenever he was around this lady, he always felt at peace. How good would it be if she agreed to marry him? He would be the most happiest man on earth. He patted her back and his hands caressed her hair. I want you, Quinn. He whispered hoarsely into her ears. Quinn sighed and without a word, she got up and peeled off her clothes. Since she had decided to stop acting formally around Henry, she decided to be more cooperative towards him. Soon, soft moans and pants filled the room as Henry pounded into her. Quinn decided to sleep in Henry's room for that night. As she lay in Henry's arms, she sighed for the umpteenth time. Anything you want to talk about? Henry's clear voice indicated that he was widely awake. Nothing. I'm fine. Quinn snuggled closer into his embrace. I didn't ask if you are. Henry chuckled. Quinn chuckled as she closed her eyes. She had made her decision. She was going to tell Henry the truth. It didn't matter if Henry was already married to Kathleen. Since Henry was ready to shower her daughter with the fatherly affection she missed out during her younger years. Quinn, Henry called out after a while. She answered drowsily. She was already feeling sleepy. I don't care if you are married. I'm going to get you back. And yes, my daughter too. Henry vowed. Quinn's heart skipped a beat as she heard Henry's words. She was actually looking forward to it. All right, she replied and smiled in the darkness. Equals 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 equals. Henry's parents sat in their bedroom as they had a discussion in hushed tones. I don't think it's a good idea. Matilda shook her head. What? We are only going to visit our potential daughter-in-law. And you say it is a good idea? Parker argued. Matilda was silent for a while as she thought about her husband's words. Well, it wasn't a bad idea to create a good impression of them to their potential daughter-in-law, or was it? All right, we should visit tomorrow then. I'm sure Henry would be at work. She acquiesced. Yeah, that's fine. Parker smiled as both of them were finally on the same page. I pray she isn't the bossy type, or one with a bad character. Matilda sighed. I'm sure she isn't. After all, she accepted to stay with our son, without demanding for a divorce. Between Henry and Kathleen, Parker said thoughtfully. Still on that, how could she work as an ordinary maid, when she was already a foster daughter of the Stones? Matilda voiced out her doubts. I'm also curious. Parker chuckled. So the question was left hanging. Daughter-in-law to be. Henry's parents walked straight to the doorstep and pushed the door open. It wasn't even locked. They sauntered into the living room with a smile plastered on their faces. They were finally going to see Quinn Stones. As they walked in, they directly walked over to the couch and made themselves comfortable. Quinn walked downstairs, and she was surprised to see the people seated in the living room. "Good day." She nodded at them politely. Parker was displeased by her attitude, but he says nothing. After all, the girl standing in front of them was the foster daughter of the Stones and their potential daughter-in-law. "Take a sit. We are Henry's parents," Parker introduced. "Oh, welcome. But Henry isn't around." Quinn was puzzled. Why would they visit by this time? She was sure they knew that Henry would be at work by that time of the day. So why did they visit? Unless, of course, they had other intentions. "Oh, we are aware of that." Matilda smiled. Quinn frowned. "If they weren't here to see Henry, then we wanted to see you," Parker explained. "What? Me?" Quinn pointed at herself. "Yes, you," Parker clarified. "What for, if I may ask?" Quinn frowned. "Our son is getting a divorce. Are you aware of that?" Parker began. Quinn stared at them in confusion. Did they misunderstand something? Henry's parents saw the sincere confusion on her face and looked at each other. Wasn't she supposed to be happy that Henry was getting divorced? "Well, we want you to become our daughter-in-law." Matilda smiled. "That's right. You see, we actually wanted you to get married to our son. However, he refused. We are actually happy that he is finally getting a divorce," Parker added. Quinn watched them in amusement. What did they take her for? Did they think she was unaware of the circumstance behind the marriage between Kathleen and Henry? Fools. "Well, thank you for letting me. I will think about it." She smiled. Parker and his wife's face blushed red. They could understand the underlying meaning behind her words. By thanking them for the information, she meant that they were gossips. "Well, that's good. We will take our leave now." They stood up and made to leave. "All right. I won't be seeing you guys out." Quinn leaned back on the sofa with a smile. Frowning Henry's parents left the mansion. Once they were in their car, Matilda turned to her husband. "What do you say about her attitude towards us just now?" Matilda was annoyed. "Well, we have to bear with her for now. Once she becomes our daughter-in-law, we will stand to gain a lot," Parker comforted. "Yes. That was the exact reason I tolerated her just now." Matilda leaned back in the passenger seat in front and closed her eyes. "Oh." Quinn sat quietly at a spot after they left. What could Henry have said to his parents? Why did they mention getting married to their son? She was going to wait for Henry's return. He had to offer a reasonable explanation for what had happened today. Nighttime. Henry was already dozing off in his study when Quinn pushed the door and came in. She walked over to him and directly stood beside him. "I want you to clarify something," she said simply. Henry could sense anger in her voice. He was now widely awake. "Go ahead and speak." He caressed her hands, which were placed on the table in front of him. "Your parents were here earlier on." It only took a simple sentence to almost send Henry into having a panic attack. "What?" He sprang up and grabbed her shoulders. Knowing his benefit-seeking parents, he was sure that after his discussion with them that day they must have discovered who Quinn was. And he was sure they came to say something about pairing them together. Those sly foxes. "What did you tell them?" Quinn asked him with narrowed eyes. "I said nothing," Henry denied. "I know you are lying." Quinn hardened her voice. "Listen, I said nothing." Henry couldn't help but raise his voice a little. "Raising your voice at me? That's cool." Quinn walked out of the study angrily. Henry rushed after her and pulled her back into his embrace.
"I'm sorry,"
he whispered. Quinn struggled to pull herself out of his embrace. "That is your busying dash." Her words were cut short as Henry locked his lips with hers. "MMN." She let her hands fall limply by her side. Henry kissed her until both of them became breathless. "I said I'm sorry." Henry pushed back her bangs from her face. Quinn looked at him for a while. I guess you are. I don't even know why I'm angry at you instead of your parents. Quinn sighed. Let's head to the bedroom? Henry smiled as he questioned. Quinn nodded. Equals 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 equals.
Washington, D.C.
Morning. Stephen sat on his bed brooding. How could he get rid of Henry and claim Quinn for himself? Kathleen seemed incompetent, but she had her own use, so he had to keep her for now. What if he created a misunderstanding between them? How could he go about that? There was only one way to do that. Kidnapping Imelda. If he did, the Stones and even Quinn herself would suspect Henry. And if didn't, he could drop a hint for her. She must come back to him. She was his in the first place. Pulling out his phone, he scrolled through his contacts and dialed a number. After few rings, the person at the other end of the line picked up. Hello. A deep baritone sounded. The call was on hands-free, so the person's voice could be heard clearly. I have a job for you, Stephen said. What nature? Bloody or none? The person asked. None. Stephen replied. We have to discuss it at our headquarters. The person said calmly. All right. Stephen hung up and threw his phone on the bed. The relationship between Henry and Quinn was about to come to an end. It was time to create some chaos. Jaden sighed as he watched the scenery through the window. He just landed in Washington, D.C. It's been a while. He sighed to himself again. Oh. Chloe was startled when she heard the doorbell ring. She raced to the door and opened the door. However, when she opened the door, she was surprised by who was standing at her doorstep. But the surprise didn't last for long. Jaden. Her voice was slightly emotional as she pounced on him. How long had it been since she had seen this friend of hers? Chloe. Jaden said in an emotion-laden voice. He had missed all of them so much. Hey, stop it. We aren't acting a tragic drama here. Chloe smiled, although her eyes were reddened. You started it. Jaden shrugged. Let's go in. She opened the door widely and both of them went inside. What do I serve you? Brandy or whiskey? She smiled. Jaden didn't respond. He got up and directly walked over to Chloe's minibar. I'm not a stranger. Why are you treating me like one? Jaden laughed lightly as he took out a bottle of wine. Chloe headed to the kitchen and came back with 2 glasses. To celebrate your return. Chloe smiled. Of course. He poured the wine into the glasses and placed the bottle on the table. Here's to your return. Chloe clinked glasses with Jaden and they smiled. So, how have you been? We lost contact with you for some time. Chloe frowned. I'm sorry about that, I will explain later. Jaden apologized. Well, that's by the way. Why did you come back? Chloe placed her glass on the table and looked at him. I missed you guys so much. So I had to come back. Want me to go back? Jaden smirked. If you want to. You can't fool me, Jaden. Why did you come back? Chloe shrugged. I can't seem to fool you, can I? Jaden chuckled. Are you back because of Ariana? Chloe asked softly. Have you spoken with Quinn lately? I can't contact her. Jaden got up from the sofa and turned his back to Chloe. Chloe sighed. She knew he was trying to avoid any topic that concerned Ariana. Do you want me to organize a get-together between us? Chloe suggested. Jaden shook his head. No. It's fine. Jaden smiled. So what are you really back to do? Chloe continued pestering him. Hey, that's enough. I've forgotten that you love to nag. Jaden chuckled. Let's head to the kitchen. It's been long I ate your food. Chloe rubbed her hands together. Teasing me, right? He chuckled. Whatever you see it as. Chloe shrugged. They were both silent for a while, each waiting for the other to speak. Do you still like her? Chloe asked after a while. Who? Jaden asked in pretense. Come off it. You know who I'm talking about. Chloe said, looking at him closely. I think I've gotten over her, Jaden said softly. Think? You don't know. Chloe continued. Chloe, you know very well how much I love Ari. I love her so much and you know I'm not faking it. After I left, I thought I could easily forget about her, but... He paused as his voice cracked. Hey, stop making me feel emotional. Chloe teased. I'm not sure if I can control my feelings if I see her once again. Jaden sniffed. Chloe's expression became serious. Ariana was Jaden's first love. Naturally, it would be quite hard for him to forget his feelings about her. Even if he tried to, she knew he couldn't. I'm sorry if I said something I shouldn't have. Chloe apologized. Nah, I should be the one apologizing to you. Jaden chuckled. Are you staying at your previous apartment? Chloe asked, as she poured herself another glass of wine. I'm renting a new place. I don't want to stay there anymore. Jaden leaned back on the seat. Well, I think there are vacant apartments in the newly constructed building close to your previous apartment. Chloe took a sip of her wine. Well, I don't think I will. I don't like new buildings. Jaden turned down her suggestion. Okay. Ariana told me she loved staying there though. Chloe continued slyly. Jaden's interest was piqued. Ari lives there? He tried not to sound too inquisitive. However, Chloe had seen through him. She laughed. Yes. Top floor. She smiled. Is not equal to Henry hummed a tune as he drove to the airport. He wanted to fly to Washington, D.C. He needed to meet the Stones. He knew he was taking a risky step, but he knew that if he continued lagging, Quinn would slip from his fingers like fine sand. It was now or never. Didn't he watch in movies how in-laws were pleased with bold son-in-laws? Maybe if he was a little bit bolder than he was now, maybe, just maybe he could stand a chance. Ring. Ring. Just then his phone rang. Henry smiled when he saw the caller ID. It was Quinn. Hello? Where are you? She asked immediately. He picked up. In my office.
Henry liet bladantli.
But. Well, never mind. I called to inform you that I wouldn't be coming home early. Quinn said. Henry chuckled. He could hear sounds of flipping documents at the background. She was obviously busy. All right. But don't forget to eat. Once you are done, call me. I will come over and pick you. Henry said. Okay, I will. Bye. She hung up. Henry threw the phone on the passenger seat. He was feeling warm and fuzzy all over. They were already behaving like married couples, weren't they? She called him, because she was afraid that he would be worried if she didn't arrive early, right? That was already a good start. At least she cared about him.
Washington, D.C.
Henry's heart was palpitating as he drove to the Stones family residence. He was beginning to regret being so impulsive. Why didn't he inform Quinn? Well, I'm already here. The best I can do is behave well and create a good first impression. He thought silently. Soon he got to the gates. The giant gates stood majestically. He honked and the gates opened. Automatically. What the fuck? Henry parked his car directly at the parking lot of the Stones mansion. He sat inside his car for a while, even after turning off the ignition. How would they receive him? Finally, he got out of the car and approached the doorstep. Guards weren't even stationed at the entrance. Well, it wasn't as if they needed one anyway. Who in his right mind would dare initiate an attack on the most powerful family in Washington, D.C.? He went over and rang the doorbell. He then waited for a while. Soon, a maid came over and opened the door. Good day. She smiled politely. I'm here to see Mrs. Stone. Henry announced his intention directly. And how may I address you? She asked, still smiling. Henry Andrews. He said simply. All right, hold on for a while. She dashed back into the mansion and left Henry standing at the doorstep. Soon she returned and ushered him in. You may come in. She pulled the door back and allowed Henry inside. Henry nodded and went inside. As he approached the living room, his heart skipped a beat when he saw the people seated on the couch in the living room. "Young man, come over and take a seat," Raphael said. Everyone had free time today as it was a weekend. They were inside the living room discussing about irrelevant topics when the maid had announced Henry's presence. Henry nodded and went to sit down on a vacant seat. "So you are Henry Andrews?" Sylvester asked. Henry nodded. "Yes. I'm Henry Andrews, your daughter's ex-boss." Henry decided to say it all at once. "You are the bastard who treated my daughter unfairly?" Nicole hardened her voice. Henry shifted uncomfortably on the sofa he was sitting on. How could he respond to a question like that? "That's by the way. Why are you here?" Lily, Quinn's grandmother, questioned. "I like your daughter. I like Quinn." Henry mustered courage and said. The Stones were taken aback by his response. They hadn't expected him to directly respond like that. They were all silent for a while. "You like Quinn?" Nicole chuckled, breaking the silence. "Yes, I like her. I know I've hurt her in the past, and I'm trying to make up for it. I will do everything possible to get her back," Henry said resolutely. The Stones were stunned. And then Raphael chuckled. "You have guts, young man. Coming over here to tell us to our face that you like our daughter? Aren't you gutsy?" His expression got serious. "Well, I'm sorry about that." Henry remained resolute. "Are you capable enough?" Lily threw in. She had been listening to their conversation, and also watching Henry closely. "Pardon?" Henry arched his brow. "Are you capable enough to marry our daughter?" Sylvester asked on behalf of his mother. "Maybe you may think my status is not up to Quinn's, but I won't allow her suffer any loss," Henry said. "That doesn't matter. Get out this instant." "What insult?" Raphael thundered. Henry was surprised at the turn of events. Weren't they speaking amicably to him just now? Why the sudden harshness? "Did I say something wrong?" Henry frowned. "Do I need your permission before sending you out?" "Get out," Raphael said heatedly. Henry got up slowly and looked at each of their faces. He felt a little bit intimidated by the aura they were emitting. "I'm sorry for disturbing you all, but I want to say something." He paused as he took a deep breath. "I won't be deterred by today's meeting. Instead, my determination just increased." With that, he strode out of the mansion. The Stones were quiet after his departure, and then they smiled simultaneously. "That was quite funny. I held back my urge to laugh all through the conversation with that young man." Sylvester shook his head. "I've always wanted a strong and capable man for my granddaughter. That young man has the traits I'm looking for. However, I cannot ignore the fact that he hurt Michelle in the past," Raphael said contemplatively. "How do you want to punish him, father?" Nicole chuckled. She wasn't against him punishing Henry a little. After all, Henry had taken advantage of her precious daughter in the past. "Not so hard. I'm going to employ him as my gardener." He employed Michelle as a maid, no? "I'm only returning the favor," Raphael declared. The rest of the family nodded. They all agreed to it. "But will Quinn be fine with it? She quite likes him, you know, even though she pretends that she doesn't." Nicole frowned. What if Quinn kicked against the idea? Wouldn't it be funny discovering that her ex-boss was now their gardener? But would he agree to leave his corporation just to become our gardener? Lily laughed lightly. "If he can't sacrifice such little thing for the sake of his love, then he isn't fit to be my grandson-in-law," Raphael said and got up. "I will be heading upstairs for now." He turned and made his way upstairs. Perhaps only father will call leaving a corporation and becoming a gardener a small sacrifice, Sylvester said after his father left. He was amused. "Well, Henry deserves it. A little punishment will do," Nicole said. Equals 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 equals. Henry got into his car angrily and drove out of the mansion. What the heck was that? Were they looking down on him? Do they think I'm not fit to be Dash? Wait. Something struck him. During his conversation with Quinn's foster parents earlier on, they made no mention of Quinn being married to anyone, even after he made known to them his intention to pursue Quinn and court her. That meant Quinn wasn't in any way married. He suddenly forgot about the anger he was feeling and cheered inwardly. He was free. He was free to court her. However, he decided to profess his feelings to her first, because he suddenly realized that he loved her. It wasn't because of her body or anything. He couldn't explain it, but he knew for sure that there was one person his heart longed for: Quinn. Stephen hung up and placed the phone on the table. Let's see how you can continue being with that bastard Quinn. He smirked and waited for the drama to unfold. Equals 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 equals. Imelda's school. The school was quite noisy, as it was closing time already. Different cars were parked at the entrance. A security guard stood at the entrance. Before each parent could pick his or her child, they had to confirm if the child was truly theirs. And so everything went on. The bustle continued. There were also children waiting for their parents to come and pick them. Among these children was Imelda. She frowned when after few hours, her driver was nowhere to be seen. She was puzzled. He was never late like this, so what could be keeping him? Hey Imelda, see you tomorrow. Her friend, Ashley, waved at her as her mother clutched her hands and led her towards their car. See you, Ashley, she muttered beneath her breath. Soon, a black limousine pulled up at the entrance of the school. The guard waited for whoever it was to approach him. He wasn't awed by the splendor or plushness of the car. After all, he was used to it. The school only accommodated rich kids. So how could he be awed by a normal limousine? A driver got out of the car and approached him. Imelda finally sighed in relief when she spotted him. Finally. The guard was familiar with him. You are late today. He smiled at the driver. Traffic. The driver responded simply. Come on Imelda, let's go. He beckoned at her. He clutched her hand. Imelda had always been sensitive and smart. She noticed that his hands were shaking and his palms were sweaty. Uncle, are you all right? She asked. Yes. It's the sunlight. The driver nodded hurriedly. The car was opened by a bodyguard, and Imelda frowned in confusion. Uncle, I don't know this person, she said, looking at them critically. They are our new bodyguards. The driver lied. Okay. Imelda decided to shut up and observe. The Stones were always strict with her security, so 3 bodyguards always accompanied them. She got into the car obediently, and her confusion mounted when she saw 2 other suspicious people. They were clad in black. However, that was what made her suspicious. She had always hated black, and so she told her grandfather to allow her bodyguards dress in gray instead. In fact, her bodyguards always dressed in gray suits. She decided to keep quiet and observe. The driver started the ignition and began driving. As they got to a corner, she heard the one by her left say, "You know what to do." And to her surprise, the driver braked hard. "Please don't hurt my family. I've done what you asked," the driver pleaded. That was when it dawned on Imelda. Although she was still a kid, but she wasn't a fool. She could understand what was going on. She had been kidnapped. What are you doing, Dash? A damp cloth was placed over her nose and she passed out. Immediately they confirmed that she was completely unconscious. One of them got out of the car. He walked over to the side of the car, opened it, and pushed the driver out. He got in and they drove off. The driver watched them leave in tears. What had he done? But he felt he couldn't be blamed at all. His family were held hostage, and his daughter was among his precious daughter. Oh. What actually happened was that he was on his way to pick up Imelda alongside 3 bodyguards when their car was suddenly intercepted by another. The bodyguards unsuspectingly got out to check who they were. When fire opened up on them, they were shot to death. Following on, two burly men in black got out of the car and dragged him into their limousine. He wanted to shout when he felt the gun at the nape of his neck. He had no choice but to whimper. A video recording was then played for him to see. He almost peed his pants when he saw his wife and daughter tightly bound. They were crying for mercy. The men then told him to take them to Imelda's school without raising any suspicion. Too afraid to make any careless decision, he had agreed. The result was what just happened. The worst part was that they warned him that their eyes were on him. If he dared to inform the Stones, his daughter would be killed. And so, he could only acquiesce to their order. Imelda opened her eyes slowly and looked around her surrounding. She widened her eyes when she saw a total opposite of what she was expecting. She was in a girlish room. Everything was painted pink and there were even toys too and a TV. She frowned. Hadn't she been kidnapped? Then what was this? She scrambled off bed and made her way to the door. However, before her hand could land on the handle, the door pushed itself open. She moved back a little. A beautiful woman came inside and smiled at her. You must be Imelda, right?
I'm Clara.
I'm your new nanny. She smiled again. However, when Imelda heard the word nanny, her expression changed. She had been kidnapped. Really and truly. But she couldn't make sense of the whole thing. My nanny? I don't cough. I don't need one. Imelda said hoarsely. She cleared her throat. On. So sweet. But I'm afraid you don't have a choice, honey. Clara smiled brightly as her eyes crinkled. However, Imelda felt that her smile looked creepy instead. I said I don't. I'm not a little child. And can you explain what happened today? Why am I here instead of my house? Imelda folded her arms and looked at her defiantly. I'm afraid you can't display that attitude here. Be polite, miss. Clara's face closed up and she became serious. Really? Wait then. My grandparents will come looking for me. And by then, don't beg me for mercy. Imelda smiled. Clara frowned. How could a little girl be this outspoken? What? Quinn threw the phone on the floor as she yelled. What is it? Henry hurried down the stairs. His upper body was bare and water dripped down from his hair. Quinn was visibly shaken as she knelt on the floor. Henry ran over to her in alarm. What is wrong? He asked again. Emil. Duh. She managed to voice out. Henry's heart skipped a beat when he heard her call his daughter's name. What about her? He pulled her closer to him as he ran his hands over hers. Kidnapped. She has been kidnapped. Quinn broke down in tears. Henry felt his surrounding go still as he heard her say kidnapped. Her words kept reverberating in her ears. Henry, I'm going to Washington, D.C. now. I can't bear this anxiety. What if? She choked on her tears. Hey, calm down. Nothing is going to happen to our daughter. Nothing. He hugged her and patted her back. However, his mind was a mess. His daughter. His poor daughter. He hadn't even gotten to know her well. He had just discovered the news of her being his daughter. So, what was this? Who had the guts to kidnap her right under the Stones' watchful gaze? Right under their nose? Who? Was it? You see? I wanted to keep the truth about Imelda away from you. I caused this. Quinn pulled away from his arms and made her way upstairs. How could she have been overcome by Henry's persuasion? She put her daughter at risk. Oh, Imelda. What if they hurt her? Her heart clenched in pain when she thought about someone hitting her daughter. She would kill them. Yes, and skin their flesh off their bones. She hurried downstairs again. She had to get to the airport. I'll go with you, Henry said resolutely, as he supported her out of the mansion to the car. Quinn nodded weakly. She wasn't in the right state of mind to drive. And he had the right to follow her, too. After all, Imelda was also his daughter.
Washington, D.C.
The Stones' family residence. Everyone paced around the living room anxiously. They were all in a state of panic. All except Patriarch Raphael. He sat calmly on the sofa as he shook his legs. One look at him and one may conclude that he wasn't bothered about what happened to his great-granddaughter. However, reverse was the case. He was trying to subdue his anger. The door opened and 3 policemen came inside. "Good day, Mr. Stones." They bowed as they took their seats before him. "What took you guys so long? Do you see everything as a joke? Tell me, is this matter a joke to you?" Nicole asked in a teary voice. She was broken-hearted. After all, she had experienced a case of kidnapping once. With her daughter, Michelle Stone Quinn. "We are very sorry about that, madam." They hurriedly apologized. They couldn't afford to offend the Stones at that moment. They could lose their jobs. "Sir, may we know who accompanies your great-granddaughter to school each day? Including details about her driver?" the inspector asked. "No need." The bodies of the bodyguard were found lying on the ground on the road to her school. The car in which she was driven was also empty. No trace of her at all. Raphael gritted his teeth. He was overcome with emotion. How could this be? The second kidnap case in his family? It seems it was time he exerted his dominance again. What about the driver? The policeman asked as he jotted down Raphael's words. "Don't worry about him," he said coldly. The policeman nodded in understanding. Telling them not to worry meant that the driver had been apprehended by the Stones. What torture could be worse than that? "All right, Mr. Stone, we will do our best to capture the culprit and bring your great-granddaughter back." They bowed again and made their way out of the mansion. Raphael looked at the floor and continued gritting his teeth. How could he depend on the police? Nonsense. The culprit would be brought to light soon. He was sure of it. And this time, whoever it was will suffer tremendously. The door to the living room opened and Quinn came inside. Tailing her was Henry. Both of them wore solemn looks as they approached the other family members. "Oh, child." Nicole ran over to hug her as she sobbed. Mom," she choked out. It's okay. She will be fine." "I'm sure of that," Nicole said consolingly. How could they kidnap an innocent child? Quinn sobbed. Her mother led her to the sofa and sat beside her. Henry watched them and clenched his fists in anger. Seeing Quinn in pain broke his heart. Once the culprit was found, he was going to deal with him. That was his vow. He went over to sit beside Quinn and wrapped his arms around her shoulder. None of the Stones said a word. Sending him out would be harsh. He was Imelda's father, so he deserved to be there with them. What did the driver say? Quinn raised her head and asked. He remained mute ever since he was captured. He had refused to say a word. Sylvester replied. Really? Increase the torture then. Torture him till he speaks. Quinn said coldly. The others looked at her in surprise, but they knew the reason behind her words. When one's relative or acquaintance was in danger, one could become cold-hearted. Of course. Sylvester nodded. Come over here, Michelle. Her grandmother beckoned at her. She was the only one who didn't call her Quinn. Quinn nodded as she stood up and dragged her feet over to her. She will be fine. Lily patted her granddaughter's hair. What if she paused. However, they understood what she was trying to say. She had been kidnapped when she was little, and it took a long time before she had been found. What if the same thing happened to Imelda? Hush. Nothing will happen to her. Lily pulled her closer as she comforted her. I pray so, Quinn said in a muffled voice. Henry was restless as he sat on his swivel chair in his office. That had been the case ever since. Imelda was kidnapped a week ago. Yes, it was already a week since she got kidnapped. Just then his phone rang. Ring. Ring. He glanced at the caller ID and hissed. It was an anonymous number. Who was it? He picked the call and put it on hands-free. However, he tapped the start recording button. He didn't want to take chances. Hello. A deep baritone boomed from the other line. Henry remained silent. Haha. I know you can hear me. Well, how are you coping? The voice mocked. Henry clenched his fists as he became alert. Who are you? Who was this person? How did he know that something happened to him? Well, you don't deserve to know who I am. But I want this to serve as a warning to you. The man at the other end snarled. A warning? Henry sprang up. Stay away from Quinn, and you can have your daughter. Else. He let his words hang. Don't try anything stupid. Henry growled. Nope. I should be saying that to you, you know. Stay away from Quinn, make her leave your mansion. The guy continued saying. Henry frowned. Whoever you are. I'm sure you are acquainted with Quinn. And I'm sure you know very well that Imelda is her daughter. Henry began saying. Do I care? The guy chuckled. Hurting Imelda is equivalent to hurting her. Henry said. A chuckle came from the other end of the line. Listen, Mr. Henry, and listen good. I didn't say I would hurt Imelda. The guy said. Then. Henry was puzzled. Wasn't that what he said just now? I would kill her, Henry. The guy said, laughing. However, to Henry, his laughter sounded like that of the devil instead. You dare not. Do you know that she is a stone? The stones will personally hunt you down if you go as far as pulling a strand of her hair. Say whatever you want. I'm sure you know what is best. Once I confirm that Quinn has left your mansion, your daughter will be released. Safe and sound. The guy chuckled again and hung up. Henry sighed when he heard the beep sound in his ears. Bastard. He cursed inwardly. He played the recording and almost threw his phone on the ground. How could someone be so inhumane? Going as far as kidnapping a little child as Imelda? He deserved to die. But the person threatened him to leave Quinn. He had to play the recording in the presence of Quinn. She might have an inkling of who it was. How dare that person call him just to threaten him? And not with anybody else but his own daughter. The guts. He pranced around his office and sighed at intervals. What could he do? He couldn't let go of Quinn, not after his suffering. Yet he couldn't allow his daughter to die. He was in a dilemma. His eyes were slanted as he thought of what to do. There was only one thing, discuss it with Quinn. If he wanted to do things secretively, he could end up hurting his daughter. Damn it. He headed to the bathroom in his office. His head was hurting. He needed to cool off a bit. Equals 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 equals. Los Angeles. Kathleen's villa. Kathleen stared at the familiar young man seated in front of her. He was that same man who had offered to partner with her the other time at the office. You aren't doing anything. Don't you want your marriage to become stable? Stephen smirked as he looked at her tensed expression. I want to. But. She began and paused again. But what? Stephen probed. Forget it. She waved her hands dismissively. How could she let him know that she had a one-night stand with another guy in a club on the very night of their marriage? Or that she was having an affair? There was no way she would reveal her shameful escapades to him. Stephen remained silent for a while. And then he spoke up. Quinn will leave Henry's mansion in a few days. I want you to see to it that she does not come back, he said in a serious tone. Kathleen was surprised. How could he be sure of that? How do you know? She asked cautiously. I guessed. Ha ha ha. Stephen said, laughing. Kathleen wasn't amused at all. She knew that the young man was a very dangerous man. She could even sense it from the aura he was emitting at that moment. So what do I have to do? Kathleen asked. Here. Stephen threw a small bottle at her. She caught it deftly and examined it. However, she frowned. The bottle was white and there was nothing that gave it away. The substance in it will make Henry have temporary amnesia. You can move back into his mansion. Then, He explained. But how can I administer it to him, when I can't even get close to him? She was getting exasperated. What was wrong with this young man? I don't have to teach you everything, Miss Kathleen. If you can't figure out how to do something as simple as that, then you are not qualified to work with me, Stephen said without pity. Kathleen glared at him in annoyance. She felt like scratching his face, however she decided against it. She didn't know his identity. What if he had the power to make her conglomerate go bankrupt? Okay, I will think of a way. Kathleen sighed. You have to. Have a nice day. Stephen smiled and stood up. I won't be seeing you out then, Kathleen said tiredly. Your business. He turned and left her villa. After his departure, Kathleen sighed. Making sure that Quinn never came back to the mansion was acceptable, but wasn't making Henry have temporary amnesia going too far? Well, she had done so many dirty things. Adding one more wouldn't hurt. It wasn't as if she was killing anyone, by the way. I'm doing this for Henry. That bitch isn't qualified to be with him, she thought to herself. At nightfall, Henry drove into his mansion's parking lot. Taking a deep breath, he got out of his car and approached the doorstep. He rang the doorbell and waited for Quinn to open the door for him. After a few minutes, he heard footsteps from within. The door clicked open and Henry walked inside. Quinn didn't even say a word of welcome to him. She walked back to the sofa where she had been lying on and lowered herself on it. Henry looked at her as she sulked. He decided to have the conversation with her later. He headed upstairs to freshen up. He already had his dinner at the office. On second thoughts, he came back again. Have you eaten? He asked. He was sure she hadn't. Confirming his suspicion, she shook her head. Why? Do you want to starve yourself to death? He asked exasperatedly. Quinn raised her head to look at him. Henry could see large drops of tears in her eyes. She was hurt. How can I have the appetite to eat? Tell me. My daughter is somewhere, in an unknown location. Who knows if she is passing through pain at the moment? She cracked up as the tears came in. Torrance. Hey. It's fine, I'm sorry. He moved towards her and sat close to her. He decided to tell her what happened at the office. Someone called me today. He began while looking closely at her. When he saw that she gave no reaction whatsoever, he continued. He said something concerning Imelda. Henry continued. Quinn whirled around to look at him. What did he say? Any news concerning Imelda at that moment was of utmost importance. Without any other word, he pulled out his phone and played the recording for her to listen to. At the end of it, Quinn hardened her gaze. Who was this person? It was someone who knew her well. Two people came to mind, Kathleen and Stephen. She didn't know why she suspected Stephen, but she did. Do you have an idea who it is? Henry asked at the end of the recording. I'm not sure. I have to speak to grandfather. She stood up and headed upstairs. She had to speak to her grandfather. If it was Kathleen or Stephen, then she didn't want to think about what would happen to them. She was going to torture them. Stephen. If he was the culprit, then he deserved to die. How could he kidnap an innocent child? Even threatening to kill her. What an inhumane attitude. The reason why she suspected the both of them was Kathleen wanted her out of the mansion, and if she was aware of Imelda's existence, then she was likely the culprit. Although she suspected Stephen, her suspicion was lesser than that of Kathleen's. That was because he was already attached to Imelda. So how could he bear to kidnap her? Well, she needed to speak to her grandfather nevertheless. They had to monitor Kathleen's movements and her past moves too. That of Stephen wasn't to be excluded. Getting to her room, she pulled out her phone and dialed the so familiar number. After few rings, her grandfather picked up the call. Hello, child. Her grandfather asked from the other end of the line. Hello, grandfather, she said in a monotone. Raphael could sense that his granddaughter had something to say to him. We are still searching for her, Quinn. Don't worry, she will be found. Her grandfather hurriedly said. I know. Grandfather, there is something I want to tell you. Quinn said slowly. I know you do. I'm listening, child. He encouraged. Quinn was silent for a few minutes. Although her grandfather was trying to put up a brave front, she could sense that he was stifling his emotions. Quinn! Her grandfather called out. Quinn took a deep breath and explained everything to him. What? Raphael yelled at the other end of the line. You know what? Send the recording to my email this instant. Her grandfather instructed. Yes, grandfather. Quinn said. Don't worry, if the culprit is one of them, then. Her grandfather said solemnly. I know. I'm hanging up. She tapped the hang-up button and threw her phone on the bed. What was happening? Ever since the disappearance of her daughter, she hadn't slept a wink. Her head always felt woolly. She transferred all the work activities to Avi. Was she expected to concentrate at work? When she couldn't even think straight. She sighed again and headed downstairs. Just as Henry said, she needed to eat something. She could feel her stomach knotting in pain. She was damn hungry. She went straight to the kitchen and was surprised to find Henry with his back turned towards the entrance. He was preparing dinner for her. Quinn felt a sweet feeling spread across her heart. Just his simple actions were enough to melt her heart. Come inside. Don't stand there, he suddenly said. She chuckled and made her way towards him. She hugged him from behind. As Henry made to turn so as to hug her properly, she stopped him. Don't. Just let me hug like this for a while. Please. She buried her head deeper in the small of his back. Henry didn't push her off. He knew she needed any form of support and consolation she could get at that period. And so he let her hug him while he continued preparing dinner. The both of them sat at the dining table eating. Here. He placed a peeled shrimp on her plate. Quinn smiled. Thank you. Henry nodded. You should smile like this, you know, he said after observing her for a while. What? Quinn looked at him confusedly. Ever since our daughter disappeared, you haven't smiled. Don't do that. Henry said seriously. Okay. I will smile after she is found, she said quietly and took a sip of her juice. She will be found. I'm sure of that, Henry said assuredly. Quinn said nothing further. She continued eating. So you didn't think it would be nice to check up on me? Quinn tried to stabilize her emotions as she spoke to Henry. Seated on the couch in the front of her were her friends, Chloe and Ariana. They looked at her intently as she continued speaking with Stephen. Chloe gestured at her to place the call on hands-free. Quinn obliged and placed the phone on the table. Well, you forgot about me first, Stephen said at the end of the line. Did I? Am I obliged to call you? Let's set that aside for now. Didn't you hear about my daughter's disappearance? Quinn probed. I didn't. What happened? Stephen asked in pretense. You know what, Stephen? Before I continue, I would like to tell you something. Quinn smirked even though he couldn't see her. And what is it? Stephen asked casually. You are still an amateur in this game of wits, Quinn said sneeringly. At the other end, Stephen was silent. You aren't saying anything? Quinn chuckled. You haven't said much yourself, Stephen said calmly. Where did you keep her? Quinn decided to go straight to the point. Pardon. Stephen's tone became serious. Oh, don't joke with me, Stephen. Where did you keep Imelda? Quinn was getting exasperated. Don't yell at me, Quinn. What evidence do you have that I know the whereabouts of your daughter? Stephen asked coldly. I don't? Stephen, I'm asking you for the last time. Answer me now while my temper is still good. Quinn warned. I'm afraid you don't have the right to tell me that, Quinn. Stephen maintained his calm attitude. You are a jerk. No, you are more than a jerk, Stephen. Quinn choked out. She was trying to keep her tears at bay. I agree. But don't you think you are the cause of it all? Stephen laughed mockingly. What are you talking about? Quinn was confused. You don't know? Think about it then. Stephen said with a chuckle. Listen, Stephen, I don't know what you are talking about and I don't want to know. But if eventually I find out that you are behind my daughter's disappearance, then get ready to be destroyed by me. The Quinn that was speaking at that moment sounded entirely different. Her voice was cold and monotonous. Stephen flinched at the other end of the line, but he continued putting up a strong front. Your threats are meaningless, I must say. Although he said it in a simple manner, his attitude was no longer casual like before. Finally getting serious, I see. Well, that should be all for now. She hung up. Ah, that was frustrating. I could definitely tell that he had something to do with my daughter's disappearance. Quinn broke down in tears. Hey, don't be a crybaby. She will be found soon, I'm sure of that. Chloe and Ariana went to sit beside her. Soon? Soon you say? It's been a week and 3 days now, Quinn said, still sobbing. The two friends kept silent. They were bad at consoling. By the way, what took you guys so long to visit? Quinn wiped the corner of her eyes as she glared at them. Well, we are sorry. Her friends apologized. Whatever. I wish she would be found soon, Quinn lamented. Her heart broke whenever she thought of her daughter. She felt like she was choking each time she did. I'm sure she must have gotten skinny. Quinn was in pain. What sort of mother was she? Allowing her daughter to be kidnapped like that? She was a very bad mother. In fact, she didn't deserve to be called a mother at all. Forgive me, Imelda. Mum would find you soon. She vowed. She could get hurt. Her enemies could do anything they wanted to her. But hurting her family, especially her daughter, was pushing it. She would hunt whoever it was to the end of the world. Yes, that person would feel what it was like to be in pain. Henry walked into the living room tiredly. He had just got back from work. He was startled when he saw two ladies alongside Quinn in the living room. Before he could say a word, one of them ran over to him. Her voice had a tinge of excitement. Henry replied. You must be Henry. I've heard a lot about you. She extended her hand for a handshake. Henry looked at her blankly. And you are? She's Chloe and I'm Ariana. Let's save ourselves the stress of introducing ourselves one after the other. He turned to see the other lady. Yes, I'm Chloe. Chloe chuckled. Her eyes gleamed as she spoke. Oh, that's good. Henry made his way over to Quinn. She nodded at him without a word. Henry was puzzled by her actions. He opened his mouth to speak, but he was interrupted by Chloe. Don't. She has been like that ever since she got a call earlier on. She wouldn't speak to any of us. Neither did she tell us what the call was about. Chloe explained. A call? Henry's confusion mounted. Yeah, she got a call earlier on. The friends and adjusted their positions on the sofa. Henry looked at Quinn and sighed. He knew she wasn't in the mood to speak to him at that. All right, I'll be back. He headed upstairs to freshen up and come down for dinner. An hour later, he came downstairs again. Care for some food? He asked, looking at the ladies. Of course. You want to make something for us? Ariana was the one who responded. She had been nursing the idea of going out to eat. It was lucky that he wanted to fix dinner. Henry nodded and made his way to the kitchen. Can he cook? Ariana asked in a whisper. Ask him. Quinn whispered back. Ariana shrugged and sat back on the sofa. Although she was hungry, she didn't want to contaminate her taste buds with some tasteless food. I bet he can cook more than you, Quinn said after a while. That's a lie. Chloe refuted. Really? Well, I won't eat much then. Quinn closed her eyes.
Washington, D.C.
The Stones family residence. All the members of the Stones family were all present at the living room. How dare he? Is he tired of living? Raphael growled in anger. Just then the door opened and Imelda was led inside. Behind her were 10 bodyguards. Nicole and Lily ran over to her. Imelda, are you hurt? Nicole enveloped her in a hug as she sobbed.
Grandma, I'm fine.
I'm not hurt. Although Imelda was weak, she smiled. Thank God. Thank God. Nicole continued sobbing. Lily directed scooped her in her arms and led her back to where the others were. Grandpa, great-grandpa. Imelda smiled at them. Raphael was too furious to even manage a smile for his great-granddaughter. He was thinking of the various methods to deal with that bastard. Stephen. How dare he kidnap his granddaughter right under his nose? However, when he thought about it carefully, he decided it was partly his fault. He had acted lackadaisically concerning Imelda's safety. Kidnapping a stone. He was truly tired of living. He didn't care if Stephen was the godson of his friend. He was going to destroy him. The door opened with a bang, and Quinn rushed into the room alongside Henry. She ran directly over to her daughter and hugged her tightly. Her tears poured out in torrents. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, my love. She cried as she hugged her tightly. Imelda had been struggling to keep her tears at bay, but when she saw her mother, she couldn't hold back her tears. She sobbed in her mother's arms. It's okay, sweetheart. I'm here for you now. No one is going to take you away from us ever again. Promise. Quinn vowed solemnly. Ika. No, Mom. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to see you again. Imelda continued sobbing. Hush. It's okay. Mom is here for you now. Quinn patted the top of her head. Has he been apprehended? She asked her grandfather. Yes. He's at the station at the moment. Her father replied. I will like to see him. Quinn said without hesitation. Are you sure about that? Sylvester asked her. Of course I am. I have few things to say to him. Quinn said in a cold tone. Her family members nodded. They could understand how she felt. After all, the person who kidnapped her daughter was none other than her own friend. They could understand the feeling of betrayal which they were sure she was feeling at that moment. All right then. As you please. I'll take Dash. No need, I'll take her there myself. Henry interrupted her father. He also wanted to see the scumbag, who was inhumane enough to kidnap an innocent kid. The bastard who had the nerve to threaten him. On the phone. He wanted to see who it was. Sylvester nodded. Okay then, take her there. Make sure nothing happens to her. I will. Henry replied. Imelda was carefully tucked in the sheets on her bed. She was mentally exhausted. Getting kidnapped was torturous for an adult, what more a kid? She must have been terrified. Seeing her uncomfortable look as she slept, Quinn rubbed her hair gently until she loosened her expression. Equals 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 equals. At the police station. Quinn walked into the police station with Henry tailing. A police officer approached her and bowed politely. He was well aware of who the young lady in front of him was. Quinn Stone. I want to see Stephen. I don't need to explain, do I? Quinn said coldly. Of course not, this way please. The police officer led the way to a room. Please wait here while I get him. He bowed and hurried out of the room. Soon the door opened again, and two policemen led Stephen inside. He was handcuffed and had his head bowed. Immediately they got closer to where Quinn was sitting. She stood up slowly. Pack! A crisp sound echoed round the room. No one had seen the slap coming. How dare you, Stephen? How dare you? She slapped him again. Pack! To think that I treated you like a friend in the past. Ha! I must have been blind then. Quinn shook her head in self-derision. Stephen remained silent. He bowed his head. He was ashamed to make eye contact with her. Different thoughts ran through his mind. He didn't know what had gone wrong. His plans had been flawless, so how could they have found quickly? Wow! I must have bad taste in my choice of friends. I must have committed many atrocities in my past life to have come across someone like you. Quinn said coldly. You caused it. Stephen sneered. Quinn looked directly into his eyes. Caused what? She sat down on the chair. I told you to give me a chance, Quinn. But you didn't. No matter how much I tried to make you love me. However, your heart was still with this jerk. Someone who fucking took advantage of you. Steven pointed at Henry, who was standing by the side. He paused to see Quinn's reaction to his words. However, she remained calm and continued watching him. I love you, Quinn. And I care so much about you. Why can't you give me a dash? He paused. He thought he was mistaken when he heard a light laughter. However, when he looked at Quinn, he saw that she was actually laughing. What a joke! Her face closed up as she stopped laughing. You must have a twisted view of love, don't you think? Listen to me clearly, a person who truly loves someone will never hurt the person he loves, no matter what. Quinn said, glaring at him. But I didn't hurt you. I never will. Steven defended himself. You hurt my daughter, Steven. You must be a fool, no more than a fool. Quinn yelled at him. Hurting your daughter isn't hurting you. Steven retorted calmly. Is that what you think? She slowly got up from her chair and threw a tight slap across his cheeks. Steven's head tilted sideways due to the sheer force of it. I pray we never cross paths in this life again. Never. She stomped out of the room. Henry looked at Steven for a while. So you are the fool who threatened me? Jerk. He followed Quinn out of the room. Henry crept into Quinn's room once he was sure everyone had gone to bed. He opened the door slowly and made his way towards her bed. He stumbled over something and fell down. The noise startled Quinn, and she woke up with a start. Who's that? Her voice was drowsy. Hush. You don't want your parents to come here, do you? Henry whispered. Hearing his voice, she relaxed. What are you doing here? Let me guess, you can't sleep. Quinn chuckled. Yes. I can't sleep. I tried doing so, but... He trailed off. But what? Quinn asked inquisitively. But I can't stop thinking about you, he said. He hadn't gotten up from his position on the ground, where he had tripped. Quinn sighed as her hand fumbled for the switch to the bedside lamp. She found it and turned it on. What are you trying to say? Quinn massaged her forehead. I want you. He slowly got up from the floor and approached her stealthily. You want me? Quinn was flabbergasted. This man. So, he had waited until Imelda was found, before he made a move on her. Funny. Yes, I want you. I've been living like a monk for the past few days. Don't you think I deserve a compensation? He asked seductively. His hands tugged at his robe, and he threw it on the floor. He was now completely naked as he stood before her. Quinn pressed her legs today. She was also craving for sex. The restlessness of the past few days had taken its toll on her. She needed to cool off a bit. Tilting her index finger a little, she beckoned at him. Henry obliged and climbed on the bed beside her. Quinn looked at his hard member, which was proudly erect as pre-cum dripped from its tip. She chuckled. It seems like a little someone needs my attention. She chuckled. He misses you. Henry laughed. He wanted to continue, but his words stuck in his throat, as Quinn's warm mouth directly covered his. Fuck Quinn. How long had it been since we did this? He closed his eyes in pleasure. In response, Quinn increased her pace. She squeezed his balls softly, and he growled in pleasure. Damn, that feels so good. Take me into that mouth of yours. Henry grabbed her hair softly. Quinn continued working her magic on his dick. Henry growled in pleasure. Quinn pulled out his dick from her mouth and glared at him. You don't want to draw my parents over here, do you? Quinn said with a smirk. Are you using my words against me? Well, I can't help it. You are so good. With that, he directly flipped her over. He bent down and ran his tongue over her bare stomach. As Quinn felt his tongue on her stomach, her breath hitched. Fuck. She moaned lightly. He raised her legs up and placed them directly on his shoulders. He ran his tongue along her folds. She squirmed and grabbed the sheets. Raising his head, Henry chuckled. I haven't even touched you, but you are already wet. He thrust his fingers into her wet pussy and she moaned a little bit louder. Hush, milady. He breathed close to her pussy. Ugh. That feels so good. Faster, Henry. Quinn moaned. He continued thrusting his fingers into her, and he raised his head to lock his lip with hers. MMM. Quinn moaned into his mouth. Henry pulled his fingers out of her pussy after a while. He placed her legs back on the bed and spread them apart. He then positioned his rock-hard dick at her entrance and pushed himself into her wet pussy. Quinn subconsciously spread her legs a bit wider as she dug her nails into his shoulders. Henry didn't move inside her for a while. He closed his eyes at the pleasure he was feeling. How many days had it been since he fucked her? Since Imelda disappeared. Is anything wrong? Quinn's voice startled him. He smiled sweetly at her. Nothing is wrong. He began moving inside her. He pulled out of her, and with a hard thrust he entered her again. Ugh! Quinn couldn't stifle her loud moan, as she screamed loudly. Your parents are going to question you tomorrow for sure. Henry chuckled as he continued fucking her. The bed creaked from their movements on it. Yeah. Fuck me like that, Henry. Ugh! Quinn continued moaning as she gripped his shoulders tightly. Henry pounded into her with reckless abandon. Oh. Both of them lay on the bed. Henry cuddled Quinn tightly. They had just finished taking a shower after their intense workout. Don't you feel cold? Quinn asked in a muffled voice. Pardon? Henry asked. Don't you feel cold? I mean, we just took a shower. Quinn snuggled closer into his arms. Silly. I don't feel cold, I feel hot instead. Henry ruffled her hair. Hot? Weird. Quinn laughed. She felt happy. Her daughter had been found, and the perpetrator was going to be punished. At least she was happy for now. Soon, Quinn's light breathing sounded in the silent room. She was already asleep. Henry hugged her tightly. I don't know when it started, he began saying in the darkness. Although, at first I was only attracted to your body. I only wanted to have sex with you. But he paused and continued. But then I realized that it wasn't just mere attraction towards your body. It wasn't an infatuation either. What I felt towards you was more than that. What I felt towards you was love. He sniffed lightly. Quinn turned as if she wanted to wake up. Her back was now turned towards him. However, she was still in his arms. When Henry was sure that she hadn't woken up, he continued, I love you, Quinn. I love you so much. I wish I can be courageous enough to say this to you when you are widely awake. But it seems I'm just a coward. Henry laughed in self-mockery. He stopped talking and hugged her back, sniffing her unique scent and closing his eyes. However, he wasn't aware that Quinn heard his little confession. That was because she wasn't asleep. In the first place, California, Henry's family residence. Parker and his wife sat in the room, as they patiently waited for Kathleen's arrival. Displayed in front of them were the photos Henry gave them. They had to put an end to everything today. They were the ones who initiated the marriage between the two families. So they had to put an end to it as well. After all, they had found someone more powerful than them. They would be a fool if they let go of the opportunity. The door opened and Kathleen came in. She smiled as she waded over to them. Good afternoon, Mum, Dad. She settled herself on the sofa opposite theirs. Henry's parents didn't respond, they only looked at her in contempt. Kathleen could sense the hostility emanating from them. However, she said nothing. Are you qualified to call us that? Parker asked coldly. Kathleen raised her head. Pardon. Her voice sounded confused. That aside, we want you to get a divorce with our son. Matilda clasped her hands and placed them over her knees. Divorce. Kathleen's voice was sharp as she raised her head to look at them. They didn't respond, but continued looking at her. Kathleen's mind was a mess. What could have happened? Did they see the photos? But Henry promised her. Her eyes darted to the photos on the table, and she widened her eyes. That bastard! She was furious. Henry broke his promise. She took a deep breath, and when she spoke again, her tone was calm. Can I ask for the reason of the divorce? Kathleen asked in a dominant tone. She wanted them to know that even though she was their daughter-in-law, she was still the CEO of a conglomerate. She wasn't a pushover. Before we answer your question, would you like to explain the meaning of these photos? Parker threw a question at her. Kathleen swallowed hard. I'm not obligated to do that. You were the ones who forced me into this alliance marriage of a thing. You think I'm like cabbage which you can purchase in the market? Kathleen narrowed her eyes. Henry's parents weren't intimidated at all. Think whatever you want. I'm not the one in those photos after all. Matilda retorted. What if they were photoshopped? Kathleen suddenly asked. Henry's parents were silent for a moment, and then they burst into laughter. Let's not fool ourselves, Kathleen. We know very well that these photos weren't photoshopped. Parker refuted her claims. At that, Kathleen flared up. Fine. You want me to get a divorce, don't you? Kathleen yelled. Keep your voice down, young lady. Matilda said coldly. I believe you don't have the right to tell me that. After all, I will no longer be your daughter-in-law. Right. Kathleen smirked. Are you out of dash? Spare me that, Matilda. Kathleen interrupted her. Henry's parents were furious, however they maintained their calm. You guys should remember that I have the right to make your corporation go bankrupt. And when I do, no one would be able to help. Kathleen snarled. They wanted to play games with her, right? They were welcome to try. Kathleen was expecting them to apologize. After all, they knew she wasn't making an empty threat. However, when she looked at them, it seemed they were trying to stifle their laughter instead. What the hell? It seems you guys think I'm joking, isn't it? Well, I'm not joking one bit. Kathleen continued. You seem to be getting the wrong idea, miss. You can go ahead and do whatever you want. Parker said confidently. Right? Of course I will. And when I do, don't ask me to go easy on you, 'cause I won't. Kathleen got angry and stood up. Have a nice day. She made her way towards the door. As she was about to place her hand on the doorknob, Parker's voice stopped her. What about the divorce papers? When are you going to sign them? His voice contained a tinge of mockery. He was mocking her. Soon I will visit Henry and sign them. She replied. That would be good then. Close the door on your way out. Matilda chuckled. Oh, she must be full of herself. She was the one who was in those photos, yet she claimed they were photoshopped. And when we asked her to get a divorce, she threatened us with our corporation. The heck? Parker shook his feet angrily. Be calm, I'm glad she's going. Matilda said calmly. Me too. Wait, I hope our daughter-in-law didn't have a bad impression of us the other time we visited. Right? Parker asked. Let's hope she didn't. Matilda sighed. They had been impulsive that day. Equals. Kathleen hit her hands angrily on the steering wheel. Were they out of their minds? Even though she was married, she had the right to fuck whoever she wanted. The marriage, after all, wasn't done of love. It was a mutual marriage. An alliance marriage. But when I threatened them earlier on, they didn't flinch at all. Could they have gotten a stronger backing? Kathleen wondered loudly in the car. Who could it be? Ah! How could she forget? Quinn, of course. They found someone a little bit powerful than her, and decided to do away with her, right? Those old fools. She was sure that if Quinn wasn't in the picture, or if she was still an ordinary maid, they would have overlooked what she did. But it wasn't her fault after all. She had been drugged. It seems I have to make use of what that jerk gave me. Kathleen started the ignition and began driving. She had been skeptical before, but now she could no longer be hesitant. She didn't want to marry Henry anymore. She only them to suffer. She wanted both of them to suffer. Yes, she was going to make sure of it. Pity? How could she pity them? Both of them hurt her, especially that jerk, Henry. However, she was going to be away for a while. And when she came back, she was going to deal with her father's little lover, Henry, and that slut, Quinn. See you guys when I return. Henry's mansion. It was a weekend and both Henry and Quinn were at home. They had just finished having breakfast, and they were in the living room going through their laptops. Aren't you sleepy? Henry asked. Ever since he confessed to Quinn at her parents' house, he had felt at peace with himself. In fact, after they had sex that night, he felt that they had become closer than before. Sleepy? I'm not. Quinn responded without raising her head from the email she was going through. Are you sure? Weren't you exhausted yesterday night? In fact, I can still remember how you were, begging me to be gentle. Are you sure, Dash? Shut up. Aren't you embarrassed saying those words at all? Quinn threw a pen at him. Hey, what was that for? And why would I feel embarrassed? We are grown-up adults and it isn't the first time we made love. Henry shrugged nonchalantly. Quinn raised her head at his words. Did he just say made love? Are we making love or having sex? Quinn closed her laptop and placed it on the table. Henry scratched his head as he realized what he has said. Tell me, Henry, what do you really feel about me? Quinn looked at him directly. Although she had heard what he had said that night, she still wanted to hear it directly from his mouth. She knew he was afraid to say it directly to her, considering the fact that he had hurt her in the past. Quinn decided to give him a little push. That. Henry stuttered. Are you nervous? Quinn chuckled. Henry cleared his throat and looked straight into her eyes. It wasn't as if he was afraid to confess his feelings to her. He wasn't afraid of that. Rather, he was afraid of what her reaction might be. He got up from his position and walked over to her. Slowly, he knelt down in front of her and took her hand into his. Quinn. I know the amount of courage it took me to spill these words out. I love you. He paused and raised his head to see a shocked Quinn looking at him. Although she had heard him say it that night, but listening to him say it now in this manner had a different feeling to it. She couldn't say how she felt in words. What was she even feeling? She was feeling numb. Henry cleared his throat again and continued. I know I have been a jerk in the past. I even took advantage of you. But please forgive me. Promise to make it up to you if you give me a chance to. I promise. Henry looked into her eyes. I love you, Quinn. He sighed after he confessed to her. Quinn opened her mouth to speak, but she couldn't. The words were stuck in her throat. She wasn't even aware that she was shedding tears. The tears cascaded down her cheeks and she sniffed. I love you too, Henry. She sobbed. She had always waited for this day. That night, when she had heard his little confession, she had prayed that he wasn't drunk or something. She hadn't wanted to raise her hopes. But he had finally said it. He loved her. But what about Kathleen? She decided to ask. She didn't want any misunderstanding in their relationship. Good communication was the way to go. You see, to be honest with you, we were never married. Henry chuckled as he sat on the sofa beside her. What are you saying? You guys were clearly married, so. Quinn furrowed her brows. Okay, listen. What we had was a fake marriage. He explained everything to her, including the reason for his actions. At the end of his explanation, Quinn was silent. Say something. Henry prompted. Well, what can I say? To say I'm not surprised is to put it lightly. It's lucky we decided to have this conversation. Quinn smiled. Yes, it's lucky we did. Henry nodded in agreement to her words. Thinking about it, I think Kathleen is pathetic. Thinking she is married when she is not. How would she feel if she finally discovers the truth? The expression on her face would be so heavenly. Quinn laughed. She didn't know why, but she hated Kathleen from the bottom of her heart. Do you hate her that much? Henry chuckled. Quinn nodded without hesitation. Yes, I hate he dash. Her words were interrupted by the sudden assault on her lips. Henry locked his lips with hers as he grabbed the back of her hair. He licked her lower lips, making her gasp. Henry took the opportunity to delve into her mouth. He intertwined his tongue with hers, and they engaged in a fiery battle of tongues. Quinn closed her eyes as she wrapped her hands around his neck. They had kissed before. In fact, they always kissed, but she didn't know why today's own was different. Was it because he had confessed to her? Whatever was the reason, but the bliss she was feeling at that moment was heavenly. She could feel a sweet sensation enveloping her heart. Henry, on the other hand, felt like being in that position forever. He just wanted to continue kissing her. Like that. Soon they broke away from the kiss to catch their breaths. So we are now dating, right? Henry smiled as he brushed a lock of her hair back. Nope, you would have to buy a right to date me. Quinn teased. We should take it step by step, right? Going on dates, then getting engaged, then getting married. Henry pulled her closer and enveloped her in his arms. That is too fast. Quinn shook her head. Is it? I don't. It is though. Henry laughed lightly. Let's get married. Henry was startled when he heard her next words. He pulled away from her and looked at her clearly. He wanted to ensure that she wasn't joking. Are you serious? But you just told me that I was rushing, didn't you? Henry frowned. Coming from me is different. Let's get married, Henry. I want us to be married before presenting you to my parents. I want my daughter to have a father. Quinn smiled through her tears. 2 months later, as both of them walked out of the registry, Henry smiled contentedly. He was finally married. And it was to the woman he loved with all his heart, Quinn. Quinn was also happy. She finally felt that all the trouble she went through in the past was worth it. After all, today she had finally become a married woman. When are we going to announce it to father and the others? Henry had assumed calling Quinn's parents father, mother, and the rest. Soon. We have to fly over to Washington. We can't possibly announce it over the phone, can we? Quinn smiled. They got to their car, and Henry hurriedly pulled the car open for her. Quinn smiled at his kind gesture. What kind of marriage do you want? Henry suddenly asked. Quinn, who was seated close to him on the front passenger seat, raised her head and smiled at him. Just a normal one. I don't want an extravagant wedding. She chuckled. She knew that with her identity, there was no way she could have an average wedding. Her parents would make sure of that. She chuckled helplessly. What could she do? Let's fly over to Washington today. We may even throw a party, Henry suggested. Quinn nodded. They could do just that. She leaned in and kissed him. She pulled back after a while and smiled at him. Where are headed to? Henry leaned back in the driver's seat as his hands tapped the steering wheel. The airport. Quinn simply said. Equals 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 equals.
Washington, D.C.
The Stones family residence. Quinn walked into the living room with Henry. Quinn chuckled when she saw Imelda with Nicole as they laughed together. Imelda turned and spotted her. Mom! She raced over to her mother, and her mother scooped her in her arms. Dad! Imelda smiled at Henry. Aren't I getting a hug? Henry chuckled. Imelda jumped down from her mother's arms and hugged her father's legs tightly. Dad! I missed you. Imelda sniffed. Same here. Daddy missed you too. Henry bent down and picked her up. After their reconciliation a month ago, their bond had gotten closer. Their father and daughter relationship were getting stronger daily. They went over to the living room. Mother. Henry politely greeted Nicole. She smiled at him. What took you guys so long to visit? She chuckled. Sorry, Mom, we were busy. Quinn apologized as she hugged her mother. Busy? Imelda will be 11 next year. Take a little while longer. Nicole shrugged. Quinn and Henry cleared their throats embarrassedly. How could she say something like that with a Straight face? And that too without any embarrassment at all? Mum. Well, I'm now married, Quinn said calmly. She waited for her mum to speak, but her mother laughed instead. Quinn arched her brow in confusion. Did she say something funny? Mum dash. We know. You got married 6 hours ago at the registry. Nicole smirked. Wait, Mum. Am I being monitored? Quinn was amused. Well, we couldn't help it. We wanted to make sure this young man was taking care of you well. Nicole shrugged. I am taking care of her well, Mother, Henry argued. At that moment a clear voice sounded from the top of the stairs. Son, can you come up for a minute? Sylvester asked. Henry nodded. He got up and made his way towards the stairs. Oh? Sylvester led him into a study and closed the door behind them. Henry was slightly surprised when he saw Raphael sitting solemnly on the chair as he calmly took a sip of his coffee. Grandfather. He bowed politely as he drew closer to where he was sitting. Take a seat. Raphael nodded at the vacant chair opposite his. Sylvester was already seated on a chair beside Raphael's. Henry nodded and sat on the chair. He then looked at them calmly. Years ago, the Stones were happy when a little girl was born into the family, Raphael began. Henry listened intently, though he was wondering why Raphael was telling him something like that. However, he didn't interrupt. She was my granddaughter Michelle Stone. However, she disappeared when she was a year old. Raphael paused to look at Henry. His eyes were reddened. He could never get over the pain he had felt that day. Fear. Henry nodded. Who didn't know about the disappearance of the Stones' heiress? But then 8 years ago she was found. Raphael revealed. Henry frowned in puzzlement. She was found? Then why did they adopt Quinn? Did they need another dot? Fuck. He smacked his head in realization. Raphael had said 8 years ago. That was the time when Quinn had left the mansion. They didn't adopt Quinn because she was Michelle Stone. Is she dash? He trailed off. He couldn't believe it. After that day, he had thought that Quinn was the foster daughter of the Stones. However, she was their actual daughter. Yes, Quinn is Michelle Stone. Raphael clarified. Henry nodded. Why didn't he think of it? With their level of influence, the Stones didn't need to adopt a grown-up lady at all. And even if they wanted to, they would have done so years ago. Why had they waited for long before adopting a daughter? I'm sorry, I didn't realize. Henry felt like facepalming himself. It's fine. We intentionally concealed the truth. That is because the person that kidnapped my granddaughter is still at large. We don't want to endanger her once more, Raphael said solemnly. Henry turned to look at Sylvester, who was watching him closely. We intend to hold a party. The party would be for 2 things. Firstly, to announce the fact that you guys are married. Secondly, we plan to announce her real identity, Raphael explained. Henry nodded in understanding. That would be a good idea, he said. That's by the way. You have officially become the son-in-law of the Stones. However, that's not the point. Listen to me clearly. If I find out that you hurt my daughter even once, then I will completely destroy you, Raphael vowed with a serious expression. I understand, grandfather. I love Quinn so much to even hurt her. I would never try that, Henry said solemnly. Raphael looked at him closely. Seeing the sincerity in his eyes, he nodded. That's good then. The Stones' residence's parking lot was filled to the brim with cars of various sorts. The cars were all luxurious. Reporters were outside as they clicked their shutters trying to capture pictures of the people who were arriving. It was the party of the Stones themselves. Few days ago, invites were sent out to the various rich people in Washington, D.C. And so, of everyone present at the party, no one was mediocre. Everyone had a high social status. The hall was spacious and beautifully illuminated by the chandeliers hanging above the ceiling. Tables were arranged elegantly, and the guests sat chatting with each other. The Stones were seated at a wide table as they watched the bustle. Henry was with them. He looked at the entrance where Quinn was to enter from when the time was right. He was dressed in a black suit, paired with black trousers. His favorite color had always been black. The cream bow tie on his neck was specially chosen to match Quinn's cream dress. He sipped away at his wine to hide his impatience. Soon Sylvester stood up and held the microphone. Wonderful guests, a very good evening to you all. I hope you are enjoying the party. He paused and swept his gaze around the room. Then he cleared his throat and continued. I'm sure all of you must be wondering why we invited all of you to a random party as this. It's very unusual, you know. However, I won't waste much of your time. He smiled as he paused for effect. The reason why you all were invited to this party was to announce two things. Firstly, our daughter's marriage, and secondly, our daughter's identity. He nodded as he looked at their confused expression. What is he saying? What identity do we need to know? Other guests whispered amongst themselves. Silence, please. As I said, we wanted to announce our daughter's identity. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like us to welcome our heiress, Michelle Stone. Everywhere went dark, and a light shone at the entrance. A lady stepped inside, and as she made her way towards where the Stones were seated, the lights accompanied her. Michelle Stone? Isn't that the heiress who disappeared? What Michelle Stone? They are probably pulling our legs. Hush, I'm sure you wouldn't want to offend the Stones, right? The lights came on again, and the guests were greeted with the appearance of a new person. Quinn. Wait, isn't that the Stones' foster daughter? What games are they playing? A man who was seated at a table turned and asked his friend. Hush, you wouldn't want to offend the Stones, would you? His friend whispered. What is there to fear? I'm only saying the truth. He shouted. However, he wasn't aware that other guests turned and were now looking at him. He continued speaking. First, they announced that Miss Quinn is their foster daughter. And now they say she is Michelle Stone. Do they miss their daughter so much? He yelled. He was surprised by the sudden quiet in the hall. He turned to see the guests looking at him. Some of them were shaking their heads, while some looked at him with pity in their eyes. He cleared his throat nervously and sipped his wine as if he said nothing. Unfortunately, the Stones had heard everything he had said clearly. Raphael narrowed his eyes. Would Mr. Walton like to repeat what he just said? Raphael's voice was calm, however the guests could tell that he was angered. I said nothing. Empty Walton stammered. I see. It seems the Waltons Corporation wants to go on a vacation. Guards, escort him out. Raphael ordered coldly. Mr. Walton pleaded for mercy as he was led out of the hall.
I'm sorry. Patriarch Raphael. I'm sorry.
After that, the hall became silent. No one could say a word. After all, they had seen how Walton's corporation was on its way to going bankrupt. The Stones didn't make empty threats. They all looked at the young lady who was all smiles as she looked at the guests. As her father was about to continue speaking, she interrupted him. Let me. Sylvester nodded and handed the microphone over to her. Quinn accepted it with a smile. A pleasant evening to all of you. I'm Michelle Stone. Her words ignited another round of whispers among the guests. They were only suspicious at first, but she had finally confirmed their suspicion. We had reasons for hiding the truth earlier on. That led to me being introduced as a foster daughter. I believe we aren't obligated to tell you the reasons behind our actions, are we? Quinn smiled at them. Although she was smiling to the guests, she looked creepy instead. How could a lady's smile look that dangerous? I wouldn't tolerate anyone looking down on me. I am a Stone and I hope you treat me as one. That would be all. She nodded at them and calmly handed the microphone over to her father. The guests remained stunned after her words. If they were doubtful at first, her dominant attitude had cleared all traces of doubt which they had. Well, she has said it all. Now, the second reason for this party, as I told you, is to announce our daughter's marriage. This young man over here is officially the son-in-law to the Stones. He gestured at Henry. Henry nodded politely at them. He didn't bother to say a word. Who is he? I haven't seen him before. Hushed whispers started amongst the guests again. Which family is he from? Is he an heir? They were confused. To them, anyone who was the son-in-law to the Stones had to be on par, or almost on par with them. But they hadn't heard of the young man in front of them. What the guests didn't know was that the Stones wasn't like those typical rich families. Their daughter's happiness was their priority. So, even if she brought a security guard and presented him as her husband, they would be more than happy to acquiesce to her request. Henry and Quinn were cuddling themselves. I just feel that I love you more than you love me, what do you think? Quinn mumbled as she snuggled closer to him. That's not true. I love you more than you love me. Henry chuckled. Then prove it. Quinn said as she ran her hands over his chest sensually. How do you want me to? Henry asked with a smirk. Figure it out. Quinn said. It seems my wife needs her husband, doesn't she? He made to switch off the lights, but Quinn's hand stopped him. Henry looked at her in confusion. Is anything the matter? He was puzzled. Not at all. Leave the lights on. She whispered. As you wish, milady. He smiled. With a swift move, he pulled off her sleeping robe. He threw it on the floor and turned his attention on her hardened nipple. We haven't had an actual wedding. Nor did we have a proper honeymoon. Henry whispered as he bent to take her nipple into his mouth. He licked its tip and ran his hands roughly over her stomach. Quinn ran her hands through his hair as she arched her back on the bed. We will do that soon. There's still enough time to go on a honeymoon. That is if you don't get tired of me. Quinn smiled. In response, Henry raised his head and drew closer to her, capturing her lips in a sensual kiss. Quinn moaned into his mouth. He broke off from the kiss after a while and looked at her with a burning gaze. I will never get tired of you, Quinn. Not now, not ever. He captured her lips again and ran his tongue over her teeth, as if he was trying to memorize her dentition. Quinn wrapped her arms around his neck tightly. She was happy. At least she couldn't say for the future. But at that moment she was feeling happy. You know what? I want you so bad, and it's killing me. Henry breathed. Quinn chuckled. I can see that. After all, your little buddy needs attention. She nodded at his erection, which was threatening to shoot out through his briefs. It's been long. We did it in the shower. Henry whispered. He didn't wait for Quinn to respond. He directly pulled her from the bed and pulled her towards the bathroom. Quinn giggled and then smothered it quickly. What's funny? Henry pushed her under the shower gently. Nothing much. I was wondering how you wouldn't be romantic enough to carry me bridal style into the bathroom. Quinn giggled again. Henry chuckled.
I'm romantic.
But I only show it in bed. He defended himself. Quinn jabbed at his chest gently as she laughed. Henry pulled her closer to him, so close that she could feel his erection on her stomach. She broke away from his embrace and knelt down slowly. Her face was now close to his erection. She rubbed her soft palm on that region and he groaned. You always know what I want, Quinn. He grabbed her hair gently. What can I say? Maybe it's because our hearts are now connected. She drew his briefs down, and his dick jutted out like a soldier at attention. She chuckled and blew warm air at his dick. Henry shivered at the sensation. She licked off the pre-cum on the tip of his length. With one swift move she took his whole length into her mouth. Ugh! So good. Henry groaned as he gripped her hair tightly. She brought him out and spit some saliva on his dick. Her spittle ran down the sides of his dick, and she rubbed her hands on his dick. Henry closed his eyes in pleasure as he muttered gibberish. Quinn ran her tongue slowly over its cap and sucked on it. Fuck. Don't torture me like this. Henry groaned. Quinn grinned mischievously. She dutifully took him fully into her mouth as she began dry humping him. Yeah, just like that. He opened his eyes slowly, and he saw Quinn as she watched his expression. She made a gagging sound and poured some spittle on his dick again. That felt so good. Why don't I return the favor? Henry smirked. No, she said calmly. And why not? Henry asked in confusion. Quinn got up from her kneeling position and licked off the lingering cum at the corners of her lips. She drew closer to him and bending her head, she captured his taut nipple. Henry stifled a groan. But then she raised her head and looked at him. Because I want you to fuck me now, Quinn whispered. Why don't you say, you want me to make love to you instead? Henry shook his head helplessly. It doesn't matter, does it? Besides, I prefer using fuck instead. I like the vulgar sound of it. Quinn replied. All right then. Since my beautiful wife has requested for something, who am I to deny her what she wants? He turned her around, making her place her hands on the bathroom walls. She arched her back and stuck out her ass towards him. Henry positioned himself behind her and thrust his index and middle finger into her wet core. Quinn moaned. He twirled his fingers in her pussy, producing a slurpy sound. I want your cock, not your fucking fingers, Henry, Quinn said impatiently. Henry chuckled as he pulled out his fingers from her pussy. He rubbed her juices over his dick, and without warning he entered her. Yeah. Quinn stuck out her ass further. Grabbing her thin waist, Henry began slamming into her wet pussy. Their colliding bodies produced a pounding sound. You like it, don't you? Henry grunted as squeezed her twin peaches from behind. Yeah, I fucking like it. Quinn couldn't explain the feeling of ecstasy which she was feeling at that moment. Henry pulled out and with one hard thrust, he impaled her again. Fuck that. Quinn moaned loudly. Henry turned her around, making her back collide with the cold bathroom wall. She shivered at the contact. He raised one of her legs up and entered her again. I love you. Quinn closed her eyes to sleep. I love you too, sweetheart. Henry patted her head. They were both lying on the bed. They were exhausted from the intense exercise they had.